6 to 9, Gifts from the Chisaki. Monday 2/5th April 2 2081. Musudafu General Hospital. Following the amazing discovery of Eri's new divine powers, the combined Konohanamitariabakugu family spent the remainder of the morning experimenting with what Eri could do, and precisely what powers of Izumi she could use. They had already established that Eri had a demigod form and wolf pup form, much like Izumi, and that those forms possessed all the same basic physical increases to Eri's base form as Izumi's had for hers. There was also the fact that Eri didn't have her own divine instrument, but there was much more to discover beyond that. The morning became a combination experiment/training/playing session for the family and their visitors, who loved watching as Izumi patiently and dutifully taught Eri how to use her various new powers. Of the powers Eri inherited from Izumi, she could produce ink from anywhere on her body, change its color at will, make her inner light shine out brightly, and if Izumi lent her the divine retribution, Eri could control it with some effort, though Izumi's will would immediately overpower Eri's if she asserted herself. The last power Eri confirmed she could use was Sunrise, and once she was taught the proper brush stroke and how the technique felt to use, she was able to perform a fairly weak, but passable version of the technique, producing a tiny sun in her palms. In addition, Eri still had access to her rewind quirk, even though the horn was absent in her puppy form. When in that form, the horn would grow from the center of her forehead if she concentrated, and disappear when she wanted. In puppy form, the horn was perfectly straight, like a unicorn's, and jutted out from the dead center of her forehead instead of to the side, giving her the appearance of a unicorn/puppy hybrid. Eri practiced using rewind a little under the watchful eyes of her mama and Eraserhead, using its power to rewind some of the flowers that Izumi had grown. Aside from turning the quirk on and off, Eri didn't have any real control yet, but Izumi was sure she'd get there with practice. However, there were many things Eri couldn't do. She couldn't use any brush technique other than Sunrise, due to having Izumi's/Amaterasu's power, but not that of her brush gods. While she could flare her inner light outwards, those touched by it would simply be blinded and feel warm, as Eri couldn't transport others to the astral plane like Izumi or the brush gods could, though Ishiko suspected that was simply because Eri wasn't strong enough yet, as even Izumi hadn't been able to do it at first. Eri also couldn't perform a possession, as while she felt the hearts of her new family were open to her, Eri couldn't make her light meld with their bodies, so possession was impossible for her. Finally, Eri hadn't gained the power to grow stronger through praise. She wasn't a true goddess like Izumi, so she couldn't gather the power of praise, though since she was part spirit now, she would still grow stronger as she aged, so Eri would likely become as strong as the current day Izumi when she grew up, though Izumi herself would have become much stronger by that point, Eri was unlikely to catch up in that regard. Of course, not all facets of Izumi's nature were good, and while Eri seemed to have inherited her immunity to the effects of the sun, the silly child stared at the sun for a good 5 minutes without her eyes being affected. She hadn't inherited Izumi's sensitivity to artificial materials. Izumi had built a tolerance to them over the years, but too many artificial ingredients in her food would make her nauseous, and if the same was in her clothes, she'd begin to get a rash. Eri didn't suffer from these side effects, thankfully. The only power they didn't and wouldn't test for was astral resurrection. There was no way of testing the power without killing Eri and seeing if she revived, and it was fairly obvious why that was a bad idea. The group decided to move forward with the belief that Eri didn't have that power, just so they never got complacent about protecting her. When the brush gods finally snapped out of their shock-induced silence within Izumi, they had celebrated the birth of Amaterasu's child and proudly proclaimed her a true demigod, with the Hanagami monkeys jokingly calling her little sister, since they called Izumi great mother. They had known about the connection between Eri and Izumi, as if they had felt it forming. In fact, that was the good news that the Hanagami monkeys had alluded to, but the brush gods never imagined Eri would become a demigod. Yamagami theorized that Eri would be able to use the other brush techniques if the brush gods imbued her with pieces of their power, but such an action would reduce their strength and make Izumi's techniques a bit weaker, and it may also result in the pieces of power gaining their own independence and becoming minor brush gods, essentially the children of Izumi's brush gods. At hearing this, Wakagami joked that not all gods jumped into parenthood as quickly as Izumi had. Which was made somewhat ironic since his divine instrument was his own children. Still, despite her limitations, Eri was ecstatic with what she could do. Being a wolf was fun and exhilarating, even if she was only a puppy for the moment, it was something that was special and just for Eri and her mama, no one else. When Eri eventually ran out of steam and had to return to her human form, she was a little disappointed, and the world seemed much less vibrant without all the extra sounds and smells. It was more peaceful though, so that was a plus. With that, lunch came and a nice meal was brought to them. It was while Izumi was watching Eri happily wolf down some of Doi Nezo's holy bone bites, the little girl's new favorite snack, other than apples, that was brought back by Hawks after his visit, that Ishiko got her attention. Hey Izumi, I didn't want to rush you before, but when are you going to give me my quirk back? You've had it since the escape and I kind of miss it, the punkle frowned. Izumi's eyes widened, she'd forgotten all about it. Oh, I'm sorry Ishiko, I completely forgot. Come over here, I'll return it, she said, gesturing for Ishiko to hop over. The punkle had been lounging on Eri's horn again, and with a little hop landed on Izumi's palm. Toshinori watched with a shudder as Izumi's hand turned black and the veins within began to glow red like magma. It looked exactly like All for One's use of the quirk, only without the victim struggling. It brought back some painful memories for the man, though those memories were quickly replaced by shock and amusement as Ishiko's storage quirk was returned to her, and as always, whatever was stored within was ejected. Which in this case, was a pair of plain white panties. Half the room choked on their food in shock while Izumi turned beet red. I forgot I stored those, she cried, quickly grabbing them and hiding them beneath the sheets of her bed. Oh gosh, that's so embarrassing, she whined. Why did you store them? Is the shy Hasaikai's choice of girls' underwear so comfy you couldn't bear to lose them? Hawks asked teasingly. No. When Eri and I combined, the combined form was only wearing Eri's clothes, so I had to cover my larger body with my own clothes, which were emptied when my body turned to light and entered Eri. I didn't exactly need 2 pairs of underwear, and having my used panties flapping around in the middle of battle would have been distracting, so I used storage to get rid of them. Izumi explained quickly, blushing vividly the whole time. Her family laughed uproariously, especially Himiko, who couldn't help but say, imagine if you'd left them and they really were flying around in that battle. The whole world would have seen your undies dancing around while you fought. Izumi looked mortified, thank God it didn't. I have enough unwanted fame now without that being added to it. Eventually the laughter died down, and Ishiko happily returned to her new favorite perch, Eri's horn. Thanks for giving my quirk back. It feels weird not having it. Izumi, still blushing, just mumbled a, you're welcome. I've been meaning to ask. Toshinori began, unsure of how to properly phrase what he wanted to say, but how does your quirk feel? When you give and take other quirks I mean. Does it feel good to take them? Do you ever feel reluctant to give them back? Izumi frowned and both Sakuya and Nizu gave him a sharp glare, which made Toshinori wince. He didn't want to sound like he was being accusatory, but he wanted to know if perhaps the quirk came with some psychological element to it. His lifelong adversary had been obsessive about the quirks he stole, hoarding them like a dragon on a mound of treasure. That villain had never truly given a quirk, just lent it until the recipient was of no use to him. All Might needed to be aware if such feelings were inherent in the quirk, so he'd be ready to counsel Izumi away from those feelings. She was a good girl, he didn't want to see her fall down that man's path. Thankfully, Izumi was merely frowning in thought, how it feels varies from person to person. The closer I am to them, the easier it is to take their quirks. If I had their permission, I could take Himiko's quirk without feeling a thing, but Eraserhead's quirk would have some kind of physical sensation that came with taking it. Those sensations vary based on the quirk too, but it's usually unpleasant. When I first took Dobby's quirk, it felt like I was being burned. Aries felt like I was being electrocuted, and the horn stung horribly as it grew in. Chisaki's felt like it was taking me apart and putting me back together again with itself plugged into all my cells. It's not really a nice experience. Izumi said, making many in the room wince. As for giving them back, I honestly don't like having other people's quirks inside me. It just doesn't feel quite right. I got used to it quickly, but the feeling is always kind of there. I like to return them as fast as possible, or if that's not possible, give them to someone else. Toshinori smiled slightly. Good, if Izumi felt that way, then it meant it really was his enemy who was the problem, and not his quirk. Well, either that or Izumi's quirk wasn't actually related to his, but Toshi didn't really care either way. While the skinny blonde was relieved, his question had reminded Izumi of something important. She still possessed Overhaul, the quirk of Kai Chisaki. It rested within her secondary container, detached from her being and unusable, but still present. It was a powerful quirk, one that could disassemble and reassemble anything as the user wishes, reshaping things with just a touch. It felt odd to think it, but Izumi considered it to be a fairly godly power. Even with all her divine powers, she couldn't do things like that. Sure, she could destroy things and put them back together with rejuvenation, but that just returned things to their original state, she couldn't change the subject's form. Biting her lip, Izumi brought it up, actually, I still have Overhaul inside me. Eri flinched at the name and momentarily looked wary of Izumi's bare hands, but her brief spike of fear was quickly smothered by the knowledge that Izumi would never hurt her. Eri was the only one to really react. The rest of the family obviously knew after Izumi had recounted everything that happened during yesterday's story time, and none seemed concerned. They knew what Overhaul could do, but they also recognized that, well, it was Izumi who had it, no one expected her of all people to do anything bad with it. That sounds like quite a powerful quirk. It'll no doubt prove useful to you. Eraserhead said. I guess, but I never really intended on keeping it. I only really accepted so I could take the quirk suppressor off Chisaki and use it again if I ran into someone I couldn't beat. Izumi admitted. Well, the ass or jerk is gone now, so you can't exactly give it back. Why not just keep it? Katsuki shrugged. Izumi frowned. It's hard, okay, she said, rubbing her arms as if she were cold. Chisaki used this quirk to hurt Eri and I. I'm not one of these weirdos that believe in evil or villainous quirks or anything dumb like that. Toshi winced. He'd planned on confessing and apologizing to Izumi for his prior dark thoughts about her and her power, but now he decided against it. It still stung to be inadvertently called a weirdo by one of his biggest fans. It feels wrong, you know. Izumi said, blushing a little as if she thought she was being childish. Have you tried using it? Nizu asked. Izumi shook her head, so the principal put down her notebook and handed her a Rubik's Cube from his pocket. It hadn't been solved, so the sides were a mix of colors. Try using it on this. See if you can disassemble it and then reassemble it in a solved state. I can't right now. It's in my secondary container, where I can't use it. I need to transfer it to someone else, then take it back and put it in my primary container first. Izumi said, hating how much it sounded like she was making excuses. She was more than a little afraid of using overhaul. You can give it to me and then take it back. Jean offered happily, we haven't felt your quirk before. It'll be interesting to receive a quirk and then have it taken. Twice added. Izumi gulped and nodded, offering her hand so the man could be the one to initiate contact. The moment he touched her, she turned on her quirk and pushed overhaul out of her and into Jean. The man smiled in amazement as he felt the power flow into him, but he dared not try and use the quirk, and as soon as the transfer was complete, he broke contact and offered his hand so Izumi could reinitiate contact and take it back. Izumi did so reluctantly. The people she gave quirks to never felt the sensations she did, so they didn't understand how unpleasant it was, but Izumi sucked it up and took overhaul back, letting it settle into her primary container. I can use it now, she said nervously, once the sensations had died down. Nizu smiled kindly and offered the Rubik's Cube again. Izumi gingerly took the cube, then looked to the people around her, everyone, please move away from me. Chisaki only ever used his hands for this quirk, so I assume that's how it works, but I don't want anything touching me when I activate it, just in case. Her family nodded and gathered on Eri's bed while the heroes and Dr. Tanaka moved against the wall in front of the beds. Izumi then focused on the feeling of overhaul, and activated it. The Rubik's Cube immediately shattered into dust, making Eri squeak in fear and look away, too afraid to watch Chisaki's quirk in action, even if it wasn't being used on her or Izumi. The greenette focused on the dust in her hand and imagined the Rubik's Cube was whole and solved. Sure enough, the dust swirled in her hand and snapped back together in the form of a completed Rubik's Cube. Everyone but Eri clapped at the display, while the little girl just eyed the cube nervously. Izumi, however, felt sick. She wasn't sure if it was a natural reaction caused by the quirk, or an emotional one caused by her trauma, but she did know that she desperately didn't want to do it again. Her face paled and took on a sickly gray hue, while cold sweat broke out across her body. Using overhaul felt wrong, and she was quick to say so. I can't use this. I'm sorry, I can't. Izumi said desperately, trying not to cry in front of Eri. It's alright dear, you don't have to use it if you don't want to. Inko said calmly. Izumi nodded and sniffed to try and regain her composure. She managed not to start crying, but Eri still looked sad for her, so Izumi hugged the little girl like she was her security blanket. Do any of you want it? She asked, I'll give one of you overhaul instead. Inko refused immediately, not wanting or having a use for such a flashy quirk. Himiko hummed and thought, but ultimately refused too. Her little sister and niece were uncomfortable with it, so she didn't want it. Katsuki scoffed at the idea altogether, saying he'd get to be number one with only his own quirk and skill. Dabi too refused, his own quirk was destructive enough. Jean considered it, but his quirk was strong enough anyway, and the docs would be watching him more closely if he had a power like that. Kigo also refused, as his powers were too well known, so he wouldn't be able to use it without people asking questions. Neither Bakugo parent looked even remotely interested, especially after seeing how pale Izumi became. Ishiko was sorely tempted, but she spent most of her time with Izumi, and she didn't want to use it around her, so it would be pointless. Sakuya was also tempted, as while she had spiritual power over plants, she didn't have a quirk, but ultimately she declined for the same reason as Ishiko. Dr. Tanaka and the Onikawas didn't even respond, not believing the offer including them, though it had, leaving only the visitors to reply. I am quite content with my own quirk, young Izumi. I do not believe I should carry Overhaul. Toshinori said. Privately, he wondered how Overhaul would interact with his own quirk, but his power was too important to be potentially messed with by Overhaul. That kind of power is tempting, but it doesn't really work with my fighting style. Plus, like Hawks, it would raise questions I don't feel like answering. Eraserhead said. Detective Tsukachi also refused. Friends and foes alike already fear my touch, since it can cut through their lies. Adding Overhaul to that would make even more people refuse to shake my hand, he said, only half joking. That left only Nizu, and the mysterious principal shook his head sadly. I too must decline. My high-spec quirk is too important for me to give up. Losing it wouldn't make me a normal animal, but it would leave me unable to plan properly for the future. Izumi blinked in confusion. Principal Nizu? I wasn't asking for a trade. I just want to give it away. The mouse, bear, dog? Whatever, looked at her with surprise. Oh. In that case, I'd love to take it. I can get a lot done with a power like that, and I won't be completely beholden to Cementos or Power Loader for repair work. Izumi sighed with relief, thank God. Hold still, okay, she said, activating her transfer quirk. She really needed to find a proper name for it, and pressing the glowing hand to Nizu's furry forehead. Toshinori watched intently, noticing the change in how Izumi used her power versus All for One. There was no bargaining or pain, no thinly veiled threats or expectations of servitude. Izumi simply gave the incredible power away, like she was merely handing the principal a handkerchief. It really highlighted for Toshinori how different the two were. All for One's had been the hand of a thief, a monster and a murderer. Izumi's was the hand of a healer, an artist and a carer, giving rather than taking. The relief that flooded Izumi as Overhaul left her body was immense, as if someone had injected dopamine directly into her brain. For Nizu, he couldn't help but feel in awe of his new power. His career had been made by his incredible intelligence and the abilities offered by his animal form, but now he could do so much more. He gently took his Rubik's Cube back from Izumi and overhauled it, transforming the cube into a bizarre spiral of colors, not unlike a DNA double helix. It was a quirk that required some real intelligence if you wanted to change something's form, rather than just take it apart and put it back together as it was, the kind of quirk that would benefit from Nizu's great intelligence. The principal cackled, making everyone in the room nervous, sans Eri and Izumi. They'd been exposed to a real madman using that quirk. An eccentric like Nizu was nothing compared to him. Once the teachers at Udare learned of Nizu's new power, they'd be terrified, but Izumi had just unwittingly landed herself in the odd position of Nizu's favorite human, though there was a pretty big asterisk next to the human part. Time would tell if that was good or not. After calming down from his power trip, Nizu turned to address Izumi. It seems I must thank you again. I will be much more efficient with Overhaul in my possession. I'll repay you by making sure things go your way with the tribunal and CPS, the principal said happily. Izumi smiled gladly, pleased that at least someone could do some good with Chisaki's quirk. She felt silly giving up such a powerful quirk when she could have kept it and used it for good herself, but the girl simply couldn't bear to keep it after it had been used on her and Eri so many times. The group finished their lunch, and as promised, Nizu and Tsukachi headed out to get to work on forging Chisaki's experiment logs and organizing a meeting with the CPS, though Nizu signed his entry in Izumi's notebook before leaving, and made her promise to show him the books again when they had some time. After that, Kigo also had to head out and patrol, so he left too, with Jean being taken off soon after for his Monday therapy session. Everyone else stayed and spent the day relaxing. The Bakugu parents and Sakuya had to get back to work starting the next day, as with Toshinori and Eraserhead, and Himiko, Katsuki, and Dabi only had the remainder of the week off from school/college, so if Izumi and Eri weren't discharged before next Monday, they'd have to leave the girls in hospital with only Inko, Ishiko, and the Onikawa brothers. Plus, Inko would be starting her physiotherapy the next day too, which would further cut the time they all had together until the girls got out of the hospital, so Izumi and Eri were sure to enjoy it while they could. Dr. Tanaka, along with Dr. Sakamoto and a repentant Dr. Kanetsu conspired to keep Izumi and Eri under observation until the CPS agreed to keep them together, as if they allowed them to be discharged, Izumi would have to go home and Eri would be sent to a temporary foster family. Before they left though, Eraserhead and All Might signed their own entries in Izumi's notebooks, and All Might took a selfie with Himiko and Katsuki in lieu of signing something for them too. All three teens were ecstatic, especially Izumi, who'd likely be making that autograph into a family heirloom. Everyone was working hard for Izumi and Eri's sake, and making sure the girls sat back and relaxed while everything was organized. Tuesday came and went with little happening, other than a text message from Nizu informing Izumi that he'd found Chisaki's experiment logs and was submitting them to both the government investigation team and the CPS. From Nizu's message, it seemed the logs were being received in the way they had hoped, and things would likely go well. It was just a matter of setting up meetings and press conferences now, which meant Izumi could do nothing but wait. Wednesday and Thursday passed in much the same way, with Izumi catching up with the school work she'd missed and teaching Eri, while occasionally supporting her mother in physiotherapy or visiting Jean and Rei Todoroki in the mental health ward. But when Friday came, Izumi received a rather shocking request. Friday 29th April 2 2081. Musudafu General Hospital. Izumi and her friends were just finishing breakfast when Dr. Kanetsu came running into the room, looking frantic. Eri was immediately on guard, still nervous around the woman after the syringe incident, but Izumi greeted her with a concerned frown. "Doctor, are you alright? What's happened?" she asked. Kanetsu panted for a moment as she struggled to catch her breath. "It's the old boss of the Yakuza. Taro Chisaki, he's awake." Eri flinched, and now Izumi and her friends were on guard too. "Didn't the other doc say he wasn't gonna wake up?" Katsuki asked in his usual surly manner. "We didn't think he would. It's a minor miracle." Regardless, he immediately asked about Eri and Amaterasu. Kanetsu, who'd watched the video of the Orochi battle, nodded to Izumi. "I guess he knows your hero name. We told him you were both well, and he's asking to see you both." Izumi's eyes softened, and she turned to Eri. The little girl hadn't spared much thought for her biological grandfather. She'd only met him once or twice before he was usurped by Kai, so she didn't really have any feelings for him, but she still knew he was her grandfather, and he had argued with Kai about the experiments, and had tried to stop them. Eri didn't know if she wanted to see him or not. A part of her was afraid to, and another part wanted to try. She was conflicted, and Izumi could feel it. Why should they want to see him? He may not have approved of what that bastard was doing, but he still handed Eri over to him. Dabi scowled, plus he was still a Yakuza boss. "I bet he's made a lot of people suffer in his life." Katsuki nodded in agreement, while Himiko and Inko were more sympathetic, though they didn't say anything about it. The only other person present, Ishiko, had to stay silent since Kanetsu didn't know about her, but she stayed tucked up in Izumi's hair, stroking the greenette's cheek in a calming fashion. Dr. Kanetsu seemed to argue with herself for a moment, before finally sighing and opening her mouth. "Look, I wouldn't normally say this, and I don't want to guilt you girls, but this is likely going to be Taro Chisaki's last request." That silenced them all, save Izumi, who had a look of sadness and understanding in her eyes. "He's dying, isn't he?" "Yes." Kanetsu sighed. "He has a rare genetic condition that causes the blood to regularly malfunction and coagulate, forming blood clots. Treatment has kept him alive this long, but his body has been left very weak. Whatever Orochi did to him weakened him further, and the cocktail of drugs and genetic modifications that Kai Chisaki was treating him with has made his body unstable and is preventing us from doing much to help him. He's on palliative care, and to be frank, his remaining lifespan is being measured in days, if not hours. It's a miracle he woke up at all." Izumi nodded grimly, while Eri looked down tearfully. They were expecting this, and neither were close or had any strong feelings for Taro Chisaki, the old boss of the Shai Hasaikai, but both felt sad that he was going to die soon. While Izumi despised the Yakuza, and recognized that Taro had started the Shai Hasaikai, she also recognized that the man's life was meeting a rather sad end. His wife was long past, his daughter had committed suicide after his grandchild accidentally erased his son-in-law. Said grandchild was then tortured and experimented on by his adopted son, who also drugged him into a coma and led what remained of his organization into further dishonor, while allowing a demon to use him as a puppet. Perhaps Izumi was just being overly sentimental, but she felt she should at least grant the man this small request, and maybe send him on his way with a little peace of mind. "I'll go see him," she said with finality. None of her family were shocked by this. They had expected it, even if they didn't like it. Izumi turned to Eri and knelt beside her. "Do you want to come too? You don't have to if you don't want to. I won't force you, and neither will anyone else." Eri fidgeted. I don't know, should I go?" "I can't decide that for you, dear one. There is no right or wrong answer, just do as your heart wishes," Izumi said softly. The white-haired child looked at the ground, thinking hard about what she wanted to do. It took her a few minutes before she looked back at Izumi. I want to go too." Her mama smiled kindly. "Okay. Let's go," she said, taking Eri's hand and standing up. Dr. Kanetsu gave them both a thankful look and stood ready to escort them. The rest of Izumi's family stayed behind, with only Ishiko and the Onikawas tagging along, the former because she was already in Izumi's hair, and the latter because they weren't letting Izumi out of their sight after last week. The doctor led them through the hospital to the ICU on the upper floors, where Izumi immediately guessed which room was Taro Chisaki's. It was the only ICU room with a police guard after all. Kanetsu briefly exchanged some quiet words with the guard, who nodded grimly and looked to the Onikawa brothers. "I take it you both will be going in with them?" "Yes," came Akainu's simple reply. "Good. There's next to no chance that he'll try anything, but we can't take risks. You two have licenses to use your quirks, so it'd be best if you stayed in there with the children while I stay here. I'll call for backup if there's any trouble, the officer promised. I'll remain outside too, so you can have some privacy. He's very weak, but he should be able to speak okay. Kanetsu added, standing on the side of the door with the police officer. Izumi nodded, then gulped in anticipation as she faced the door. Eri was clearly in the same state, so the greenette decided to get this over with. She grasped the door handle, opened it, and stepped into the room. The Onikawas gently moved past the girls, sweeping the room with their eyes before judging it safe and moving to flank the door, allowing Izumi and Eri to fully enter. The ICU room was about the same size as the one Izumi and Eri had been sharing with Inko for the last week and a bit, but instead of 4 beds, there was only one, and the rest of the room was taken up by cabinets of medication and dozens of different machines, all hooked up to the bed's occupant, tracking all of his vitals. Taro Chisaki looked frightfully small and frail in the large bed, especially with all the wires and cables fighting for space on his emaciated arms and chest. A nasal oxygen mask was wrapped around his face, helping him breathe, though even with it, Izumi could tell he was struggling to breathe easily. His every breath was labored, and his skin was sallow and covered in a film of cold sweat. Izumi gulped. Taro Chisaki really was on death's door. When they entered the room, he had been staring out the window with sad eyes, but upon hearing them, he carefully turned his head, wincing with the effort, to look at them. The moment his eyes fell on Eri, they softened into a look of joy and regret, then became filled with an unreadable emotion as they rose to look at Izumi. "You came," he said happily, a small smile gracing his face. "I'm glad. We both wanted to come," Izumi said, unsure of how to really speak to the man. Eri was clinging to her hand tightly, and was now edging behind her legs a little, peeking out shyly. Mr. Taro, as Izumi had decided to call him, tried to sit up a bit, but it sent horrible pain shooting through his body. The moment Izumi heard his pain grunt, she gently released Eri's hand and marched forward to help him. With the combination of her strong and gentle touch, and a little rejuvenation, Izumi had the man sat back comfortably. Being upright helped his breathing, and seemed to brighten up the man's mood. "Thank you, Lady Amaterasu," Mr. Taro said gratefully. "You are too kind." "It's nothing. You are Eri's grandfather after all." Izumi smiled, gesturing for the little girl to join her beside the man's bed. There wasn't a lot of room thanks to the machines, but Izumi knew enough about them to move them aside without impairing their functions. "I fear I have been a poor grandfather to her. When I asked Kai to look after her, I genuinely thought he would take good care of her where I couldn't. I was so blind. I never saw how great Kai's hatred for quirks was, or how far he'd go to restore the Shai Hasaikai. Eri, you suffered so much because of this old man's foolishness. I am so sorry. There is nothing I can ever do to make it right, especially not in the time I have left, but please know that I truly do love you, my girl," Taro said, a few tears coming to his eyes. Eri sniffled, and gestured for Izumi to pick her up, so she could see her grandfather more easily. She didn't truly know this man, but he loved her, so Eri wanted to give him some kindness, especially if he wasn't going to live much longer. Once she was being held, Eri looked Taro in the eye and tried hard to smile. She didn't succeed, but the effort was obvious, and it warmed the old man's heart. Hello grandpa," Eri said nervously. Taro beamed at her. "Hello, my darling Eri. You've changed a bit since I saw you last, back when I was host to that foul monster. There is life in your eyes, and your arms, they're free of scars and bandages. How on earth?" Izumi shifted Eri so she was holding her with one arm, then showed her now free arm to Taro, the scars clearly visible since she refused to wear bandages over them. Taro gasped at the sight. "Why you took them, how? Why? A lot has happened that you don't know about," Izumi said cryptically, "but the gist of it is that I have adopted Eri as my own daughter. I took her scars, because I won't allow Eri to feel ashamed of herself or her body, and these marks got in the way of that." Taro stared incredulously at Izumi for a few moments, before suddenly chuckling. "You have adopted Eri? I saw what you did while you were held captive. Orochi liked to possess me, and make me watch the experiments that Kai did on Eri, and then you. You sacrificed a lot for my granddaughter's sake. To think you would come to care for her so much. You are a peculiar one, but I suppose that comes with being a goddess." Izumi's eyes widened, and the Onikawas behind her glared stonily at the old man, though the former Yakuza boss just chuckled. "I was Orochi's host on and off for the last 2 years or so. I learned much in that time, including the nature of gods and demons. Fear not, I will take the secret to my grave." "Thank you. You should also know that because of some things that happened my time with the Shai Hasaikai, and the battle with Orochi, Eri and I have been bonded by blood." Eri has become my daughter in both blood and spirit, and has become a demigod as a result. Izumi said. Taro looked surprised again, but quickly changed his expression to one of excitement. Truly? Izumi changed into her demigod form, and Eri followed suit. They didn't look very similar in their human forms, but the girls truly looked like mother and daughter when they both sported the same white hair, divine markings, and wolf features. Taro smiled with pure joy, and weakly reached for Eri. The girl flinched at first, but upon seeing her grandfather's face fall at her reaction, Eri screwed up her courage and leaned forward, allowing the man to pet her head. Taro chuckled happily, his old leathery hand enjoying the feel of Eri's soft white locks and fluffy wolf ears. You two look magnificent. I feared that my family would forever be cursed by the things I and Kai did, but at least now I can rest easy that even if my family name is lost, my blood will continue on in the form of a divine child. It is an honor I am unworthy of. Taro said sincerely. You can also rest easy, knowing that my family and I love Eri and consider her one of our own in every way. She is my child, I will take good care of her, I swear. Izumi said, bowing her head. Taro smiled, and would have returned the bow if he could. Thank you, Lady Amaterasu. I'm sure you'll do a better job raising Eri than I did with Kai. The mention of Kai Chisaki made Izumi wince, and Eri frown. The old man hadn't yet been told that he was dead. Izumi wasn't sure how the man would react, but she felt he had the right to know. Taking a deep breath and steeling herself, Izumi spoke. Mr. Taro, I'm really sorry to be the one to have to tell you this, but Kai Chisaki has passed on. Taro gasped, and his pain-filled eyes met Izumi's. For a brief moment, the man wanted to ask if she had been involved, if Kai had joined Orochi in the fight after the serpent ceased his possession of Taro, but the look on her face made it clear that she hadn't. He looked away, unwilling to look at Izumi or Eri while he cried over their abuser. How? Who? He said, his voice cracking. The escort taking him to Tartarus prison was ambushed. The one responsible is unknown, but he was targeting Kai specifically, as no one else was hurt. This didn't happen until a video of the Orochi fight was made public, so the police believe it was either a vigilante or a rival from another criminal group. Izumi explained. I'm very sorry for your loss. A sob escaped Taro's lips before he could stop it, and tears were freely flowing down his face now. He lacked the strength to lift his arm to cover his face, so he simply turned away so the girls wouldn't see his tears. Thank you, for telling me. You're welcome. I wish I could have given you better news, but you deserve to know. Izumi said respectfully. She and Eri held each other as they watched the man cry. They didn't speak, but offered him silent companionship while he mourned. Eri reached down and gingerly touched Taro's shoulder, making the man briefly look at her with grateful eyes and a small nod. It took a while before Taro calmed enough to talk, and Izumi was kind enough to collect some tissues from the nearby cabinet and wipe his eyes gently. You must think me a strange old man, crying over the one who put me in this position. The same man that did such horrible things to Eri and many other innocents. Kai did a lot of horrible things, I remember Orochi showing you them. Taro said, his voice still cracking a bit. Izumi shook her head gently, we don't always choose the people we love. You care for Kai, even after what he did, it's more than understandable to mourn him. I loved him deeply. He was my son, in all but blood. I wish I could have been a better parent for him, then maybe he wouldn't have fallen down the dark path he did. He was a sweet boy once, only wanting to help me and the gang. Perhaps he'd have turned out better if I'd never allowed him to be involved in the Shai Hasaikai. Izumi didn't respond, whatever reasons Kai had for his actions, he was ultimately the one who made his choices. Kai's sins were his own, as were Taro's. Sniffing hard, the old man fixed Izumi with a look from his reddened eyes. Tell me something honestly, Lady Amaterasu, you spared Kai after all he'd done. If you had been there that day, with his escort, would you have protected him? Saved him? Yes. Izumi said without hesitation, with my life. Taro gave her a strange look, you truly are too kind. I don't know what Orochi was thinking when he tried to recruit you, you'd never make it as a demon or a yakuza. I'll take that as a compliment. Izumi smiled. Taro chuckled, his mind feeling at ease, you mind your new mother, Eri. You'll do well to grow up to be like her. Aha. I'm gonna be a hero, like mama. Eri cheered, managing a proper smile in her excitement. Taro drunk in the sight of his granddaughter's smile, and his own spread across his aged cheeks. Oh ho. I'm sure you'll be grand. Perhaps so grand as to wipe away all memory of the Chisaki family's sins. No, that isn't right. You aren't a Chisaki anymore, you don't bear our sins. Tell me please, what is your new name, he asked. Eri Midoriya. Eri said happily. She'd been practicing, and could say her new family name without trouble now. Ah, the Green Valley. It's a fine name. The man looked to Izumi. Lady Amaterasu, might I have the honor of knowing your human name? It's Izumi Midoriya. Nice to meet you. Izumi said with a small bow. Taro smiled weakly. Izumi, another fine name. Izumi and Eri, thank you both for coming to see me. I wanted to see your faces. I had to see for myself that you were both well. I had to apologize, to try and repent some of my sins. I have many regrets, but I'm glad I could ease at least a few of them. We were happy to come. If you would like, you could tell me more, and perhaps I could ease a few more of your regrets. The more you clear away before the end, the lighter your heart will be when the time comes. Izumi offered gently. Thank you, but I cannot accept. The regrets I have aren't ones that you can help with. I will not see my daughter again, nor have tea with her husband. I will not see my men nor ask about their families. I will never be able to make up for my mistakes with Eri and Kai, nor will I get to see Kai make something truly great out of his life or see Eri all grown up. Those regrets, the past I cannot change and the future I cannot see, will not shift. Taro declared, no small amount of despair in his voice. Izumi nodded sadly, agreeing that she couldn't help with those regrets, at least, all but one. Inspiration struck like a lightning bolt, and Izumi quickly placed Eri on the bed beside her grandfather, then trotted over to the Onikawas. Can I please borrow one of your phones for a moment? I want to show Mr. Taro something. Izumi begged. She still hadn't gotten hers back after it had been taken by the police along with the weapons she'd taken from the Shai Hasaikai kitchens. The brothers exchanged a look, before Akainu wordlessly pulled out his phone and unlocked it, then handed it to Izumi. The girl grinned happily and thanked the man, before hurrying back to Taro's bedside. Taro and Eri watched her curiously as Izumi searched for something on the internet, until the girl suddenly cheered and turned the phone so Taro could see the screen. There on the screen was a picture of Eri with Izumi possessing her. It was one of the pictures that had been made from the video given to the press, and showed the Izumi-possessed girl placing a flower crown on Orochi's fire head. It was one of the few close-up pictures of her in which she was both completely visible and smiling. Eri peered over, curious as to why Izumi was showing that picture, until Izumi began to explain. During the battle with Orochi, I possessed Eri so that we could use our combined power to beat Orochi. It was the only way to win, but as part of the possession, I altered Eri's body. Specifically, I made it appear much older. Izumi grinned. Taro's eyes lit up as he gazed at the picture, so this is what Eri will likely look like all grown up. Izumi finished his sentence. The man stared at the picture with undisguised awe and pride. It really did look like a grown-up Eri, just with the addition of the wolf features and divine markings. She was beautiful, and Taro was sure to tell her so, making Eri blush and smile bashfully. Taro was sure to engrave every detail of that picture into his memory, before looking back at Izumi, who was smiling happily at him. You just can't help it, can you? You see a person with sadness and regrets, and you make it your sworn duty to help them. To make it all better. He whispered in awe. Izumi blushed. Well, I do want to be a hero. That goes beyond heroism. Taro said seriously, you shielded Eri from Kai, took her pain and her scars, saved her and myself, spared Kai's life, confessed you would have saved him if you could, adopted and loved Eri, and now eased yet another of my regrets. I believe that is what they call the grace of the gods. The Greenette was embarrassed by the praise, but also a little saddened by the last part of Taro's sentence. It's kind of sad that you view a few good deeds as the purview of the gods. Humanity is capable of amazing kindness too. For some reason, that seemed to really amuse Taro, who promptly burst into hearty laughter. His laugh shook the bed, which amused Eri, and made the cables connected to his skin dance. You really would have made a terrible Yakuza. Honestly. A few good deeds, she says. If I was still a young hot shot, I'd have been infuriated by you. It seems I've mellowed in my old age, he said with a wry grin, ignoring the pain in his ribs from the laughter. Izumi just rolled her eyes with a smirk, which made Eri giggle. The elder girl wondered about what Taro had been like in the past. He'd been the head of a Yakuza gang, so he had definitely committed crimes and hurt people, yet he still had a sense of honor. Even criminals have their good points, I suppose, she thought. However, Taro continued ominously, his smile morphing into a serious expression, I have not softened so much that I have forgotten the code of the Yakuza. A debt is owed, and I must repay it. Izumi suppressed a groan. Not more debts. She had enough trouble dealing with Dabi and his constant insistence on repaying her for every little thing. Why didn't people get that she was just happy to help? Helping was a reward in itself to her, she didn't want more. Still, she suspected this old man had a will of steel, so she didn't bother wasting her breath on refusing. You protected Eri where I failed, saved both our lives, and eased my regrets. That's 3 major debts I owe, but sadly there is little I can do in my current position. I'm afraid my repayment may fall short of what is owed. Taro said seriously. Izumi had the sinking feeling that if he'd been healthy, the man would have lopped off a finger in shame. Still, while Izumi had learned not to argue with debt people, she had also learned how to work around them. I'll consider 2 of those debts paid. I've taken Eri into my custody, and having her as a daughter more than outweighs all the debts you owe me, but I suspect you won't allow all 3 to be paid that easily. Izumi grinned. Taro raised an eyebrow. Oh. Perhaps you've got a bit of cheek in you after all. Very well, I won't argue with a goddess. If I only owe you 1 debt now, then I have a bit of information that may help. That piqued Izumi's interest. Tell me, and I'll decide if the information is worth clearing your final debt, she said imperiously, playing like she was a Yakuza boss herself. It made Taro smile to see her act like that, especially with Eri putting on a serious face and nodding along with her mother, acting like the older girl's right-hand woman. Heh, cheeky girls. The information I have is the location of a certain treasure hidden in the Shai Hasaikai compound. Taro said, beginning to recount a tale from his memory. Not long after I was first possessed by Orochi, he used my body to go on a trip to Kyoto, where he and his demons robbed a small Shinto shrine. They stole the communion box, as well as a bizarre stone chest that was buried beneath the shrine. Orochi wanted the contents of the box, but apparently it was sealed in such a way that only a divine being could open it, not even Kai could get it open with his quirk. I suspect Orochi would have made you open it if he'd gotten you on his side. Regardless, since he couldn't open the chest, he had Kai use his quirk to hide it within a secret compartment of the room in which I was kept. Without Kai's quirk, getting it back would be difficult. I am sure that the contents of that chest will be useful to you. Izumi stroked her chin, intrigued. She wondered what the chest could contain. If only a divine could open it and Orochi wanted it, then it must be something useful or powerful. Perhaps a tome of knowledge, or secret plans. The girl grinned, she had the perfect opportunity to go get it too. She needed to return to the Shai Hasaikai base eventually to clear out the remaining demons, and if she took Principal Nizu along, she could have him use Overhaul to find the chest. She might need Hawks too, since he was the only one she knew who'd been to Taro's room. Izumi idly wondered if the roots of her massive tree had blocked access. That would be annoying, but between her powers and Overhaul, it shouldn't be a problem. Seeing as Taro was waiting for her response, Izumi offered him a smile. Thank you for the tip. That's definitely worth the price of your remaining debt. So are we square? Taro nodded, clearly pleased with himself. That we are, he laughed, before his laughter gave way to coughs. Izumi and Eri watched sadly, but there wasn't much either could do for him. Izumi noticed Eri reaching up and touching her horn a bit, but she put a hand on the girl's head and gently shook her own. Eri didn't have enough control over Rewind, and even if she managed to save Taro without killing him, he'd just spend the rest of his life in prison anyway, being a former Yakuza boss. Plus, his condition wouldn't be cured, so he'd just suffer it again later. No, it was better to let nature take its course here. Izumi walked over to the Onikawas to return Akainu's phone, but as she did so, Eri followed and Taro gave them both a startled look. Are you both leaving? He sounded desperate, and in that moment, both Izumi and Eri realized in their hearts that they wouldn't be leaving this room until the poor man breathed his last. The doctors had estimated he'd live only a few more days, and that was before he'd woken up and exerted himself with tears and laughter. Judging by the look Taro was giving the girls now, he knew his time was fast approaching. He could feel it in his bones, he wouldn't be living to see the next sunrise. Izumi put on a smile. No, we aren't. Just returning my friend's phone and asking him to pass along a message, she said, before turning to Akainu. Thanks for lending me this. Would one of you please go and tell the others that Eri and I will be spending the rest of the day here? We might not come back to our room until late tonight. Akainu nodded, and left to deliver the message while Akiji remained. The Onikawas didn't ask questions, and in this case they didn't even need to. It was clear what the girls were doing. Izumi and Eri returned to Taro's bedside, with Eri using her new puppy form to easily leap up and land beside her grandfather, then becoming human again while Izumi dragged a stool over from the corner for her to sit on. Izumi remained in demigod form constantly, so she'd be ready with rejuvenation if Taro began suffering more pain. Rejuvenation could only heal direct damage, but the sensation it gave off even from a failed healing was soothing. Taro was overjoyed by the girls staying, though he tried to keep it hidden behind his tough grandpa act. For the rest of the day, the girls and Taro exchanged stories of their lives, both happy and sad. Izumi spoke of a few of her past adventures with the brush demons, Eri told stories about the things she'd seen and learned with her new family, and Taro told stories about his wife and daughter, Eri's grandmother and original biological mother, as well as a few risque stories from his time in the Yakuza, thankfully edited to not raise uncomfortable questions from Eri. It was a wonderful afternoon, and both girls enjoyed the time spent with Taro, but that only made their hearts ache more as the man clearly began to decline. By dinner time, Taro was having trouble remembering things. An hour later, he was complaining that his eyes were becoming foggy. An hour later, he was terribly confused and had almost lost his sight altogether, having to squint hard to even make out the vague details of the things around him. Izumi frowned and called for a doctor to examine him. Kanetsu quickly arrived, her face falling with every test she performed. With sad eyes, she turned to the girls. "I'm afraid his condition is worsening rapidly. He's in pain and the end is coming fast. I'm going to give him something to ease the pain and let him sleep, but I'm afraid he won't be waking up again," she said reluctantly. Izumi bowed her head as tears began to slip down her face. Eri began to cry earnestly, sobs racking her little chest as she threw herself into her grandfather's concerned arms. "Hey now, who made my Eri cry? I'll sort them out," Taro yelled, waving one fist in the air, clearly in a daze, while the other held Eri. "It's all right. No need to sort anyone out," Izumi said, gently catching Taro's waving fist and holding it gently. Behind her, Dr. Kanetsu was putting the medication into Taro's bag. Taro made soothing baby noises as he cradled Eri. How did Eri get so big all of a sudden? She's just a baby, but she's already gotten so big. She'll be a giant when she's all grown. A beautiful giant though, he laughed, now completely lost in the past. He likely didn't remember anything from the last few years anymore. To him, Eri might as well be a newborn. She's definitely changing fast. You should be proud of her. Izumi smiled, making Eri giggle a little through her sobs. Taro turned to Izumi, his eyes squinting as he tried to make her out. "You know I'm proud of my Eri. I'm proud of you too, my darling Mikuru." A quiet gasp escaped Izumi's throat, and her tears began to flow faster. While he was still lucid, Taro had mentioned that both Eri's grandmother and birth mother had the same white hair she did. Now that his memories were confused and his eyes were declining, he could only see Izumi as a vaguely female shape with long white hair, the curls appearing like waves in his foggy vision. He wasn't able to remember her anymore, but he still remembered Mikuru, his daughter. Izumi supposed the confusion was understandable, even if it broke her heart. She didn't have the heart to try and correct him, so she let Taro continue believing she was Mikuru. Thank you," Izumi whispered, not trusting her voice. "You're welcome, Mikuru. You're a good mother to Eri, I'm sure she'll grow up to be a fine young lady." Taro smiled dreamily. Now Izumi was sobbing too. The real Mikuru had called Eri a monster and cursed because of her quirk, then killed herself over the guilt of giving birth to her. Izumi hated to think about that woman, and especially hated being compared to her, but she bit her lip and bore it. These were likely to be Taro's last moments of consciousness, let him spend them in a happy delusion, where Mikuru is alive and raising Eri with love. Taro squeezed Izumi's hands. "You always were so emotional, my dear. I wish Kai was a little more willing to show his feelings, maybe I should introduce him to Eri. I bet she'd have him wrapped around her little finger in seconds." Izumi's gut lurched, but she managed a tearful smile. "That sounds nice. Perhaps a big family dinner is in order." "Ooh, that sounds nice." Taro's words began to slow as the medication took effect. "What would you like me to make?" Izumi asked, squeezing the man's hand. "Chicken is good. Kai's favorite." The last few syllables were slurred, and Taro's eyelids were beginning to lower. "I'll be sure to make it. Then we can all enjoy it," Izumi promised, knowing full well that it was a meal that would only happen in Taro's dreams. The man's eyes began to roll back in his head, but before he closed them for the final time, he managed to look Izumi in the eye with startling clarity, almost as if he'd suddenly realized who she really was. "The light is so warm, so bright. Eri." And with that, Taro finally slipped into a peaceful slumber, his pain forgotten as he dreamt of a meal with his family and all his subordinates. Dr. Kanetsu and the Onikawas expected Izumi and Eri to leave soon after, but both decided to stay until the bitter end. Eri remained curled up in her grandfather's arms, while Izumi held his hand tightly between her own, feeling his pulse the entire time. It wasn't until 11:34 p.m. that Taro Chisaki finally passed beyond the mortal world, yet Izumi and Eri had stayed the entire time. Dr. Kanetsu confirmed the time of death, while Izumi and Eri both burst into fresh bouts of sobbing. Eri leapt into her mama's arms and cried her heart out over the grandfather she barely knew, while Izumi cried with her, feeling sorrow at the passing of an honorable man. Both girls kept a hand on Taro's even as they embraced each other, and the Onikawas bowed their heads in respect. Once she was confident she could speak without her voice breaking, Izumi put her hands together in prayer. Kanetsu, the Onikawas and Eri all mimicked her gesture as she spoke a quiet prayer. Rest in peace, Taro Chisaki. May you be reunited with your loved ones in the next life. Bye-bye, Grandpa. Eri sniffled. With the prayer over, Eri tried her best not to start sobbing again. She didn't want to cry anymore. She'd been crying too much for someone whose life had improved by such a large amount. Despite this, she couldn't help the deep sadness that crawled out from her chest in the form of sobs. With the kind of logic one would expect from a 5-year-old, Eri turned into her puppy form, reasoning that wolves were strong and didn't cry, so if she became one then she wouldn't either. It didn't work out how she'd hoped though, as while a wolf couldn't cry in the same way a human did, being one didn't stop her from feeling the emotions making her want to cry in the first place. She had to find another way to get the feelings out, and the fluffy white puppy did this by letting out a loud, mournful howl. Feeling it was a somewhat appropriate send-off, Izumi turned into a wolf too, and joined her daughter in her howls. That night, many in Mizutafu would report hearing the howls of wolves. They would dismiss it as the animals growing anxious in the lead-up to the full moon a few nights later, completely unaware that they were hearing the howls of the Okami Amaterasu and her pup, sending off a newly departed soul. But elsewhere in the hospital, Izumi's family knew what had happened, and would be waiting for the girl's return with open arms and ready shoulders. And so, with a chorus of wolf howls, the last of the Chisaki family passed away. Next chapter, Eri's Homecoming. To be released, August 20th, 2021. Those of you who saw when this chapter was posted probably noticed it was a few hours earlier than normal. I'm traveling at my usual time, so I had to post earlier or miss the release date altogether. Please note that I will reply to all comments, but they might be late today for the reasons above. Sorry for the short note and 3-day break also, but this chapter is 10K plus and ends the hospital half of the arc, so that should make up for it. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 6 to 10, Eri's Homecoming. By the time Izumi and Eri returned to their own room following their day spent with Taro, both were physically and emotionally exhausted, having stayed with the man until he finally passed away, then cried until they ran out of tears. After howling and crying for a while, Eri had fallen asleep, and Izumi wasn't far behind. Izumi carried Eri back to their room, escorted by the Onikawas, and found that since it was so late, only Himiko and Inko were still present, the rest having to go home, or his own room, in Jin's case. That was likely for the best though, as Izumi really wasn't in the mood to talk. She asked Ishiko and the Onikawas to tell her family what happened, then laid herself and Eri down in her bed and went to sleep. They ended up sleeping all through the next day, which was a Saturday, but their family decided to just let them sleep after their emotionally draining day. When Katsuki, Dabi, and Jean returned the next day, the Onikawas and Ishiko told the family what had happened. They had all bowed their heads for a moment of silence, then got on with their day. During that day, Nizu and Sakuya called and stated that their petition for Eri to be placed in Izumi's custody was being considered by the CPS. Social workers from the CPS would be performing a home check on the manor later that day, then coming to meet with Izumi and Eri on Sunday afternoon. Nizu promised that as it was a Sunday, the Udata staff would all come to show their solidarity. Izumi and Eri finally woke up on Sunday morning, and were warned about the coming meeting. Sakuya and the Bakugu parents had arrived before they woke up, and informed everyone that the home check went well, and the social workers were leaning towards accepting their request. After bathing and eating breakfast, the Udata heroes arrived, again accompanied by Toshinori Yagi and Naomasa Tsukachi. They had brought lunch rush with them this time, as he'd been sworn to secrecy on Izumi's nature then told everything by Nizu. That had annoyed Sakuya, since neither she nor Izumi had given permission for that, but Lunch Rush was a man of few words and happily agreed to keep the secret. Sunday ended up being one of the best days of Izumi's life. She spent the morning with the heroes, showing off Eri's new powers, which they found adorable, and managed to get all their autographs, completing her collection of Udata heroes. Lunch Rush borrowed the hospital kitchens to whip them all up a great meal, and then Kigo finally showed up just before the social workers did, having only just finished his patrols. When Dr. Tanaka showed the kind elderly social worker into the hospital room, the poor woman nearly had a heart attack seeing everyone present. Izumi, Eri, Ishiko, hiding out of sight, Inko, Himiko, Sakuya, Katsuki and his parents, Hawks, Dabi, the Onikawa brothers, Detective Tsukachi, all the Udata heroes and even All Might himself greeted her kindly, and made space for her to sit on Izumi's bed, right beside the greenette and her little girl. The meeting was a bit touch and go at first. The social worker was understanding and spoke gently, but she was clearly skeptical of allowing Izumi to legally adopt Eri. Izumi was only 14, and looked a little younger thanks to her small, but fit, physique, which wasn't helping her case. Of course, the social worker had been filled in on the physical and mental connections made between Izumi and Eri, just not their true origins, and understood that keeping them separate would cause emotional and mental damage, so she didn't want to separate them, but she also didn't want Izumi to be responsible for a little girl. The social worker offered alternatives, such as Eri being adopted by another family and Izumi visiting frequently, or perhaps having one of the adults present act as Eri's parent while Izumi was the big sister, but the former made Eri begin crying in fear, thinking she would be taken from Izumi, and the latter had caused a very real look of discomfort to flit over Izumi's face. The social worker had been trained in body language, and her quirk was empathetic in nature, letting her feel echoes of what others felt if she looked them in the eye. She simply asked Izumi and Eri to think about how they'd feel if things didn't go the way they hoped that day, and the amount of fear and despair her quirk picked up nearly made her burst into tears. With a sigh, the social worker had stood and addressed the room. I see that allowing anyone but Miss Midoriya to act as mother to little Eri would be detrimental to both of them. I will sign the papers and approve the legal adoption of Eri Chisaki by Izumi Midoriya. As of that moment, little Eri will legally be Izumi Midoriya's daughter, and her name will be Eri Midoriya. However, I strongly advise that the rest of this family do everything in their power to support them. If Miss Midoriya hadn't proven her maturity, and if she didn't have both a provisional hero license and suffer the effects of the Yakuza's experiments, I would never have allowed this. However, Miss Midoriya is still only 14 years old. I expect the adults among you to remember that and act accordingly, she'd said, sounding much stricter than she had while talking to the girls. The family had agreed, and the social worker had promptly filled out and signed the official custody and adoption papers, then had Izumi sign them. Sakuya and Inko added their own signatures, as Izumi's legal guardians, and though she couldn't really write yet, Eri wanted to add her own, so the social worker smiled and allowed her to use her puppy form's paw to stamp a paw print next to where the official seal had to go. Once that was done, she had Kigo and Nizu sign as witnesses, then finally stamped the paperwork with her seal, making them legal. Eri was now biologically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and legally Izumi's daughter, and would henceforth be known as Eri Midoriya. As one might expect, the rest of the day became quite a raucous party. Since Eri was now legally Izumi's child, there was no real reason to keep the girls in the hospital, but the doctor still wanted to keep Inko in for observation for one more week, so Izumi, Eri, and Ishiko remained for another week too, so the Midoriya matriarch wouldn't be left on her own. And since Izumi was staying in the hospital for another week, and her friends had to return to school, Izumi decided to use that week to fulfill her promises to heal All Might and Ectoplasm. Ectoplasm was chosen to go first, since his legs would be easier to restore than All Might's organs, and Nizu was happy to give him Monday off for the surgery. On Monday morning, Ectoplasm was taken into the operating theater and anesthetized by a properly licensed doctor, then while Recovery Girl and several other doctors watched, Izumi used Power Slash to cut about an inch off of each of Ectoplasm's legs, removing the healed-over scar tissue. Before he could lose more than a few splashes of blood, Izumi activated rejuvenation and began healing both legs in tandem, since they were a lot smaller and easier than Hawk's wings. The actual operation took only 10 minutes, and when Ectoplasm came to about an hour later, he found his prosthetics on his bedside and 2 fully functional legs beneath him. He spent the first 5 minutes getting used to using them again. They were a bit numb, but the rehab Ectoplasm had gone through with his prosthetics helped him, and then spent the next 10 minutes laughing and hugging Izumi, thanking her profusely. As a reward, Izumi was allowed to keep Ectoplasm's peg-leg prosthetics, which she would display in her trophy room back the manor once she went home. Ectoplasm went right back to U.A, joking that his leg-restoring operation only required him to miss 2 periods between the prep, the surgery, and the aftercare. With Ectoplasm healed, it was time for the big one, All Might. Toshinori insisted Izumi use Tuesday to rest after healing Ectoplasm, despite her regaining her expended energy within an hour of Ectoplasm leaving, so it wasn't until Wednesday that Toshinori returned to the hospital for his own healing. Recovery Girl once again accompanied him, as did Nizu, who wanted to observe. As soon as they arrived, Izumi gave Eri a kiss then handed her to Himiko, knowing full well she'd be gone most of the day. Healing Toshinori wasn't as easy as healing Ectoplasm, as the wound had healed over in places and had all kinds of surgery to make him function without his missing organs, all of which Izumi would have to slowly undo. While Toshinori was being prepped for surgery, Izumi, Recovery Girl, and Dr. Tanaka, the only other doctor present to be aware of Toshinori's hero identity, had to go through the blonde's medical records and exactly what had been done to his body, so that they could organize how they were going to approach the operation. If Izumi just ripped out all the scar tissue and undid the previous surgeries willy-nilly, then she'd either send Toshinori into shock or kill him from blood loss. She had to take it slowly. It took about an hour for a plan to be properly put together, and then for the surgery to begin. Toshinori was put under and Recovery Girl and Tanaka began the operation. They were in charge of cleanly opening the man's wounds and cutting away the scar tissue, since that level of precise surgery was still beyond Izumi. Once the initial wound was open, they went to his chest first, removing the artificial ribs and cutting away the scarred sections of his lung and cardiovascular system. Izumi's hands followed closely behind Recovery Girl's scalpel, rejuvenating the damage quickly and efficiently. His lung was fully repaired first, then his cardiovascular system, ending Toshinori's breathing difficulties and his tendency to spit blood. They had to break out the bone saws before Izumi could fix his ribs, and that was an unpleasant 20 minutes, but once the calcified and partially healed ends of his remaining ribs were removed, Izumi fully restored his rib cage. After the slow and stressful healing of All Might's chest, Izumi was beginning to feel the strain of her healing, but she endured as they moved to his stomach. A few slices of the scalpel and 20 minutes of rejuvenation later, and All Might had a brand new stomach. He'd now be able to eat properly, and regain his lost weight. With his organs restored, Recovery Girl and Dr. Tanaka stepped back to allow Izumi to close up the wound, healing any damaged or strained muscles as she went. When she was finished, there was no sign that Toshinori had ever been injured. His side was pristine, if skinny. At the last moment, before Izumi passed out from exhaustion, she forced the last of her stamina out and coated Toshinori's entire body in her light via the sunrise technique. After Inko's condition had been improved by her soul being within Izumi for a few days, Dr. Tanaka and Sakuya had come to the conclusion that Izumi's light became pure energy when imbued into a human. They'd tested it a bit while Izumi was waiting for the CPS stuff to be organized and discovered that basically anyone who basked in the light of her sunrise technique would have their stamina restored, and even absorb the light for food, like a kind of human photosynthesis. It wasn't enough to replace real nutrition, but it could take the edge off for those who'd not had proper nutrition for a while. As such, after Izumi knocked herself out to fill him with energy, Toshinori's body swelled a bit and regained some of his previous fitness, though only a small amount. When Toshinori woke up 2 hours later, he felt amazing. Not only was the pain in his side now gone, but he could breathe without trouble, and the coppery taste of blood that had been a near constant in the last 5 years of his life was now gone too. Plus, as an added bonus, his stick-like limbs had thickened, and he had some real meat on his bones now. Of course, Toshinori was still far skinnier than was healthy, but at least he no longer looked like a skeleton, and his face had regained some of the softness it had had while he was young. His cheeks weren't as sunken, and neither were his eyes, allowing the whites of his eyes to actually be seen now. He looked like he had before getting his quirk, though with a few added age lines. Izumi didn't wake up until the next day, Thursday, and when she did she found Toshinori eagerly waiting for her. The man nearly made her faint with joy when he hugged her, a genuine smile etched on his face. He told her that his time limit had doubled from 3 hours to 6, and that once he'd gotten his body back in shape, he'd no longer have a time limit at all. Izumi was overjoyed, and loved Toshinori's new eyes. His hero form still had shadowed eyes with burning blue irises, but his civilian form had soft, bright eyes that made his less chiseled features stand out. Toshinori opted to remain in hospital with Izumi, Eri, and Inko until they were discharged on Sunday, in part so he could be monitored following his surgery, and in part so he could spend some time with the young hero he'd grown fond of. He'd even be joining Inko in some of her physiotherapy, since they'd both need to get their bodies back to healthy weights, so they opted to work out together, and commiserate over the fact they couldn't eat what they wanted yet, since their stomachs were still weak after not being used for so long. Finally, the last 3 days of Izumi, Eri, and Inko's stay in the hospital shot by fast, and the three were to be officially discharged on Monday morning, with a press conference about the Shai Hasaikai incident scheduled for Tuesday, and Izumi's tribunal appearance set for Friday. After that, the longest month of Izumi's life would be over. Monday 9th May 2028 1. Muzutafu General Hospital. The day had finally come. After 2 weeks in the hospital, and 3 weeks since she was first kidnapped, Izumi was finally going home. After eating and bathing in the hospital for the last time, Izumi was finally able to change into her own clothes, brought to her by Sakuya, as well as getting her cell phone back from Detective Tsukachi, who was also escorting her home. Inko and Eri were dressed in new clothes too, bought by Mitsuki, so they had something to wear until they could go shopping. Inko was still stuck in a wheelchair, helpfully pushed by Toshinori, but she was in high spirits, especially after seeing Eri in a cute pleated red dress, white tights and shiny red shoes. Eri had never worn normal children's clothes, as she'd been too young before the Shai Hasaikai, and only had hospital-style gowns afterwards, and so she was quite happy to be dressed up in something pretty. She was less enthused about wearing shoes and socks though. She'd been barefoot so long that she found them tight and tricky to walk in. After receiving their clothes from Mitsuki and Sakuya, and changing into them, the three girls, plus Toshinori, went to the front desk of the hospital to be formally discharged, meeting Detective Tsukachi along the way. However, along with the detective was a man Izumi hadn't seen since before the Shai Hasaikai debacle, her playful chauffeur Kabuto Nezo. Kabuto. Izumi cried happily, running and hugging the suited man. Lady Izumi! Kabuto shouted, running and meeting the girl halfway, then almost falling over as she hugged him with the force of an adorable green-haired bullet. It's been 3 long weeks since I saw you last. I'm so glad you're okay. I'm sorry I worried you. I would have been able to come home sooner, but I stayed for Mama and Eri. Izumi explained cheerfully, turning and gesturing for her mother and daughter to come over. Eri wasn't used to shoes yet, so she couldn't run like she wanted to, and had to slowly trot along beside Inko's wheelchair as Toshinori pushed it. Once they had caught up, Izumi introduced them. Kabuto, this is my mother, Inko Midoriya, and my recently adopted daughter, Eri Midoriya. Mama, Eri, this man is Kabuto Nezo, the chauffeur for the Konohana household. Eri waved shyly from behind Izumi's legs, while Inko smiled and bowed her head politely, which Kabuto mimicked. It's good to meet you. Thank you for helping to care for Izumi while I was asleep. Inko said formally. It's great to meet both of you as well. No need to thank me, Lady Inko. I didn't do much besides drive her around when she was younger, and to be honest, Lady Izumi is fairly easy to care for. Kabuto chuckled. Inko smiled, I'm glad to hear that. Still, thank you Mr. Nezo. Oh, please call me Kabuto. Mr. Nezo was my dad, and he's not really around anymore. Kabuto said awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. Inko decided not to ask about that in a busy hospital lobby, instead answering with, alright Kabuto. But please just call me Inko. Kabuto laughed, sorry Lady Inko, but no can do. Grandpa Citrus and Master Onigiri will have strokes if they hear me referring to you and Lady Eri so casually. Inko pouted, making Izumi laugh, get used to it mama. I've been trying for going on 10 years to make everyone stop calling me Lady Izumi, and they still call me that 90% of the time. I'm a lady now. Eri asked shyly, poking her head out a little further from behind Izumi. Kabuto grinned widely and knelt in front of her, that's right, Lady Eri. Your mama is very important, and since you're her daughter, you're very important too. Seeing you actually reminds me of when I first met your mama almost 10 years ago. She was just as small and cute as you are now, he complimented. Eri smiled shyly, a blush on her cheeks as she stepped out from behind her mama. She bowed politely and gave her, I want to be friends, greeting, making Kabuto nearly swoon. Hello, my name is Eri Midoriya. I hope we can be friends. So cute. The Maeda girls are going to be so blown away when they see you. Call me Kabuto, Lady Eri, I'm sure we'll be great friends, he replied. Okay, Kabu. Eri giggled, giving the man a nickname, which her auntie Miko said was a good thing to do with friends. The newly dubbed Kabu grinned widely, clearly enjoying his new nickname. After a few minutes of small talk, Sakuya and Mitsuki rejoined the group, having just finished some of paperwork for Izumi and Inko's discharge. Shall we be heading home? Sakuya asked, I'm looking forward to showing Inko and Eri their new home. You got it, Lady Sakuya. I brought the limousine today, with the new car seat for Lady Eri. The Onikawas are outside with it now. Kabuto said with a formal bow, before gesturing for the group to follow him. The small group left the hospital through the front doors, and found a fair few reporters and cameramen waiting around outside, behind held back by police officers. The moment they saw the group, the reporters began shouting questions to Izumi, and the cameramen started taking pictures. The Onikawas quickly moved to block their view of Izumi and Eri, while Kabuto hurried to open the door to the sleek black limousine parked in front of the hospital. Izumi and Eri were bundled in quickly, with Sakuya, Mitsuki, and Detective Tsukachi following quickly after. Since Inko was in a wheelchair, she had to wait until Toshinori lifted her into a bridle carry, making them both blush, while Inko giggled girlishly, and ducked into the limo, leaving the wheelchair to be folded up and picked up by the Onikawas, who hopped into the limo last and closed the door. Kabuto hurried to the driver's seat and drove away, leaving the crowd of journalists behind. Phew! That was a pain. Ishiko exclaimed, finally popping out from inside Izumi's shirt. She'd been hiding there for the last hour, so no one in the hospital would see her. I didn't think we'd get bombarded by the media at the hospital. Izumi frowned, they know there's a press conference tomorrow, right? She asked while ensuring Eri was secured safely in her new car seat. Eri was a bit frightened by what happened, the shouted questions and flashing lights had freaked her out. They do, but that won't stop a lot of them trying to ask questions and get an exclusive scoop for their publications. The media frenzy around you, Orochi, and the Shy Hasaikai is still going strong after all. Sakuya explained. It's true. Kabuto's voice came on over the limo speakers, there's a bigger crowd outside the commission, security has been deployed outside pretty much since the story first broke. Is everyone at home holding up alright? Izumi asked. Yep. Katsuki and Himiko are at school today, and Dabi's at college. Kigo's working too, but everyone else is waiting at the manor for your return. Well, except Dr. Tanaka and Jean, but they're both still at the hospital. Kabuto answered. Izumi nodded. Jean hadn't seen them off since he had a therapy appointment on Monday mornings, and Dr. Tanaka was making sure his findings on Izumi's and Eri's blood was being properly classified and disposed of, so no one could use it for nefarious purposes. Your uncle Masaru is working today too, but he'll come visit later. Only I managed to get the day off. Mitsuki grinned. So the only people at the manor will be the ones Eri and Mama haven't met before. That makes things easier. Oh, and they'll get to meet you too, All Might. Izumi beamed, turning to the blonde man sitting beside her mother. Toshinori smiled half-heartedly in response. While his civilian form wasn't as humiliating as it had been, he still didn't want to reveal his identity to the rest of the Konohana household. Unfortunately, Sakuya had taken him aside after the healing and informed him that Izumi would be upset to have to keep secrets from her family, especially since those who'd been at the hospital already knew. If only Izumi and Sakuya had known, such as the case with Dabi, then it would be tolerable, but with half the family already knowing, it wasn't fair to lock the other half out of the loop. Ultimately, the number one hero simply sighed and accepted it. He did owe Izumi after all, and she hadn't really asked for anything in return. The rest of the limo ride was mostly quiet, as everyone was too busy watching Eri. The little girl had never been in a car before, at least not that she could remember, and she was amazed at everything she saw looking through the windows. At the hospital, she'd spent a lot of time looking out the windows and enjoying the view, but now she could see even more of Mizurufu, and even get a good look at other cars and people. Izumi and Inko sat on either side of her, answering her questions and naming the things she pointed at while Ishiko told a few anecdotes about her own adventures in the city, since going anywhere when you were like a centimeter tall was fairly arduous without help. The distance from the hospital to the commission branch wasn't very long, but the city traffic slowed them down, and it ended up taking half an hour to get back to the branch. As the building came into view, the occupants of the limousine looked out through the tinted windows and grimaced, seeing a rather large crowd of media people on the streets outside the front entrance. They were being kept off the property by the building security team, but getting past them would be nearly impossible. Izumi gulped and Eri looked terrified, neither were comfortable with a crowd that big, especially shy little Eri. Thankfully Sakuya was on the ball. Using the front door would be unwise. Kabuto, drive into the building's underground parking lot. We'll use the back entrance, she ordered. Right away, Lady Sakuya. Kabuto answered. He obediently drove past the front door without stopping and headed for the parking lot entrance. A few of the reporters saw the limo and correctly guessed who was inside it, so began to try and follow it, shouting questions or trying to take pictures of the occupants, but Kabuto just kept driving and the tinted windows prevented unwanted pictures. Once he turned the limo down the tunnel into the underground parking lot, the reporters stopped following, as security blocked them from entering the property. With that no longer a problem, Kabuto dropped his passengers right outside the back entrance. Everyone hopped out, with Toshinori once again blushing as he carried a blushing and giggling Inko until Akiji unfolded her wheelchair. The blonde man seemed reluctant to put the woman down, and Inko certainly didn't seem to mind, but he finally lowered her into the wheelchair and took his place pushing it. Kabuto quickly parked the limousine and raced back to the group. One family safely delivered. Thank you for using Kabuto Naso Transportation, he grinned, bowing cheekily. The group chuckled at him, and Detective Tsukachi decided to take that as his cue to leave. Well, my job was to escort you home, so I will leave you here. Enjoy your reunions, I'll return tomorrow for the press conference, he said, before taking off his hat, bowing, and leaving. Izumi and Eri waved him goodbye, then turned to their family and walked into the building with them. The moment Izumi was spotted by a commission employee, they'd smile and bow, or clap and congratulate her, welcoming her back. The same employees would then bow to Eri and Inko, welcoming them to the building and offering them their well wishes. The little group received cheers from just about everyone as they made their way to the elevators, and Izumi almost burst into happy tears at the show of caring. Once they reached the elevator, she turned and bowed to the assembled employees. Thank you for welcoming me back. I'm glad to be home, she said, beaming at them. The employees smiled back and as one, they shouted in reply. Welcome home. Izumi waved happily and entered the elevator with her family. Once the door closed, Toshinori turned to Sakuya. Young Izumi is well loved here, isn't she? He asked with a grin. The wood sprite nodded, flipping her black hair over her shoulder. For almost 10 years, she's been scampering about this building and much of Mizurufu helping people. Humans tend to like cute things, and a helpful and cute child like Izumi that doesn't get in the way is easy to love. The employees here are all quite protective of her, she's kind of like our mascot. Ehe, it's kind of embarrassing really. By the way, how much does everyone outside the manor know? Izumi asked, a faint blush on her cheeks from Sakuya's compliments. Those that are part of the Cherry Blossom Corps all know the exact truth, including about Aries' demigod status. Those outside of it only know what they've seen on the news, and what I told them via a mass email the other day. I basically just told them that you'd been made Aries' adoptive mother and that your own mother was awake, so they knew to expect both of them around. I made sure to limit what they knew so they didn't leak anything ahead of the press conference. Sakuya explained. Izumi nodded, but Toshinori was confused. What is the Cherry Blossom Corps? They're the commission employees that know about Amaterasu. I gathered spiritually sensitive employees that could see demons, and the ones I felt were trustworthy were informed of the truth, so I could build a force to assist Izumi when the time came. We can't expect her to fight the evil one alone after all. Sakuya replied. It seems more people know young Izumi's secret than I thought. Toshinori mused. Yep. Let's see. Izumi hummed, there's the Cherry Blossom Corps, the Konohana household, the Bakugo family, the Udata staff, Hawks, Jean, Ingenium, Detective Tsukachi, and lastly, you. It sounds like a lot of people, but every one of them is spiritual sensitive enough to see demons, and is trustworthy. Besides, even if someone spilled the beans, most people wouldn't believe them. I mean, until the detective became a part of the group, we had no real way of proving it either. Yeah, it would have been nice having the detective around back when you told us. My husband and I freaked out and called the Konohana guys a bunch of cultists. Mitsuki winced, remembering how badly they had scared Izumi during that little episode. If their own son hadn't stood up to them, they might have done something stupid. That was the last thing any of them got to say before the elevator dinged and the doors opened up onto the roof of the building. Izumi excitedly took Eri's hand and walked her out of the elevator so she could get a good view of everything. Welcome Eri, to your new home. Izumi declared, gesturing to Konohana Manor. Eri took one look at the large Japanese-style manor and immediately gasped, her eyes lighting up like little red suns. She had never seen a traditional Japanese-style building before, only the monolithic gray concrete blocks and towers that made up most cities, so the manor was new and exciting. There was a zen garden, a koi pond, a normal garden full of flowers, and even a large cherry blossom tree. Plus, when Eri turned away from the manor and looked beyond the short wall around it, she could see beyond the roof and look down at the entire city. It was the most amazing place Eri had ever seen, and now she lived here. It's so cool. Eri cheered, jumping up and down in excitement. Izumi giggled and patted her excitable daughter's head while the rest of the group came to join her. They were just about to head inside and show Eri and Inko the inside of the manor, when one of the sliding doors to the dining room slid open. All of the residents of the Konohana Manor, having heard Eri's loud cheer, now came running out. Lady Izumi, they all cried, quickly surrounding her. Izumi had the good sense to quickly pick up Eri and whisper that these new people were friends before she could be freaked out, but before she could speak to anyone else, she found herself squeezed into a massive group hug. The three Maeda sisters had immediately encircled her and hugged her tightly, with Himori to her left, Hikari to her right, and Hitomi hugging her from behind, each being careful not to smother Eri, who was surprised, but not afraid thanks to Izumi's warning. Jin Maeda wrapped his big arms around Himori and Hikari, joining the group hug from Izumi's front, while Doi Nezo managed squeeze between Himori and Hitomi enough to wrap an arm around Izumi's shoulder. Master Onijirai and Tenji Ida, both being taller than the rest, were able to easily reach over the crowd of shorter servants to pat Izumi's head and stroke her cheek respectively. The only ones not to join the throng of servants were Granny and Grandpa Citrus, who watched from outside with tearful smiles, relieved that their young mistress was home safe and sound. It took Sakuya reminding them that Izumi and Eri needed some space before they backed off, but they did so reluctantly, and all of them had sad or angry expressions as they looked at Izumi's body. The outfit Sakuya had brought to the hospital for her had been a knee-length pleated green skirt and a cute white blouse with short sleeves, which meant that the scars on her lower arms and legs were plainly visible. The whole household knew what had happened to her, and had seen the Orochi video, but seeing those scars in person was horrible. But then they all raised their heads and looked at Eri, nestled happily in Izumi's arms, then to Inko, awake and well even if she was wheelchair-bound. You've had quite the adventure, haven't you? Granny Citrus smiled, wiping her eyes with a hanky. Yeah. It was pretty tough but... Izumi looked down at her daughter, kissing her forehead in the process, then looked back to her mother. A massive smile spread across the girl's lips, it was worth it. Besides, I'm home now. I'm so happy to see you all again. Her earnest reply was almost enough to have the servants bursting into tears, but they maintained their composure. Taking command of the situation, Grandpa Citrus waved his cane in the air. Come on you lot. Our lady has returned and brought her mother and young daughter with her. Show them the proper greeting, he declared. Each servant promptly stood at attention, then bowed, welcome home, Lady Izumi, Lady Eri, Lady Inko. Izumi grinned, we're home. With that formality taken care of, the group from the hospital and the group from the manor came together and moved into the dining room, so they could all be introduced and get to know each other a bit. Obviously, only Inko, Eri, and Toshinori needed to be introduced to the staff and vice versa. It was quite sweet listening to the staff introduce themselves to Eri. Their introductions mirrored the ones they'd made to Izumi almost 10 years ago, and Eri quickly began to open up, shedding some of her shyness, giving many of them nicknames. Granny and Grandpa Citrus were referred to as is, since those names were already nicknames, while Anajirai became Giri-sensei, Tenji became Ten, the Maeda sisters became Tommy, Kari, and Mori, and of course, Kabuto was Kabu. Only Doi and Jin didn't receive nicknames, since their names were already short enough for Eri to say easily. The servants were immediately smitten by Eri, just as they had been by Izumi, and clapped in amazement when Izumi convinced Eri to show off her new powers. You are amazing, young lady Eri. Is it true you wish to be a hero? Anajirai asked. Eri nodded proudly, yep. I want to be an amazing hero like Mama. Well, I'd be more than happy to help you train. I trained your mother too, the man smiled proudly. After watching Izumi's performance in the battle with Orochi, Master Anajirai couldn't have been more proud. He was still going to point out the things she did wrong and help her correct them once her month of no training was up, but that didn't make him any less proud. You trained Mama? Eri asked excitedly. He did. I came to live here when I was your age, almost 10 years ago, and he started training me not long after. He's a very good teacher, but you'll need to work hard if you want to train with him. Izumi smiled, reaching over and stroking Eri's wolf ears, since the little girl was still showing off her new powers. I can work hard. I want to train and be strong like you. Eri begged. Izumi giggled, okay, but I have a couple of conditions. First, we need to focus on getting you up to the right education level for your age, which means reading, writing, and math takes priority. Okay. So training with Grandma has to come before training with Giri-sensei. Okay. Eri cheered. Izumi nodded proudly, good girl. The second condition is for Master Anajirai, she turned to the burly man, you were never too strict for me, but I still want you to go a little easier on Eri. She's had a much worse time of it than I did at her age, so please be gentler. Master Anajirai smiled and nodded. He's pushed Izumi fairly hard through all her training, making every session feel almost impossible, but still doable if she gave it 100%, with the occasional lesson where she had to go beyond what she felt was her best in order to complete it. He'd never been cruel or insulting, but he had been strict. It had been necessary, considering the destiny Izumi had to achieve, but Eri had no such destiny, and like Izumi had said, she'd been abused for longer and in more horrible ways than the Greenette had been, so the aging master would be sure not to push Eri too hard. Seeing his agreement, Izumi grinned and gave her last condition, the third condition is about your quirk, it's very very powerful, so you're only allowed to use it and train it while I'm with you, okay? That way if there's an accident, I can either take it or make flowers to absorb it. Eri nodded seriously. She'd lost one family because of her quirk, she didn't want to lose another one. After that was decided upon, Izumi, Eri, and Master Anajirai agreed to wait until Eri had settled in before beginning her training. She was still very little, so there was no rush anyway. As well as Eri, the Konohana household were extremely interested in getting to know Inko, whom they'd all helped care for over the years. Inko was able to identify all of them from her memories of Izumi talking about them, even before they introduced themselves, and just like her daughter and granddaughter before her, she had the whole group thoroughly charmed. Her time in their care, combined with Izumi's constant talking about them over the years, had made it feel like they had all known each other for years, and Inko fit in like a well-oiled cog in the machine that was their family. She thanked them all for raising Izumi in her stead, and promised to help as much as possible once she was in a position to move around unaided. She'd be in rehab for a few months to get physiotherapy, but once she was done with it, Inko intended to become an active and helpful part of the family. Once she was healthy, and Eri's education had moved to the point where she'd need a professional teacher, Inko would brush up on law and apply to become a lawyer for the commission. Of course, once the household had finished welcoming and socializing with Eri and Inko, as well as commiserating with all three present Midoriyas over their experiences, they turned their attention to Toshinori. Izumi had decided to rip off the band-aid that was his secret identity quickly, so they could get past all the shock and move on to actually talking to the man. To Toshinori's surprise, the reactions he got were surprised, but not overly so. In fact, other than some widened eyes and a few gasps from the Maedas when he buffed up into his All Might form to prove what Izumi had told him, they'd taken it with remarkable composure. Deflating to his now healthier civilian form, Toshinori sighed, "I'm glad you aren't more shocked by this, but it is a little surprising. I was expecting you all to freak out," he admitted. Himori Maeda giggled into her hand, "With all due respect, Mr. Yagi, one of our mistresses is a millennia-old tree spirit, another is the reborn goddess of the sun, and our newest is a little demigoddess. We've all gotten used to weird and wonderful things." "Ha! I suppose that explains it then. It's good to know the people who know my secret have bigger concerns. Now let me introduce myself properly. I am Toshinori Yagi, also known as All Might. I'm in young Izumi's debt, and will be joining Inko in her physiotherapy here at the commission, so we can get back in shape together," he said happily, winking at Inko, who giggled again. Izumi found that funny. Her mama seemed to giggle a lot around Toshi. Maybe it was an in-joke from the physiotherapy session she'd not been to on Sunday. "Oh dear. We don't have a room prepared for you. We must get that organized immediately." Granny Citrus suddenly cried, hobbling to her feet with the Maeda maids quickly following her. "Wait. I'm not staying. I have a home of my own in Darufu Ward. I actually moved to Mizudafu on personal business, partly due to my health. That's part of how I got caught up with the Shai Hasaikai raid. I'm sure you could see my house from your gardens, it's only a 5-minute walk." Toshinori explained. Granny Citrus and the Maedas promptly sighed with relief and sat back down. "What a relief. I was afraid we'd missed an order from Lady Sakuya," the elderly woman said. "Speaking of rooms, perhaps now would be a good time to show Inko and Eri around their new home?" Sakuya suggested. Izumi immediately agreed, and led her mother and daughter, as well as Toshinori, on a tour of the manor while everyone else had tea in the dining room. Ishiko and Izumi acted like tour guides as they showed them around, hamming it up a lot to make Eri giggle. They showed them the servants' quarters in the south wing and the guest rooms in the west wing, both of which Eri was told not to enter without permission. Currently, the west wing housed Himiko, Dabi, and Inko herself, with Katsuki, the Bakugas, Jin, and Kigo all having their own rooms set aside for when they visited. Inko's room had been changed from a makeshift hospital room to a more traditional guest room, left with the default decoration so that Inko could personalize it to her tastes. Her old clothes and many other belongings that had been in storage for the last decade were now stored here, arranged neatly by Mitsuki. Eri wanted to see everyone else's rooms too, but had to wait until they came home from school and work before she could ask. They were then shown the kitchens, dojo, and meeting area, as well as some of the unused rooms that the family were trying to figure out what to do with. Eri was given express permission to play in these as she liked, so long as she was supervised in the dojo. Some of the equipment, including real bladed weapons, could be dangerous for her. She was also told that if she was hungry, all she had to do was ask and someone would give her a snack. The days of Eri sitting alone in a room, her tummy rumbling until some thug brought her a meal were long past. Then they got to the east wing, Izumi's personal space. Izumi, as the primary lady of the manor, had a whole wing to herself, though she technically shared it with Ishiko. She had her bedroom, a small private gym, a library, a study, a smaller and more intimate dining room, a lounge, and then of course the large rooms that had originally been a trophy room and an art gallery, while Ishiko had lived in a fancy dollhouse Izumi had bought for her. In her time in the hospital, Sakuya had ordered that the trophy room and art gallery be combined, with one half of the trophy room being fused into the art gallery, while the remaining half was sectioned off into its own room. That room, which was connected to Izumi's, was Eri's new bedroom. Eri gasped as she was shown her new room. It was much like Izumi's, but with the hero merchandise replaced by various cuddly toys and figurines that the household thought she'd like. Mountains of toys, once owned by Izumi, Katsuki, and the Maeda sisters had been carefully maintained and placed around the room, and to top it off, there was a window with a great view of the gardens and the city beyond. Eri burst into grateful tears at the sight of it, and made sure to run and hug everyone in the manor for all that they had done for her. She had her own clothes, her own toys, her own room, that only locked from the inside, so Eri could get out as she wished, and even a door straight to Izumi's room so she could always be close. Eri had been nervous about sleeping elsewhere, after sharing a bed with Izumi for the last month. Eri simply couldn't be happier, it was a dream come true. After crying so much from happiness, Eri had been exhausted and was put down for a nap in her own futon, another new experience for the child, and quickly fell asleep. That evening, when Eri awoke, she found everyone together and planning a big party to celebrate the Midoriya's coming home safe and united. Katsuki, Himiko, and Dabi had come home from school and college, and Kigo had come over after finishing his patrols for the day. Jin was also allowed to come, escorted by Dr. Tanaka and Detective Tsukachi. Everyone Eri knew in her new life was present, excluding the Udata group and Ingenium, and they spent the evening and much of the night partying hard, with delicious food, fun games, and even fireworks. When Eri was put to bed that night, she could barely keep her eyes open a second longer, and her mama was proud to see that a wide smile had been on the little girl's face for almost the entire night. For Eri, the hardships of the past would soon fade, replaced by the warmth and kindness of her new family. The future would have hardships too, but Eri was safe in the knowledge that no matter what, her mama and her new family would protect her. Gone was the scared little girl, who huddled alone in a cold and empty room, fearing the curse that harmed so many, and in her place was Eri Midoriya, beloved daughter, granddaughter and niece, and a new demigoddess. The whole Shai Hasaikai affair would be put to bed soon. All that was left was the press conference, the cleanup at Korosanto, Izumi's tribunal, and the Yakuza trials. But fate still had one more twist prepared for Izumi, and it was one the girl would not expect. Next chapter, Public Relations. To be released, August 23, 2021. Finally, Izumi and Eri are together and back at home. It was a long time coming, but they finally get a bit of a break. I had initially intended to write the CPS and All Might healing scenes out properly, but to be honest, most of it was going back over stuff we've already established, so I thought it would be kind of pointless, better just to summarize and show only the important parts. Most of this chapter was Eri meeting the rest of the Konohana household, them reacting to her and Izumi's return, and the big party that followed. This chapter was mostly a transitional chapter with fluff in it, so there isn't a lot to say. Next chapter will be the press conference, with an important cameo. After that, we have a 3-parter for the Shai Hasaikai dungeon raid, and a 3-parter for Izumi's tribunal to finish up the arc. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 6-11, Public Relations. Tuesday 10th May 2 2081. Outside the Hero Commission Muzutafu branch. Izumi had woken up the morning after the Midoriya homecoming party with a small smirk on her face. It was wonderful to finally sleep in her own futon after 3 weeks of unfamiliar beds, she really did prefer futons. While the memories of the previous evening were fresh in her mind, as was the comfort of her familiar bed, what had really made her smirk was finding that Eri had crawled in with her sometime in the night. That had made Izumi giggle. Her pup had likely gotten up in the night to use the bathroom and ended up curling up beside her mama like she was used to. It proved a good start to what Izumi was sure would be a long day. After all, today was the day she'd be facing the media in a press conference outside the building, and then returning to Korosanto to deal with the demons. The press conference was scheduled for the mid-morning, and it was already 8 a.m. when Izumi woke up, so she quickly got up and ready for the day. Since she'd be going straight to Korosanto after the conference, she opted to wear her temporary hero costume, a white tracksuit with a wolf ear hoodie and sleek white face mask. The costume was temporary and wasn't designed to be immune to her techniques like her real costume was going to be. The support company was taking their time to make a few sets of the real stuff, so the materials were as cheap as could be without irritating Izumi's intolerance for unnatural materials. When she left the manor, she'd also be wearing her signature big red shoes, but she couldn't exactly wear them on tatami mats. Once she was washed and dressed, she found Eri stirring awake and promptly gave the girl a morning hug and kiss, before helping her wash and dress too. Eri took a little time to pick out her own outfit, then followed Izumi to the dining room for breakfast. Himiko had already left for school, but had left a note on the table wishing Izumi luck, but the rest of the manor residents were present and waiting for her, as well as Hawks, All Might and Tsukachi, who'd arrived early to brief Izumi on what to expect from the press conference. Other than Izumi, all the heroes from the raid, as well as the police chiefs from Yuzutafu and Korosanto would be attending the conference too, as would Detective Tsukachi, and of course Sakuya as both Izumi's guardian and the commission president. Inko and Eri both wanted to go too to support Izumi, but Izumi refused. She didn't want Eri exposed to the media, and she didn't want to leave Eri without at least someone from her immediate family to watch over her. Breakfast and the briefing shot by very quickly, and before Izumi knew it, she had said goodbye to Eri for the day, and now stood between Sakuya and All Might on the steps of the commission building, where a lectern and microphones had been set up. A crowd of over 100 reporters, photographers, and news crews were assembled directly in front of them, and Izumi had a smaller mic tucked into her collar so her voice would be projected by speakers if she wasn't the one behind the lectern at any given moment. Izumi gulped nervously as she looked out over the crowd, and she began to subconsciously write the character for person on her palm over and over to calm herself down. Other than her, only Eraserhead looked particularly uncomfortable in front of the crowd, but he was an underground hero so it was normal for him to avoid the media. Finally, it was time to begin, and an unnatural quiet stilled the media as Sakuya took her place behind the lectern. Good morning ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sakuya Konohana, President of the Hero Public Safety Commission. I thank you all for coming here today. In regards to the Shai Hasaikai raid and related activities, I hand you all over to Muzutafu's chief of police, Chief Tetsuo Ojiyama. Sakuya stepped down and the aging and muscular Chief Ojiyama took her place. With a straight back and a strong voice, he proceeded to give a detailed report of everything that had happened from the moment of Izumi's kidnapping to her final defeat of Orochi. He included a very bare-bones explanation of her quirk by describing it as the ability to cast various spells by drawing symbols with ink, and excluded any mention of Izumi's ability to borrow quirks. He also included the explanation of Orochi and the demons that Nizu had discovered in the remains of Chisaki's research files. The press ate that up, as well as the official announcement of Kai Chisaki's death. The press didn't ask many questions of Ojiyama, mostly just asking for clarification about a few things he'd said. Then he stepped down and was replaced by the Coruscant Chief of Police, Akane Saito. Chief Saito had much less to say, and couldn't carry herself with the same pride Ojiyama had, and Izumi understood why as she explained that she and her officers had largely ignored the Shai Hasaikai, believing them a low threat group compared to more prominent villains. As such, she and her police force hadn't properly investigated them, which had made it nearly impossible to find them after they'd kidnapped Izumi, and left them unaware they'd had Eri at all. Chief Saito shamefully admitted that her own police force had largely just supported the Muzutafu police force as they worked to save one of their citizens, and at the end of her explanation, Chief Saito bowed her head and announced that she would be resigning over the incident, as would several of her senior staff. All Might leaned down to whisper in Izumi's ear after she gasped in surprise over the announcement. An investigation by Internal Affairs was launched because of their negligence. Chief Saito is taking responsibility and resigning in order to protect her subordinates from being unfairly criticized. Izumi frowned. It was sad, but it was ultimately Chief Saito's responsibility. If she had properly investigated and dealt with the Yakuza, then Eri might not have suffered as long as she did. Izumi didn't blame the chief, but she didn't feel too bad for her either. Chief Saito fielded a few harsh questions, but maintained her composure throughout, and kept her dignity while showing proper remorse for her mistakes, which Izumi could respect. After Chief Saito stepped down, bowing specifically to Izumi as she did so, Principal Nizu took her place to give an overview of the heroes' actions during the raid, how they came to be involved, and the parts of the recovered research reports that were deemed appropriate to reveal. He wasn't able to answer most of the questions he was asked, since they mostly involved classified information from the reports, so he was quickly replaced at the lectern by Detective Tsukachi. The detective spoke of the successful arrests of 95% of the Shai Hasaikai, as well as the incidents that led to the death of Chisaki, and the escape of Kendo Rappa. He also spoke of internal investigations into illegal access into Izumi's quirk registry and hero license registry entries, which made a few people in the press look nervous. He wasn't asked many questions, mainly if they had leads on the criminals still at large, or the identities of Chisaki's killer and the one to illegally view Izumi's files, and the detective declined to answer them, as the investigation was ongoing. But with the detective stepping down, it was now Izumi's turn to speak. She took a deep, calming breath and received a pat on the back from All Might, as well as a loving smile from Sakuya, before walking up and standing behind the lectern. She had to stand on one of the boxes placed behind it so she could be seen completely since she was still quite short, and when she looked at the crowd staring at her, she shivered. Only Ashiko's presence, concealed within her hair and whispering calming things kept her maintaining the appearance of being cool and collected. Good morning everyone. My name is Izumi Midoriya. As you're all aware by now, I also go by the hero name, Amaterasu, and am unofficially nicknamed the Kami of Muzutafu here in my hometown. I'll answer everything I can. Immediately, she was blinded by a sea of flashing lights that had her seeing spots, while countless questions were shouted in a cacophony that had her head spinning. Izumi winced as she held her ears, and dearly wished that her eyes were immune to all intense light, not just that of the sun. It took All Might himself stepping forward and imploring the crowd to be patient before they backed off enough for Izumi to regain her bearings and begin pointing at random reporters to hear their questions. The first reporter asked, "Miss Midoriya, how exactly did the Yakuza manage to capture you? You had a provisional license at the time, and the recording of the battle with Orochi shows you are capable, so how could they kidnap you without the fight being noticed?" Izumi flushed in embarrassment. There was no fight. A man came running up to me, recognizing me as the Kami and asking me to heal his grandma, who'd broken her hip. He lied and told me that his family couldn't afford treatment or a wheelchair, so I stupidly followed him into some alleyways to find the back door to his home. By the time I had figured out that something was wrong, another thug appeared behind me and gassed me. I managed to hit them both once before passing out, but it wasn't enough. Midnight grinned from her spot in the U-Data group. She was the best person present at handling the media, since she'd had to learn very fast thanks to her R-rated theme, and she was rather amused with Izumi's answer. The girl was completely transparent and embarrassed, but by letting slip that she'd been kidnapped through trickery when trying to help someone, Izumi had won herself some slack from the media. Midnight could see a few of the more vicious reporters in the crowd calming down and relaxing, which would make things easier for the rest of the conference. Since she was now warmed up a bit, Izumi answered a few more questions easily. Most of it was just the media asking her about things they'd asked the others, hoping she'd spill more than they did due to her inexperience, but Izumi stayed the course and only said what she could. Then it came time for some of the more personal questions. Miss Midoriya, why exactly did you choose to take the place of the other child in the experiments? You claim to have been shown a video of what she went through, why then volunteer to go through it yourself? A male reporter from a local tabloid asked. How could I not? Izumi asked, looking genuinely confused. I saw what Chisaki was doing to a little girl, and knew I couldn't let it continue. I had already promised to protect her, and since I was stuck in a quirk restraint, the only way I could help her was by taking her place. If I could have saved her without doing that, I would have, but since there was no other option, I did what had to be done. The media absolutely ate that up, and Midnight once again found herself smirking. Izumi was just so innocent. She'd battled demons and monsters of all kinds, but still acted like a pure-hearted young girl who just wanted to do the right thing. She was like a cuter, naive All Might. Izumi smiled more naturally at the next reporter, getting more comfortable with the crowd as she got used to them. The next question was one Izumi had trouble answering. How exactly did you take the other child's place in the experiments? As we understand it, they were related to her quirk and the horn it caused to grow from her forehead. In the recordings Orochi displayed, you yourself had that horn through the experiments, while the child did not. How did this come to pass? Izumi gulped. I am sorry, I can't say much about it. I just begged Chisaki to let me take her place, and before I knew it, I had. The reporter asking the question didn't look satisfied, and Izumi's obvious nervousness made many in the crowd doubt that was true, but Nizu thankfully came to her rescue. Amaterasu was subjected to torturous experiments by Kai Chisaki, whose illegal experimentation revolved around quirks and how to manipulate them in numerous ways. Amaterasu wasn't made aware of many of these experiments, even as the final one resulted in her being killed, and her own miraculous self-resuscitation ability returning her to full health. The entire experience was highly traumatic for her, so we ask you all show some understanding by not badgering her about it. Nizu's impassioned words sent more than a few shudders up the media's collective spine, and the reporters were reminded that Nizu was terrifying in his own way, and also that Izumi was really only a teenager, legally a child, so harassing her was a bad idea. Nizu nodded approvingly at the cowed media. The only reason Izumi had been asked to participate in the press conference was to help preserve her reputation. It wouldn't do for a few low-grade paparazzi to make her look bad to the public. The next few questions were mostly about her battle with Orochi, and the techniques she'd used. Most of those questions were easy to handle, since Izumi just had to explain what she'd done as if they were a part of her quirk instead of divine power, though questions about her possession of Eri were harder to answer. She ended up having to imply that her own possession ability was implanted in her by Chisaki, since Orochi was explained to have the same power and was created by Chisaki. She assured the media that there were no side effects for either her or Eri, other than Izumi taking Eri's scars. That caught the attention of a specific reporter who had remained quiet so far, but the moment she raised her hand to ask a question, the entire media group parted like the Red Sea. Izumi noticed the reporter immediately. She was a beautiful woman with long pale lilac hair, pale blue skin, and green eyes with black scara. The woman was dressed in a fine navy dress, and she was flanked by a pair of identical gorilla-like men in white suits, and by the way the crowd parted for her, she was clearly well respected. Izumi nodded to her, signaling for her to ask her question. Hello there, Amaterasu. My name is Chitose Kazuki, and I'm the executive director of Shueisha Publishing. I'm curious about those scars you mentioned. You say they originally belonged to the little girl you saved, but you took them after your possession of her ended. Why? The woman asked, a pleasant smile on her face. Many of the adults standing on the steps around Izumi gulped. This woman was one of the biggest names in Japanese media. She not only headed the #1 publishing company in Japan, but held massive stakes in most prominent media outlets. Even most heroes and the commission knew to be cautious of her, but Izumi didn't know who she was. The scars? Izumi said, tilting her head. Well, when I was separating from the child, I noticed that I could choose how I reformed my own body, including taking parts of her for myself. I remembered that while I was taking care of her, the poor girl was ashamed of her scars. I didn't want her to have to live with that, and Chisaki had already given me some scars of my own, so I was happy to take them for myself. Now her limbs are pristine. Izumi said proudly, pulling up one of her sleeves to show her scarred arm. There was a sudden increase in the flashes of cameras, and the heroes immediately knew that most of those publications present would be printing their article with that particular picture. It was quite a powerful image. Izumi stood with a proud smile as she showed the scars she'd taken for the sake of an innocent. Miss Kazuki clearly enjoyed the sight, and was now grinning giddily. Amaterasu, may I ask a few more questions? I'd like to use this as an opportunity to have a mini-interview with you, the blue-skinned woman asked. None of you mind, right? She asked the crowd. Many of the media did in fact mind, but they didn't speak against the woman. Chitose Kazuki's connections both in and out of the media world were important enough that no one wanted to cross her, lest they be blacklisted. Izumi looked to Sakuya questioningly, and the disguised tree spirit replied that Kazuki's request would be allowed, so long as she limited herself to 5 questions. Excellent. Many of my questions are about your work as the kami of Mizurufu. Firstly, who exactly came up with that nickname? Was it you or one of your friends? Chitose asked. Izumi chuckled nervously. Honestly, I don't actually know. People started using that nickname back when I was still in elementary school, but I didn't even realize they were talking about me until one of my friends pointed it out. My full hero name is planned to be the OkamiHeroAmaterasu, and my quirk is called Okami too, so maybe someone I knew spread that around and the kami nickname was born. I'm flattered by the nickname, but none of my friends ever admitted to spreading it. Behind her, Kigo began to sweat a little and look away while whistling quietly, not meeting anyone's eyes. Thankfully, no one seemed to notice his obvious nerves. Chitosa's eyes lit up as she quickly checked that her handheld recorder was still working. I see, it seems you have some very loyal friends. Even after your identity was revealed, no one in Mizurufu would officially confirm it. Why do you think they would do that? I can think of a couple of reasons. One is that I wanted to keep my privacy. I'm a little bothered that my secret was exposed before I was emotionally and mentally ready to reveal it, but there's no use crying over spilled milk. Most people who knew I was the kami also knew I was shy about fame and wouldn't expose me. The other reason I can think of is to protect me. While I never broke the law exactly, I was using my quirk without a license, and if people who knew my identity made a complaint about it to the police, then the police would have been obligated to give me a formal warning and order me to stop what I was doing. Izumi confessed. Laws surrounding public quirk usage were fairly controversial. It was technically only illegal if it caused a disturbance, but because it was hard to properly define a disturbance, it was basically treated as, you can use your quirk freely so long as no one complains, and since people were unpredictable and complained about all manner of things, most people just viewed the law as functionally a ban on using their quirks in public. That attitude and ignorance of the law often resulted in people making complaints about others using their quirks, creating a belief of, if I can't use mine, you can't use yours. In reality, unless one was a villain or a vigilante, using one's own quirk wasn't against the law. Izumi didn't understand why, but her answer to Chitosa's second question had made the woman begin almost vibrating as she quickly asked her third question. You mentioned that you might have been made to stop if someone complained to the police about your quirk usage. How exactly do you feel about that? Do you feel the restrictions on quirk usage are fair? Izumi had enough media training to recognize a loaded question when she heard one. Still, she would answer honestly. Before I answer that, let me just say that my opinions on those laws are my own, and may not reflect those of the commission, heroes, or law enforcement professionals here with me today. I respect them all a great deal, and don't want anyone to think that I speak on their behalf, she said, immediately ensuring that the media couldn't use what she was about to say against the others. That being said, I do not personally approve of the restrictions on quirk usage as they are now. I understand preventing people from using their quirks for crimes, or in ways that bother people, and I agree with people being unable to use their quirks in a heroic capacity without a license, unless it is an emergency. However, I believe the laws are too strict. Quirks are a part of who we are, and suppressing them is irresponsible and foolish. Before I got my provisional license, I regularly used my quirk to heal people in the hospital, or even just kids with skinned knees. I carried people's groceries or even the people themselves with my wolf form, and occasionally even used my quirk just to play with children in the local parks. Despite none of those things being bad, a single complaint from someone would have stopped me from doing it. As far as I'm concerned, unless you're breaking the law or actively disrupting others, then I think people should be allowed to use their quirks. If someone using their quirk is upsetting to you, then you should simply talk to them about it and see if you can come to an understanding. Perhaps I'm being naive here, but I feel we shouldn't be forcibly restricted. Izumi said, finishing her passionate speech. The media were just eating that up, and Chitose was fanning herself, a massive smile on her face. You clearly care a lot about this issue. Izumi blushed. I love quirks. I love all the little powers and tricks that make us different from one another. But I hate how they're treated. People are abused because they have unseemly or villainous quirks, as if a quirk could be evil on its own. Those with mutation quirks are treated like freaks by the fringes of society, and the quirkless are abused for not having them at all. Quirks are a part of us, but our current society is so obsessed with controlling and categorizing them that they've been turned into another way of labeling people. I love quirks, regardless of their type or class, or if some fool considers them evil, and I love the quirkless, who are so often treated as broken or malformed for not having them. I quite agree with you, Amaterasu. It warms my heart to see a member of the next generation of heroes speaking so passionately for liberation. I must ask, is there any exception to your love of quirks? You suffered under the quirks of Kai Chisaki and his Orochi creature, do you hate those quirks? Chitose asked, unable to smile any wider. No. Izumi said simply. She thought back to the overhaul quirk, and while she couldn't stand to use it herself, she didn't hate it. In the hands of Nizu, it was a force for good, while in Chisaki's it had been a force for evil. A quirk is a part of a person, it is that person who decides what is done with it. If anyone here had Chisaki's quirk, or one of Orochi's, then I wouldn't be afraid of them and would be glad they had such wonderful quirks. I would pray they used them for good, and congratulate them on their good fortune. She briefly turned to the people behind her while speaking, gesturing to them as she spoke of someone else possessing Chisaki's quirk, and her eyes met Nizu's. The two of them shared a moment of warmth as Izumi expressed how she would give her congratulations to anyone else who had those powers, and Nizu interpreted it as Izumi's tacit approval and belief in him, renewing the faith she'd shown when giving him the quirk. It came time for Chitosa's final question, and the woman was clearly already satisfied. She'd be getting some very interesting articles out of the young new heroine, and she couldn't wait to get started on writing them. Still, with one question left to her, she decided to indulge her curiosity. Amaterasu, for my final question, I simply have to ask, what exactly are you wearing? Is that your hero costume? She asked. Izumi laughed cheerfully, yes, but it's only temporary. My quirk doesn't affect me unless I allow it to, but the same can't be said of my clothes. This track suit is just a cheap disguise to keep my identity a secret while I work, though I don't really need it anymore. My real costume is still being made by the support company. Seeing as Chitose had asked her last question, another reporter took the opportunity to ask, and why are you wearing it today? Oh, because I'm going to Korosanto after the press conference is over. My quirk is kind of like kryptonite to the monsters Orochi made, so I'm going to go clean up the ones left behind, and help the police and heroes. Izumi grinned, transforming into demigod mode. That public transformation was the final confirmation needed that Izumi, provisional hero, Amaterasu, and the kami of Muzutafu were one and the same, and the press were quick to take pictures. Izumi answered a few more questions after that, mostly about her opinion on Kai Chisaki's murder, and if she was worried by Rappa being at large, which she answered honestly. Wanting to move the press conference along, Sakuya announced that Izumi would only be answering one more question before a different person took the lectern, otherwise they'd be there all day. Izumi picked a random young reporter for the final question, having noticed how the tiny woman kept being shoved back in the hustle and bustle of the crowd. Being a small girl herself, Izumi sympathized. The woman looked at her gratefully and asked her question, Miss Midoriya, right before you finished off Orochi for good, you created a flower crown and placed it on his head. Why did you do this? What was the purpose? Izumi frowned and looked down at her own hands. The misery of what she'd seen in Orochi's memories came to the forefront of her mind, and the girl found herself struggling not to cry. She took a deep breath to compose herself, then answered, before Orochi passed, he wanted me to understand what had made him. He'd previously projected memories onto his barrier, but this time he projected them directly inside my mind. In his memories, I saw him being created by cruel men with cold eyes, who killed others callously for genetic material. Orochi was born from this, and immediately tortured and experimented on just as I was. Izumi had to pause to control her emotions. What she was saying wasn't a lie or even a cover story, she was just leaving a few things blank and allowing the media to fill in those blanks with that they thought was true. It may not have been Chisaki who actually made Orochi, but he was no better than the bizarre blonde-haired people who had. Once she'd forced back her tears, Izumi continued. Each night, he would pray to the gods, begging to be saved, begging for his vengeance. He ended up declaring that he'd take his revenge by making others feel as he had, like a slave. He wanted to rule us, and swore he wouldn't rest in peace until he wore a crown on his head. After I defeated him, he recognized his life was over. If left alone, he'd regenerate and wreak havoc again. The experiments he endured had proven he couldn't be killed by normal means, which is why my quirk was needed. I guess I just wanted to ease his passing a little. He swore he wouldn't rest in peace until he wore a crown, so I gave him the best one I could. Her somber tone had dulled some of the media's enthusiasm and ended Izumi's part in the conference on a depressing note, though the girl still smiled gently and bowed, before taking her place back with the rest of the heroes, receiving a pat on the back from All Might, a hug from Sakuya, and some nods and smiles from the others. The press conference ended fairly soon after that. Each hero was called up and asked questions about their involvement, with most of them being simply saying they'd been present and fought some monsters and Yakuza thugs. The only ones who had more to say were All Might, Hawks, and Ectoplasm. Hawks was asked how he'd recovered so fast after his supposedly career-ending injury, since everyone had plainly seen his wings were gone in the Orochi video, and in usual Hawks fashion, he just put on an almost lazy grin and pointed to Izumi. "My little sis healed me up. A lost limb is nothing to her," he said, flexing his wings to prove they were fully intact and functional. While the press were reeling from that, Ectoplasm promptly stepped forward and pulled up his trench coat and pants, revealing that instead of his peg-leg prosthetics, he now had flesh and bone legs again. Izumi giggled at the dumbfounded expressions on the crowd's faces, and noticed that Chitose was almost jumping up and down with a look of glee on her face. The Greenette was very happy her own questioning was already over, or she'd have to answer a lot of inquiries about her healing. The final one questioned was All Might, following the rule of saving the best for last since he was the #1 hero. All Might was a master of handling the press, and Izumi felt her already obsessive fangirl side grow even more amazed by her idol. She almost squealed with excitement when All Might gently rebuked a tabloid reporter for implying Izumi had gotten in his way during the Orochi fight, and reminded them all that without her, Orochi would still be causing havoc. The cherry on top for Izumi was when he was asked for his candid opinion of the up-and-coming heroine. All Might had put on his biggest smile and answered, "Young Amaterasu is a credit to her friends, family and hometown. She sacrificed everything she had to protect an innocent girl, exhausted herself defending the city of Coruscant, showed respect even to the villain that hurt her, and the monster he had created, and topped it off by permanently scarring her own body just so that a child could live without reminders of her ordeal. Quite frankly, I am sorely tempted to take her on as my personal sidekick. If she wasn't so determined to complete her schooling, would have made the offer already. Mark my words, people of Japan, Amaterasu will one day be considered equal to the likes of Hawks, Best Jeanist, Endeavor and myself." Izumi had almost fainted at the praise, and while she managed to stay conscious and silent, no embarrassing squealing, she couldn't stop herself from crying happily, and hugging All Might when he stepped away from the lectern. That was good for another few pictures for the media. Sakuya ended the press conference once All Might was finished speaking, and helped the heroes get to the police vans that would be transporting them to Coruscant for the demon cleanup. Chitose Kazuki watched all those who'd been interviewed, as well as Sakuya, bundle themselves into the vans and drive away, before she was escorted to her own car by her bodyguards. She got in and ordered her driver to get moving, then took out her cell phone and called the most frequently used number. As soon as her comrade picked up, Chitose began speaking excitedly, "Redestro, I've just finished the press conference over that Shai Hasaikai raid. The Kami girl proved as interesting as we hoped, it may be worth recruiting her." The man on the other end of the phone call smiled. Next chapter, Clean Up in Coruscant Part 1. To be released, August 25, 2021. Well, this was the shortest chapter we've had for a while, but I didn't want to pad the press conference out. It already ended up a bit longer than I expected. I had planned to include the trip to Coruscant and some extra bits, but I decided to leave that for the beginning of the next chapter. This chapter served two main purposes, to give Izumi a bit of fame on her own terms, and to introduce the Meta Liberation Army. It'll be quite a while before the MLA becomes a major part of the story, but I'll be building them up a bit beforehand. As for the fame part, Izumi has gone through all the trials and tribulations of the last 5 story arcs with only her family supporting her. I felt it was time she gets some proper recognition for her good deeds. Next chapter will begin the 3-part dungeon delve into the Shai Hasaikai's old base, which will introduce new demons from Okami, show Izumi working with Nizu, All Might and Sakuya to fight, unveil a bit about the demons and their plotting, and reveal the treasure that Taro Chisaki told Izumi about. It should be a fun trip. Also, as an aside, I will still be replying to all comments/reviews as soon as I can. If I haven't replied within a day or so, it's likely a mistake. Some comments have been slipping through without me noticing. My sleep and work schedule is a little nuts at the moment, so I may be late. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 6 to 12, Clean Up in Coruscant Part 1. Tuesday 10th May 2 2081. On the road to Coruscant. Following the stressful press conference, Izumi was taking some calming breaths in the back of a police van. As soon as she'd been bundled out of sight of the press, she'd begun freaking out and muttering up a storm about if she'd answered questions correctly or said anything weird. The others sharing the van with her, namely Ishiko, Sakuya, Tsukachi, Hawks, All Might, Eraserhead, and Nizu were watching her panicking with bemusement. "Calm down dear, you handled it well." Sakuya grinned, petting Izumi's head. "Are you sure? I think I might have upset people with what I said about quirk restrictions. I wasn't expecting that many people to want to ask me questions. I thought my part of the conference would be short and easy." Izumi lamented. Well, the purpose of the conference was to help ensure the public didn't think badly of you, so your career wouldn't be hurt before it really started, and I think we achieved that. All Might's opinion of you will ensure most people continue to view you favorably, and the fact you healed hawks and ectoplasm will further the gains we made today. You did good, Izumi. Tsukachi said comfortingly. Izumi smiled as she began to calm down. The press conference really had been nerve-wracking. Now she understood why heroes like Eraserhead like to keep out of the limelight. Still, it was too late to go back for Izumi, so she'd just have to play the game smartly and ensure the media had no reason to turn on her. Forgetting about the media for now, how are you and your kids settling in back home? The pup handling it all right? Eraser asked. Izumi nodded, yep. I was a little nervous for today, since it's the first time since we met that I was separate from her. I was afraid Eri would have separation anxiety, but she was brave and saw me off this morning with a nice smile. She and Mama are starting on her studies again today, and Mama will call me if Eri has any emotional moments. Good, you're taking this seriously. Eraser said approvingly, before giving her a smirk, and how are you handling the brief separation? Izumi chuckled, well, I now understand how Mom and Mama feel whenever I leave the house. I'm sure Eri's safe, but I still feel nervous when she's not with me. I would have liked to spend the day with her, but I couldn't make her face those press people, or return to the Shai Hasaikai base. Speaking of which, both Eri and I are going to be attending therapy together starting on Sunday, after the tribunal. We both need to move past what happened to us. The adults nodded approvingly, remembering Izumi's breakdown in the hospital. Mental health was important, especially for heroes, and even more so for such a young hero. Many of them had to keep reminding themselves that Izumi was only 14, younger than the students of UA. With the things she'd faced, it was easy to forget. The group sat in silence for a while, each mentally recovering from the stress of the conference. A few idly wondered how the others in the other van were doing, with Eraser exchanging texts with Mike and Midnight, who both wanted to know how Izumi was doing. As they neared Korisantu, they began to plan how they'd handle the demons. Roughly half of the demons, mostly the weaker ones, had been captured and imprisoned in makeshift concrete cells on the first floor of the hideout, courtesy of Cementos, so Izumi would simply have to approach each one and finish them. The tougher demons had evaded capture, but had remained trapped underground by the police, heroes, and the roots of Izumi's massive tree. The plan was fairly simple: Izumi, Nizu, and All Might would enter the base while the rest of the heroes guarded the entrance. Once inside, Izumi would hunt and kill the remaining demons, while using Greensprout to manipulate the roots of her tree, and having Nizu use Overhaul to rearrange the hallways so they could move around obstacles or separate larger groups of demons. All Might was largely just there as support, since he couldn't destroy the demons himself. 2. Izumi's surprise, Sakuya decided to join them underground too, as her spiritual power over trees and would allowed her to manipulate Izumi's tree too, and as a spiritual being, she could slay demons too, albeit with much more difficulty than Izumi. The van ride ended shortly after they'd made their plan, and they all exited out onto the scene of the Orochi battle. In the light of day, Izumi could see exactly how much damage had been done. The crater left behind by Orochi's arena when it was lifted into the sky was currently full of workers, bending and reconnected severed pipes around the tree's trunk and roots, so the water and sewage lines were fixed. A small fleet of cement trucks were parked nearby, ready to fill the crater after the workers were finished. Izumi's tree was impossible not to notice, as it dwarfed the relatively short buildings around it, rivaling some small skyscrapers. The island nestled in its branches was still being held firm, and with every gust of wind there was a brief rain of leaves and petals. Around the edge of the crater were a few more workers and some architects, talking to a man in a suit and hard hat about some blueprints. The man turned to glance at the incoming heroes, before doing a double take and rushing over to Izumi. There she is. Miss Midoriya, aka Amaterasu. I've been looking forward to meeting you, he said, grabbing one of Izumi's hands in both of his own and shaking it enthusiastically. Izumi flinched and had to resist the urge to strike the man with her free hand. She was more than a little on edge being back at the Yakuza hideout, and wasn't too thrilled to have a random man come up and shake her hand. Instead, she gave him a strained smile and greeted him evenly. Hello, sir. I'm sorry, but I don't know who you are, she said, trying to sound polite despite her discomfort. The man chuckled, not surprising, since you're a Muzurafu native. I'm the mayor of Korisantu. I wanted to thank you for saving the city. If that big rock had been allowed to hit the ground, we'd have been in massive trouble. Izumi's eyes widened. This excitable man was the mayor of Korisantu. He was fairly unassuming, being a man of average build and with no standout characteristics. He was a Japanese man with short black hair and dark brown eyes. He could have passed for an average salaryman. Realizing she'd been staring for a few awkward seconds, Izumi shook off her shock and returned the handshake more earnestly. Nice to meet you, sir. I'm glad I could save the city, I was worried you'd be angry with me because of my tree. Izumi said sheepishly. The mayor scoffed, angry with you? Why ever would I be angry with the one who gave our city its new landmark? New landmark? Sakuya asked, stepping forward. That's right, ma'am. Our neighbors over in Muzutafu have all the luck, what with having both you. A high school and a hero commission branch, but this tree is going to put us on an even playing field, the mayor said excitedly, hurrying back to the architects he'd been speaking to, grabbing their blueprints and rushing back, showing Izumi and her adoptive mother what had been drawn. These are the preliminary plans for Korisanto's new shopping district, Takamagara Heights. We named it after the move you used to make it, Amaterasu. I watched the video with my family, and you did excellent work. We're going to turn this old district into the hub of commerce for the city. Most of the old residents have already sold their buildings since they didn't want to live over a Yakuza base. Once the pipes are sorted, the underground base is clear of monsters, and the crater is filled in, we'll begin the construction project in earnest. We plan to use the base as storage space that we can rent to the eventual shop owners, since the majority of the base is built on, or rather under, land owned by the city. We're even trying to work out how to get a reliable elevator to the island in the branches, so we can have a kind of sky garden. It's going to be amazing, the mayor said, his excitement almost matching Chitosa's from earlier. Izumi exchanged a befuddled look with Sakuya, while the heroes behind her just smirked while keeping their distance, so they wouldn't catch the eccentric mayor's attention. Well, good luck with that. Izumi eventually said, unsure what else to say. She was glad she wasn't in trouble, but she was a little surprised that the man wanted to turn her tree into the center of a shopping district. The mayor beamed and thanked her, just as one of the workers came over and whispered something in his ear. The suited man immediately flushed and his enthusiasm wavered slightly. Ah, right. It's just been brought to my attention that the land on which the tree is built is actually where the building that acted as the hideout entrance was. That land was owned by a man called Taro Chisaki, who is now deceased. Since he had no will, his possessions, including his land, passed to his only living relative, his granddaughter. I was briefed by CPS, and know that his granddaughter is only 5 and has since been adopted by you. That means we need to negotiate with you if we want to buy the land, as you're the owner's legal guardian. Eri owns the land where my tree was grown. She'll probably get a kick out of that. Izumi mused, trying to wrap her head around that. She wondered if any of Taro's other possessions had survived, and if they could be given to Eri too. Well, if you're willing to sell on her behalf, she can get a kick out of 300 million yen, the mayor offered. Izumi's eyes nearly popped out of her skull. 300 million yen was about $3 million US. That would be a very nice college fund for Eri, and would ensure she was well taken care of when it was time to leave the nest. I can't make any commitments now, not without asking Eri first and having lawyers involved, but if that's the kind of price I can expect for the land, I'm interested in selling. Izumi said nervously. Sakuya nodded approvingly, a wise move. She leaned in to whisper in Izumi's ear, this land is actually not worth that much, what with the damage done and the work one would need to repair it. I'll talk to my lawyers and handle the transaction on yours and Eri's behalf. The money will all go in a trust for when Eri reaches her majority. Izumi immediately agreed to her spirit mom's plan, and while the mayor wasn't privy to what was said, he was pleased that the sale would go ahead. It was expensive for the city, but the profits would be worth it, and he couldn't exactly be stingy with a little girl and the savior of the city. Izumi and the mayor tentatively shook on it, then parted ways so they could both get back to work. By the time her conversation was over, the rest of the heroes were already in position around the entrance to the base that Cementos had made during the raid, and the police officers and various local heroes had evacuated the base so Izumi, All Might, Sakuya, and Nizu could work in peace. Of course, Izumi had a little fangirl moment and gushed over all the local heroes, lamenting that she didn't have her books for them to sign, but after she calmed down from that and recovered from the mortification she felt afterwards, Izumi rejoined the group and led them into the base. Izumi hadn't actually seen much of the Yakuza's base. She'd seen a grand total of 4 rooms, the kitchen, her bedroom, the lab, and Chisaki's office, as well as the hallways between them, but little else. The upper floors were about the same as the lower ones when it came to featureless gray hallways, but they quickly arrived at the first new room, some kind of large storage room. The room was currently filled with concrete cells with no doors, and only a small window to peer inside, all of them made by Cementos. Inside each cell was an imp-class demon that had been disarmed and caught, leaving them completely unable to escape. The volume in the room was immense, as a cacophony of ape-like shrieks filled the air, and it only got louder when Izumi walked in while in her demigod form and the demons recognized her. Sorry. I don't like the idea of purifying you while you're all bound, but I can't afford to free you. Please forgive me. Izumi apologized, before quickly running around the room and launching power slashes through the small windows in the cells, killing the occupants. Their deaths were quick and as painless as she could make them, and despite her discomfort, Izumi felt some pride as she watched purified souls fly away to their next lives while the corruption that had tainted them poured out of the cells in the form of black fog. The fog was harmless now, but All Might still clapped his hands hard, creating a gust of wind that dispersed it. Good job, Izumi. There were 43 imps in those cells, so we've dealt with over half the demons Orochi had at his command now. Sakuya smiled. Yeah. Orochi had 88 demons, and I killed Rokuju the day before I escaped, and 10 other demons during my escape, so the number went down to 77. With these 43 dead, the number of remaining demons is 34, but they're likely to be the stronger types. Izumi frowned. Ishiko sat on Izumi's shoulder with a serious look on her face. That's right. I spotted some will demons, a couple of flying demons, and even a bud ogre while I was exploring the place. You haven't faced those types in your current life, so this'll be a new experience for you. Yeah, good thing I have Sakuya and All Might as backup, she said, turning to the people in question with a smile. Principal Nizu, overhaul will destroy the demons instantly, so please don't fight directly unless it's to destroy their defenses and let me get an opening, okay? Nizu nodded. You're in command here, Amaterasu. I'll follow your lead. Izumi gulped nervously, not having been in command of a real combat situation before. The provisional license exam didn't count, but she sucked it up and dealt with it. The team pushed on, moving deeper into the base. The upper levels of the Shai Hasaikai base were fairly pristine, as the police had defeated the Yakuza fairly cleanly. Nizumi's tree roots spread deeper, but there was still the occasional splash of blood on the floor or walls, the smell of which made Izumi uncomfortable. They only managed to encounter a few red and black imps who'd managed to evade capture on those floors, and the encounters couldn't be considered real battles. Izumi simply reflected the black imp's laser attacks and used power slash to destroy the red imp's instruments. The reflected lasers destroyed the skulls that the black imp shot them from, and their destruction caused small explosions that severely wounded the imps, allowing Izumi to quickly finish them with a power slash. It would have been easier for her to cut their throats with her claws, or just bludgeon them to death with her divine retribution, but the former required her to get closer to them and the latter was needlessly slow and painful for the demons she was purifying. Because those encounters happened in narrow hallways, Izumi's backup hadn't been able to help without getting in her way, so they continued to follow her silently and wait for their chance to help. Upon reaching the central staircase that connected the levels, Nizu muttered, a total of 48 demons died on this floor, including the captured ones. 29 remain. Izumi nodded and briefly transformed into a wolf to take a big sniff of the air. She turned back to her demigod form with a grimace. The smell of demons is thickest on the bottom level, but there are a few on the other levels too. The smell of blood and decaying bodies is also strong. All Might winced. The demons did seem to attack the Yakuza a lot. I'd wager a few of the men were looking for her down here, having fallen victim to the demons. That's horrible. Sakuya said, turning a little green as she covered her mouth. Ishiko nodded, her small size hiding the haunted look on her face. I took a look at the lowest levels while exploring for Izumi. The demons congregated there, and it was like a scene out of a horror movie. A real Silence of the Lambs is how you described it to me. Izumi said, swallowing thickly. She hated horror movies, and wasn't looking forward to dealing with those floors. Well, putting it off isn't going to help us. Let's get this done. All Might declared, urging the group forward. They descended to the next floor and got to work. The Shai Hasaikai base had 8 levels. Izumi snorted at that thought. Both the Yakuza and Orochi had an obsession with that number, and the upper 3 were occupied almost solely by a couple of imps that escaped capture. They died easily, with Nizu using overhaul to block the corridor so they couldn't flee while Izumi took them apart, reducing the demon count to 27. On the 3rd floor, they encountered a new demon wandering aimlessly in a large lounge room. The demon resembled a child-sized koi fish with long fins that imitated human limbs. It was dressed in a dirty white robe with a black sash, and old wooden geta sandals that made hollow clacking sounds as the demon waddled around the room. On its back were a pair of large fins that were shaped vaguely like wings, and as it moved around the room, it made bizarre blubbering noises and occasionally stopped to idly chew on the old leather couches that furnished the room. Dead fish. A dead fish. They can fly with those back fins, and can also throw them like boomerangs. They may look soft, but the old stories say that those fins are as sharp as blades. Ishiko whispered, they're not very intelligent though. They're even dumber than imps. They smell worse too. Like, well, dead fish. Izumi frowned, a hand over her nose. Let's take it down quick. The group darted into the room, ready to attack. Unfortunately, while dead fish were stupid, they weren't deaf or blind, so the moment it caught a flash of white as Izumi rushed in, it took to the air, making its back fins grow larger. Since they were both inside and underground, being in the air wasn't much of an advantage for the demon, as the ceilings were low enough that All Might could reach them if he raised his hand. However, the demon was fast in the air, and All Might had to hold back so he didn't damage the walls and send the whole complex crashing down on their heads, so the demon managed to weave through a few of his light-hearted jabs. "We need to clip its wings," Sakuya yelled, waving her arm at the demon. Dozens of tiny pink petals formed in the air. She'd moved her arm through, and then shot at the demon like pink shurikens. The dead fish screeched as Sakuya's attacks shredded through its arms and robe, splattering the floor below with black blood, but it remained airborne. With a bizarre bubbling growl, the demon's wings detached and flew at Sakuya like boomerangs, leaving the demon hovering in midair. Sakuya's eyes widened and she raised some roots from the ground to block the attack, but before the razor-sharp fins could hit her guard, Izumi quickly struck them each with a power slash. As the fins were currently as sharp and strong as blades, her power slash couldn't destroy them, but it did knock them back, reversing their trajectory and making them slam into the dead fish, knocking it to the ground. Once it hit the floor, it was a simple matter for Izumi to transform into a wolf and crush its windpipe in her jaws. The demon's corpse turned to smoke and blew away while the soul at its core returned to the cycle of rebirth, leaving Izumi to return to her demigod form and splutter over the horrid taste in her mouth. Ugh, dead fishes certainly taste like their namesakes, like that weird fermented shark dish that Ishiko dared me to eat at that Scandinavian place in Asakura Ward. Izumi whined, shuddering as she tried to stop herself from retching. That was certainly unpleasant, but it cuts their numbers down to 26. Do you think there are more? All Might asked, giving Izumi a mint. Izumi took the mint gratefully and allowed it to wash away the taste of the demon, before sniffing the air. I can smell maybe 10 more of them. There aren't any more imps, I'm sure of that, but other than dead fish, I can smell 3 other distinct types of demon, no, 4. There's a single unique demon fairly deep underground. Izumi answered. Well, let's get going. I want to get out of this place. It's creepy. Ishiko complained. The others nodded in agreement and the group pushed on. The 4th floor was cleared quickly, as it only had 3 dead fish roaming around and they were easier to deal with than the last one, as they weren't in rooms and were instead roaming the halls. They killed the first by having Izumi power slash its wings slash fins the moment it took flight, then allowing Sakuya to stab it with a tree root. The second was killed by Sakuya using her razor petals to shred its wings before it could even take flight, so Izumi could club the thing over the head with her mirror. The third was killed by Nizu using overhaul to make the ceiling above it lower, giving it no room to fly and letting Izumi get a grip on it with her wolf jaws, though she killed it with a power slash instead of biting down hard, so she didn't have to taste it again. 23 demons left. The 5th floor had only 2 dead fishes roaming around, but they were grouped together in a large room and there were other demons roaming the floor. All Might managed to grab one of the dead fish by the tail before it took off and clubbed the other one into unconsciousness using its fellow demon as a cudgel. Izumi easily killed the 2 beaten demons with her claws. Then they found the other demons roaming the hallways, as a group of 7 came rolling towards them at high speed. There were 2 types of demon, which Izumi hadn't seen in person before, though she remembered one from her memory visions, specifically the ice mouths. Ice mouths were demons in the shape of wagon wheels with a pair of giant blue, chapped lips in the center and much smaller versions of the same lips on the end of each of its spokes. Each pair of lips was spewing frigid cold air, and ice crystals were forming over different parts of the wheel, giving it a layer of armor. There were 4 ice mouths in the group of wheel-shaped demons, and the remaining 3 were cousins of the ice mouths, named Fire Eyes. As one would expect, they were identical to their icy cousins but with red, bloodshot eyes in the place of lips in the center of the wheel and on the end of the spokes. The eyes shot flames from their pupils, and those flames covered much of their apparently wooden will bodies. Fire Eye. From the vision she'd received after regaining Moegami, Izumi knew that the ice mouths could be beaten if one smashed their icy armor with strong attacks, then slashed the unprotected wheel, but why waste the effort smashing the ice when there was so much fire around? Izumi immediately used Inferno to grasp the flames coating the 3 fire eyes and pulled it towards her, before shooting it back at the 4 ice mouths. The ice mouths each shrieked as their icy armor dripped to the floor, leaving them open and allowing Izumi to kill 2 with a single power slash, while Sakuya killed the last 2 by wrapping them in tree branches and crushing them. That left just the fire eyes, and All Might easily suffocated their flames by using his incredible strength to blast the flames with air blasts, leaving them exposed. Sakuya killed 2 of the fire eyes in the same way as the ice mouths, while Izumi jumped at the last one and ripped the central eye out with her claws, killing it and saving herself some energy. The 5th floor was cleared, and 9 demons had met their end, reducing the remaining horde down to 14. When they reached the 6th floor, Izumi was immediately apprehensive. This was the floor she and Eri had been kept, and was where the lab and Chisaki's office was. This was also the floor that Taro had been kept on, but Izumi decided to save exploring his room until they were finished. A whopping 5 dead fish, the last ones in the base, and another 6 wheel demons, 3 of each type, were present, and Izumi wanted to be done quickly. The wheel demons didn't keep them waiting, and thanks to the narrow hallway, which Nizu made narrower with overhaul, it was easy for Izumi to use Inferno to turn the fire eyes flames against the ice mouths, then have All Might extinguish the remaining flames. With their elemental protection stripped and the narrow hallway constricting them, Izumi slew all 6 demons with a single power slash. The dead fish were found in the ruins of Chisaki's laboratory, all scrapping and groveling around the drain in the center of the room. They were drawn mindlessly to Izumi's spilled blood, some of which still stained the inside of the drain. Their distraction, combined with Izumi's deep-seated need to get the hell away from the lab, was their undoing. 3 died to Sakuya's enraged wooden spikes before they even knew she was there, and the other 2 were quickly felled by Izumi's power slash. Nizu briefly considered asking if he could stay and explore the destroyed lab a bit, but Sakuya's rage at the place her daughter had been tortured, and the clearly traumatized look in Izumi's eyes held his tongue. No, it was best to leave that alone for now, and come back later when the ladies weren't with him. They hurried back to the stairwell, 11 more demons dead and only 3 remaining. As they descended to the penultimate floor, Izumi stopped and shuddered as an awful smell began to grow stronger. The demons occupied these floors, the stench of blood and rotten flesh is really thick, she complained, wrinkling her nose. It really is quite awful. I don't suppose you or President Kanahana could whip up some nice flowers to remove the smell? Nizu asked, holding his own sensitive nose. It won't do any good here. The smell is too strong and has made the air stagnant. Sakuya frowned. Her nose wasn't as sensitive as her daughter or Nizu's, but she could still detect the foul odor. All Might, deciding to be helpful, waved his arms to whip up some wind and blow some of the stench away, alleviating the stress on Izumi's and Nizu's noses, but not completely wiping it away. If the smell is that thick outside, it'll be worse in the center. Let's hurry and be done with these last floors, only 3 demons remain anyway. Izumi, can you smell them? Ishiko asked. The wolf girl nodded, sniffing the air gingerly and then suppressing a retch. Ugh, there are 2 on this floor, they smell the same, but it's not the same as the other demons we fought. The last one is below us, and it's the unique one. Izumi reported. Okay, we'll take these last few running. All Might said, lifting Izumi, Sakuya, and Nizu onto his shoulders and running as fast as he dared into the 7th floor. As they ran through the floor, Izumi felt her stomach turning at the sights around her. The 7th floor had been built the same as the others, but the demons had begun digging at the floor and walls, making it look as if the floor was a cave that had been roughly unearthed as opposed to a carefully constructed series of halls and rooms. To make it worse, puddles of coagulated blood and numerous human skeletons were all over the place, some of them with meat still clinging to the bones. Half-rotten and eaten corpses littered the floor, and some had been impaled on spikes dug out of the walls. Remnants of clothes were everywhere, and all appeared to be various types of gaudy suit, or a mask of some kind. Identifying the owner and the nearby corpses as the Yakuza. Izumi shuddered at the sight, remembering how Chisaki had nonchalantly complained of Orochi's demons eating his lesser men. As much as she hated the Yakuza, Izumi wouldn't wish this fate on anyone. Izumi was snapped from her thoughts as they suddenly appeared in a large room that was absolutely full of bones and blood stains. In the center of the room were a pair of demons that Izumi hadn't seen before, but had definitely heard of. Careful, she warned, making All Might stop before the demons noticed him. Bud ogres. Bud ogres were a type of demon classified as chimeras due to them being a bizarre combination of different types of creature/object. In the case of the Bud ogre, they took the form of a large demon bud, similar to the ones produced by Orochi's darkness head, which had caused Izumi so much trouble, but rather than just being a simple plant, the Bud ogre had 4 lion-like limbs made from twisted roots, a long tail ended in thistles, leafy armor on its shoulders, and a horned red mask for a face, resembling that of an oni, with leaves for hair and a beard. The 2 Bud ogres in the center of the floor were grabbing bones from the pile, then snapping them in half so they could suck the marrow out of them, and they were so engrossed in their meal that they hadn't noticed the hero's arrival. Bud ogre. All Might backed off a step. Do we have a way of making fire? I bet young Amaterasu's Inferno move will take them out quickly. Bad idea. Nizu interrupted, these bottom floors are full of gas from the rotting corpses. If a flame were to ignite it, the resulting explosion would be bad enough to hurt even you. That must be why none of the fire eyes were on these levels. Izumi mused. The number 1 huffed, having not thought about that. He took another step back, aiming to get back to the hallway so they could observe the demons safely, or perhaps separate and flank them. Unfortunately, he wasn't watching where he was going and his foot nudged an old femur, which then knocked into a small pile of hollow bones, collapsing them noisily. The heroes froze as the Bud Ogres immediately turned to the source of the noise and spotted them. All Might! Ishiko cried angrily at the man. Shit! I'm sorry. My bad. All Might said apologetically. Unfortunately, apologizing wasn't going to make the demons forget them, and both immediately charged. Since they were discovered anyway, the heroes pushed into the room and hopped off All Might's back so they could fight. Immediately, the Bud Ogres proved more competent than the previous demons had been by actually coordinating with each other in their attacks. One of them charged forward before rearing up on its hind legs and yanking off its own tail, before using it like a flail to try and strike Izumi, while the second stayed back and fired bizarre purple fruits from the top of its butt, aiming at everyone but focusing most of the projectiles on Sakuya and Izumi. Clearly they realized who the threats in the group were. Nizu immediately used Overhaul to create protective barriers for himself, All Might, and Sakuya, while Izumi raised her mirror to block the frenzy of blows from the melee Bud Ogre's tail flail. The thistles were much sharper than normal ones, but not sharp enough to pierce the divine retribution. The same could be said of the odd purple fruit projectiles, which simply splat against the floor, Izumi's mirror, and Nizu's concrete barriers. Izumi briefly wondered if the fruits really only had the consistency of rotten fruit, until some of the juice from the one that struck her mirror managed to splash onto her arm. With a hiss, it immediately ate through her sleeve and hit her skin, burning it and making Izumi yelp in surprise. Ack! The juice is acid! Izumi cried, leaping away from the still swinging Bud Ogre so she could safely heal. I noticed. Nizu cried back, seeing the damage done to his barriers by the juice. All Might, assist Amaterasu. Sakuya, help me deal with the fruit-spitting one. Sakuya nodded and immediately sent a wave of petals at the ranged Bud Ogre. Unlike the dead fish before it, the Bud Ogre was completely unfazed by the petals, which bounced harmlessly off its body. The fibers of the plant that made up its body were too thick and tightly woven to be cut that easily, as Izumi discovered when she tried to use Power Slash to sever the melee ogre's tail, only for her attack to leave a shallow scratch in the vine-like tail. Izumi blanched, she hadn't expected it to be that tough. Based on the depth of the scratch, Izumi would need to hit the same spot with at least 5 more Power Slashes to cut it off. Power Slash isn't going to work here. Their hide is too tough. Izumi yelled, before turning into her wolf form and sprinting out of the way of a wild flail. All Might, who had been poised to punch the thing, ended up getting smacked in the face by the flail during a back swing, getting some nasty scratches to his face, though thankfully little else thanks to his durability. Inferno and Cherry Bomb are too dangerous to use and Power Slash isn't strong enough. You need something else. Ishiko cried. Izumi growled and charged at the demon that had struck All Might. Her wolf agility allowed her to weave through its wild flails and give her an opening to leap up and dig her fangs into its throat. The creature was too tough for her to completely bite through, but her jaws were strong and she just barely managed to get a good grip with her teeth before she jumped and twisted her lupin body, flinging the Bud Ogre away. The demon let out a rumbling growl as it bounced off the wall and landed on its back, where it flailed like a turtle. Izumi launched a Power Slash at the creature's underbelly, but again only managed to scratch. The underbelly isn't a weakness. Izumi complained once she returned to her demigod form. She quickly healed All Might's face before turning to Ishiko on her shoulder. If I'm remembering your stories right, then their weakness is the red orb inside the bud, right? Ishiko nodded and pointed to the prone Bud Ogre, which was still struggling to get back on its feet. The purplish-pink bud was semi-transparent and a red orb, similar to a giant fruit of some kind, was floating in the middle, protected by the closed plant. That orb was the demon's core, a combination brain and heart, which was weak and fleshy. Get one blow on that, and these things will die. Ishiko declared. But how do we open the bud? All Might asked, should I try and pry it open? Sakuya suddenly facepalmed as she came to a realization, I'm a fool. Izumi, it's a plant-based demon. Use bloom. Izumi almost cursed at her own stupidity, how could she forget something so obvious? 3 weeks of inactivity had dulled her senses. All Might, daze that thing and give me an opening. All Might gave a triumphant laugh as he leapt forward to obey. The Bud Ogre righted itself just in time to see All Might charging at it, and the beast answered by swinging its spiked tail at him. All Might sidestepped the swing and grabbed the tail just below the spikes, then yanked it hard to either disarm the demon or drag it to him. As it turned out, the demon was loath to release its weapon and was sent flying towards All Might, who smashed it in the face with a Detroit smash. The Bud Ogre shrieked as its mask-like face was cracked, and it flopped to the ground dazed. Izumi immediately drew a circle of green ink around the demon's bud, forcing it to unfurl, opening at her command and exposing the fleshy core. With a single power slash, the core was sliced in two, then quickly popped like a water balloon, killing the bud ogre. As the first bud ogre's body turned to smoke and disappeared, the second one screamed in rage and began to attack in a frenzy. It tucked its face, limbs, and tail into itself like a turtle, then began spinning rapidly around the room, the leaves attached to it become razor-sharp and acting like rotary blades. All this happened while the demon was launching fruit from the tip of the bud at an even more rapid pace, almost like a volcano launching molten rock. Sakuya and Izumi had to grow vines from the ceiling to get themselves and their companions off the ground in order to evade the spinning demon, and that left the heroes swinging from vine to vine like apes to avoid the hail of fruit. We can't hit the thing while it's doing that. The acid fruit will melt us or the leaves will shred us. How do we stun the thing? Sakuya asked. None of the plants she could make would last long against the acid or razor leaves. It's a new day, so I have a full astral pouch. Should I try a kamikaze attack? Izumi asked with a wry smirk. The whole room screamed "No" at her, and Izumi found herself receiving angry glares from 4 different people. Eep, I was kidding. Izumi meekly replied, but seriously, how do we stop this thing? Nizu hummed for a moment. He tried using overhaul to reconfigure the creature so the core was exposed, but it didn't seem to work on demons. The quirk relied heavily on the user's understanding of how a thing was constructed, and Nizu simply had no idea how a demon's physiology worked. If a direct assault is too dangerous, then we need to think outside the box. Or rather. Nizu began clambering up the vine with the skilled ease of a rodent, until he could reach up and touch the ceiling, use the box itself. With a quick use of overhaul, 4 massive stalactites shot down from the ceiling and stabbed down into the ground, effectively forming 4 pillars. The bud ogre's spinning razor leaves began to carve into one of them quickly, but that made Nizu smile and overhaul that particular pillar, reconstructing it so that it wrapped tightly around the bud, just above the leaves and just below the tip, preventing the stone from being carved or melted, since the bud ogre wasn't allowing its fruit to land too close to it. The concrete constricted the demon and squeezed it tightly enough to make it stop spinning. Amaterasu, bloom on 3. Nizu ordered, before counting down. Izumi was ready, and the moment Nizu reached 3, she cast bloom just as Nizu removed the concrete restraint, which would have stopped the bud from unfolding. The demon screamed angrily as it felt its bud open, but it was too late. Izumi pounced and stabbed her clawed fingers into its fruit, destroying it and killing the second bud ogre. Phew! Now we have only one left to deal with. Izumi sighed with relief, flexing her fingers. Fighting demons is a pain. If I could just smash them, we'd already be done. Needing divine power is inconvenient. All Might complained. I concur. I could have slain every demon in this compound in an instant with overhaul, but they'd just come back. Nizu said, undoing the changes he'd made to the room, to ensure it remained stable. That's why demons are such a massive threat. In the ancient times, almost anyone could kill a demon if they prayed and received a divine blessing, but few had the courage and strength to actually pull it off. These days, quirks allow many humans to destroy them easily, but faith in the gods has weakened so much that divine blessings don't work anymore. If everyone could see and permanently kill the demons, then Izumi's job would be much easier. Sakuya explained. All Might groaned, this is why I like rescue work more, it's so much simpler. I'm with you there, All Might. Izumi chirped. The number 1 hero grinned at her, then flicked one of her wolf ears gently, making her yelp in surprise, and I remember that kamikaze comment. No more jokes like that, he scolded gently. Yes sir. Izumi promised, rubbing her ear. The flick hadn't hurt, but it did feel strange. With the bud ogres dead, only a single demon remained alive from Orochi's army. Izumi could smell it down below, in the center of the 8th and final floor, and she could also sense that it was far stronger than the others she'd faced so far today. Unbeknownst to the group of heroes, they were being watched by several sets of ruby eyes hiding within the shadows. Next chapter, Clean Up in Coruscant Part 2 to be released, August 27, 2021. Another slightly longer chapter, but still short enough to only have a one-day break, so we won't be waiting long for the continuation. Honestly, this chapter was mostly for introducing new demons and how to fight them, providing a bit of closure to the tree Izumi made. And giving Izumi, All Might, Nizu, and Sakuya the chance to show off together, even if only a little. Next chapter we'll learn of the final demon, and what became of Orochi's lieutenants, as well as get a taste of the power that Sakuya and Izumi can wield together. We'll also get a peek at another demon general. Replies might be a bit late today, depending on when they got posted, but I'll still reply to everything I can. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 6 to 13, Clean Up in Korosanto Part 2. Tuesday, May 10, 2281. Shai Hasaikai Hideout, Korosanto. With the knowledge that the final demon was stronger than any other they'd faced that day, Izumi wasn't going to take any chances. She reported this to her companions, so they could be prepared for the worst, and that led to them slowly making their way back to the stairwell so they could descend to the bottom floor. The moment they reached the very deepest part of the base, all of them knew it would be bad. The floor was slick with blood and shards of bone littered the ground like tiny white caltrops. The smell of rotten flesh was extraordinarily thick, to the point that Izumi and Nizu both had to cover their noses lest the smell make them throw up. Aside from the sheer amount of blood, bones, and corpse parts filling the area, the bottom floor wasn't too different from the previous one. It had the same carved-out appearance and a similar layout. A malevolent feeling clung to the air, making the hairs on the back of Izumi's neck stand up. After an eerily quiet walk, the group came to a pair of wrought iron doors, each engraved with half of a mural of Orochi, so that the image would be completed when the doors were shut. There was no lock on the door, and it was easily bigger than All Might, so whatever was beyond it must have been big. It's like a huge garage door. What could be inside that needs a door this big? All Might asked. The final demon is just ahead. Its scent is covering a larger area, so it's probably big, almost as big as Orochi himself. Izumi reported, able to tell more now that she was closer. A shiver went up their spines. Whatever was beyond was clearly weaker than Orochi. He wouldn't allow a stronger being into his army, lest he be overthrown, but Izumi and the others really didn't want to fight such a powerful foe. Perhaps this room was where Orochi himself resided. I doubt he remained in his smoky form, or possessing Taro Chisaki the whole time he was here. Nizu suggested. I wish I could say. The darkness and corruption in the air was too thick for me to venture down here alone while I was exploring before, so I have no idea what's in there. Ishiko said regretfully. Izumi took a deep breath and let it out slowly, calming herself. She'd beaten Orochi, though she'd needed Eri and All Might to help, and Orochi was stronger than whatever was beyond that door. There was no need to freak herself out. With her power combined with All Might, Nizu, and Sakuya, there was no way they'd lose. Well, only one way to find out, she declared, running at the door. She jumped and transformed in mid-air, slamming the massive door with all four of her wolf form paws. The doors flew open, smashing into the walls with a loud crash, and the team charged into the room to face the demon within. They promptly gasped as they lay eyes on the creature. As expected, the demon was massive, almost as big as Orochi, and like him it had 8 limbs and a central body, though rather than an 8-headed snake, it was an 8-legged spider. The spider demon resembled a Jorogumo of legend. Its abdomen was a venomous yellow with creepy black patterns all over it. 5 hook-like stingers were arranged around the end of the abdomen, and strange creases and gaps could be seen, as if the body part was segmented, and as the heroes looked at it, they saw massive eyes occasionally peek out from the gaps. The demon's main body was that of a massive teal-skinned woman, with 8 elongated human arms acting as the spider's legs. The feminine upper body was dressed in a dirty and torn white funeral robe, including a white headband around its forehead. The creature's face had a red-lipped smile that was far too wide for a humanoid face, and it had no eyes, long black hair, and massive white pincers. It was the Spider Queen, one of Orochi's subordinates that had been slain by Izumi's previous incarnation, and then revived again when Yami and Orochi returned. Spider Queen, that wasn't what made the heroes gasp though. The real shock was the state the Spider Queen was in. She was half dead, collapsed on the floor and bleeding pungent black blood from scratches all over its body. Something had gotten to the demon before the heroes could. What the hell? All Might yelled, what is this? This is the Spider Queen, one of Orochi's demon lieutenants. I was kind of expecting either her or the other lieutenant, but I didn't expect her to be torn up like this. Ishiko yelled back. Sakuya eyed the demon carefully. It appeared to be unconscious, and was likely on death's doorstep thanks to the massive number of bleeding wounds it sported. Who could have done this? I thought the police and other heroes were ordered not to come down this far, she asked. This is worrying. Did the other demons do this? Nizu asked. Maybe. Demons aren't particularly loyal to anything but power. After I defeated Orochi and they lost their leader, there may have been a succession crisis and fought to see who the new leader would be. Izumi suggested. Nizu considered that for a moment before shaking his head. That wouldn't make sense. If that was the case, more demons would have been killed, but they've all been accounted for and slain by you. A demon of this size would surely have overpowered and killed at least a few lesser demons before falling, and why would the rest then leave her alive after wounding her so badly? Izumi frowned and tried to think of another solution. It wasn't a rebellion or battle for succession, unless it was solely between the Spider Queen and another of Orochi's lieutenants. Izumi knew he had two, though the name of the second one escaped her at the moment. The only other solution was that someone they didn't know about had come and done this, but why? And more importantly, who? They weren't left wondering for long, as a previously hidden creature suddenly crawled out from inside the Spider Queen's abdomen and sat on the unconscious demon's head. It was a fox, thin and battle-scarred, with a green shinobi-style hood over its head, and a golden fox mask over its muzzle. Only its ruby eyes shone out from its head covering, their crimson gleam shining eerily in the dark room. Black blood stained the creature's claws, further proving that the beast was no mere animal. "Good day to you, OkamiAmaterasu," the fox greeted, speaking in a feminine voice. "I apologize for not announcing myself immediately, but I had to complete my task." Izumi narrowed her eyes on the fox. She could see and hear it, but not smell it. That hadn't happened before. She could always detect a creature's scent, unless they were an astral projection of some kind, but this fox was obviously physical, so why couldn't she detect its scent? "Izumi, be careful. That's not a normal fox or spirit, it's a tube fox, a kind of kitsune demon. They're evil familiars created by the dark. Instrument of the Kyubi no Kitsune, the nine-tailed demon fox." Ishiko warned. "Tube fox," Sakuya growled, one of the other demon generals. "Why would that sly old fox want to kill the lieutenant of another general?" The fox tittered girlishly, "A punkle, a tree spirit, a hero, a rat that walks like a man, and the goddess reborn as a human. This little group sounds like the beginning of a body bar joke. Fear not, I have no desire to fight. Why should we care what a demon wants? We should just crush you immediately." All Might said threateningly, taking a step forward. The tube fox narrowed its eyes on the hero, but Izumi quickly put her arm out to stop All Might. The hero looked at the girl in confusion, and the girl shook her head seriously. "We can't risk fighting like this," she said. "Why not? Are tube foxes so strong?" Nizu asked, more than a little offended by the fox referring to him as a rat that walks like a man. "Alone, no. But this one isn't alone, are you?" Izumi said, glaring at the fox, who tittered again. "What makes you ask?" "I can't smell you, and I didn't hear or see you until you made yourself known either. I don't believe for a second that you could take down the Spider Queen by yourself, so I'm willing to bet there are a few more of you hiding around us right now, ready to attack." Izumi growled. The tube fox grinned beneath its mask. It's true what the others say, your previous incarnation was considered to be a little, shall we say, dim. You've got a bit of a sharp mind now though. Why, you're almost as clever as a fox," it laughed. "Droll. Now why are you here? Why attack the Spider Queen?" Izumi demanded. The fox tilted its head back and forth for a moment, mentally weighing up if it should answer, before shrugging. "I suppose there's no need for secrecy. After you killed Orochi, my sisters and I were sent to deal with his forces. We were to recruit them to the service of the other demon generals, or kill them and take their power. Orochi's forces consisted of 86 normal demons and 2 powerful lieutenants. You killed all those normal demons, as well as a black imp that my master had sent with me to recruit Orochi's imps. As for Orochi's lieutenants, one had the good sense to join us and has already left, while this fool, the Spider Queen, refused and was thus beaten to a pulp. We had planned on merely beating her into submission and forcing her obedience, but your presence in killing off our other recruits had made that more effort than it's worth, so I simply harvested her power." "No honor amongst demons, is there?" All Might said sarcastically. The fox shrugged, "As if you care. You came here today to kill all the demons, and guess what, they're all dead. You're welcome to attack me, with both Amaterasu and the Konohana spirit on your side. You're almost certain to successfully kill me, but as the punkle said, I and my sisters are familiars made by Master Kyubi. Kill us, and he'll make more." As if to punctuate the fox's statement, whatever strength keeping the Spider Queen alive finally ran out, and the massive demon turned to black smoke and disappeared, much like all the other demons before it. The tube fox was mildly surprised, but recovered quickly and landed on its feet just a few paces from Izumi. The wolf girl was still on guard. These foxes were crafty enough to trick even her incredible nose, so she wasn't relaxing until she was sure they were gone. Ishiko whispered into her ear, "The fox is right that killing it won't really set the demons back, but it might stop them from reclaiming the Spider Queen's power. The fox can't deliver it if it dies first," the punkle told her. Unfortunately, the tube fox's ears quirked up at that. "Think you can whisper around here and not have us hear you? If killing me would have stopped me delivering the Spider Queen's power to Master Kyubi, I wouldn't have said you're welcome to kill me. We are part of him, and the power we took went to him immediately." "I thought so. These things are basically Kyubi's dark instrument, right? It's like how Bakugami's instrument is his piglets." Izumi frowned. "Why reveal yourself to me at all? You could have just left and we'd have never known what happened here." Izumi could almost feel the fox's smile, gleaming behind its mask, sharp indeed. The answer is simple, Master Kyubi doesn't want to distract you with unnecessary questions. How nice of him. Sakuya said sarcastically, but why? You should realize by now, that while we all serve the evil one and Yami, we still have our own motives too, that is the nature of demons. Orochi sought to use you, OkamiAmaterasu, to help him defeat the evil one and once again elevate Yami to ruler of demons, and master of the gods, with him at his right hand. Master Kyubi wishes to kill you, but he wants you at full strength, so his victory cannot be disputed. The master is rather put out that your previous incarnation slew him before even regaining all of her brush gods, and he plans to correct that this time. Once you've gathered all your lost powers, he'll come for you and slay you, the fox said gleefully. Izumi growled menacingly, making the fox recoil a few steps in fear. The fox may be crafty, but it wasn't as powerful as a wolf, especially a divine one. Go back to your master, little kid, before I skin you. Tell him that I accept his challenge, and will destroy him with my full power. The fox didn't need to be told twice. It gave a strange howl, and 8 more near-identical tube foxes appeared from various hiding places around the room, including the shadows of the heroes, and leapt to stand beside the first. The 9 foxes gave cordial bows of the head, before running off at full speed, disappearing from sight. Izumi remained still for several moments, until she felt the malevolence in the air lessen slightly. Humph, annoying beasts. Izumi spat. She usually liked foxes, but those masked monstrosities really got on her nerves with their faux politeness. Ishiko, Sakuya, Nizu, and All Might all sighed with relief, while Izumi gave one last cursory sniff to determine that, as far as she could tell, there were no more living beings of any kind within the Shai Hasaikai base. They'd successfully killed Orochi's 86 grunts, and one of Kyubi's by mistake, as well as witnessed the demise of Demon 87, the Spider Queen, and got confirmation of where Demon 88 was. Orochi's second lieutenant had left to join Kyubi. That could have gone better. I'm still having trouble wrapping my head around all this. All Might admitted. I'm a little worried that those tube foxes must have been watching us this whole time without us even sensing them. Nizu frowned. Sakuya mimicked his expression, it's worrying. They were cunning enough to hide their presence from even Izumi's nose, and they likely hid their malevolent aura behind the corruption and taint that clings to the air here. Izumi nodded in agreement. No one has been able to hide from my nose before, they either managed to become scentless, or they disguised their scents behind the rot. Either option is bad. For all we know, they could still be here and watching. They could have been watching even before today, and I wouldn't have known, she said, rather nervous at the idea. Nah, today was a one-off, I'm sure. Ishiko waved off her concerns, let's just be glad we didn't have to waste time on a pointless fight. Tube foxes are created by Kyubi, not born like other demons, so even if Izumi killed them, it wouldn't set the enemy back at all. Toshinori rubbed his chin curiously, you mentioned that earlier. What exactly is the difference between them and normal demons? And what was all that about demon generals and lieutenants? Well, normal demons are born from one of 2 occurrences, either a soul sent to Earth for reincarnation becomes corrupted by demonic power before it can find an available vessel, resulting in the soul becoming a demon, or a spirit is corrupted and becomes a demon. The former, when purified by divine power, have the souls at their core freed and return to the wheel of reincarnation, and the latter return to their pre-corruption spirit forms. You've witnessed the former when Izumi killed those demons before, and her brush gods are an example of the latter. Sakuya explained. Toshinori and Nizu listened intently, while Izumi and Ishiko thought about the various battles with demons they'd had. Then there are the unusual demons, like Orochi and those tube foxes. In cases like Orochi, huge amounts of demonic power and negative emotions congregate in one place until they gain ascensions. Tube foxes and similar demons are known as familiar demons, and are usually born from a stronger demon splitting off some of their power to create a minion. Neither type have real souls, their consciousness instead bound intrinsically to the evil that made them, so when they die, the corruption and evil energy returns them either to their creator or to the source of darkness until they are recreated or it is strong enough to retake its form. Izumi was able to stop that happening with Orochi by rewinding him back to before his corruption existed. Otherwise, Orochi would have gone back to the source and been reborn within a few years, the tree spirit finished. The source of evil, that's this god of darkness you mentioned back in the hospital, Yami, right? Toshinori asked. Sakuya shuddered and nodded, yes. Previously, the demon army had its god, Yami, at the head with his 4 generals beneath him. Those demon generals each led their own army with a strong lieutenant or 2 helping them. I don't think that hierarchy has changed much, other than Yami now being controlled by the evil one. Based on what that fox said, I don't think all the generals are happy with serving the evil one. Izumi pointed out, Orochi was definitely against him. Kyubi is apparently okay with it, and I don't know who the other two generals are. Assuming they're the same generals as last time, then they are the gold and silver demons, Lechku and Nechku. Ishiko helpfully supplied, they never go far from one another, so when the time comes to face them, you'll be fighting both. Izumi gulped, fighting a single demon general was tough. Fighting both at once would be nearly impossible. Well, she'd done it in her past life, so she could probably do it again. She felt it would be a good idea to regain her full power first though. While Izumi was worrying about that, Toshinori had another question, not to look a gift horse in the mouth, but why did Orochi only have 88 demons? Why not have 888 or even more? It seems arbitrary. Actually, I've been wondering that too. Ishiko said. Me too. Izumi added, looking to Sakuya. Everyone was staring at Sakuya now, but the tree spirit simply shrugged, I have no idea. For all intents and purposes, there shouldn't have been a limit for Orochi's army, he had far more demons than that back in the old days. Maybe he hasn't had the time to expand it. Nizu suggested. No, back when Susanoo accidentally released Orochi before Izumi's second life began, Orochi amassed his army again within days. He's been active this time around for at least 10 or 11 years, since he ordered the Reaper attacks. Sakuya said, dismissing Nizu's theory. The group frowned as they thought. It really didn't make much sense for Orochi, one of the stronger generals, to have such a small force. Plus, while Izumi hadn't mentioned it, very few of the demons in Orochi's army were very powerful. Imps were the lowest class of demon, and dead fish and wool demons were almost as lowly, only the bud ogres were dangerous, and for Orochi to only have two. Something was up. It ended up being All Might who came up with the best theory, by thinking back to what tactics his old nemesis All for One would employ. That fox said that Orochi wanted to rebel against the Evil One, and if a lesser demon like that knew, then surely the Evil One did too. Maybe he was purposely limiting the army of those not fully devoted to him, so Orochi couldn't rebel easily. That was a common tactic All for One used, he wouldn't give strong powers or large amounts of resources to minions he felt were less loyal. After all, why arm and supply someone who is liable to betray you? You make a good point, All Might. Sakuya said, I think you're right. However, this presents a problem, if Kyubi truly does support the Evil One fully. Then his army is likely to be massive. Izumi whined. The thought of having to face such a potentially large force was depressing, sure she had Sakuya to help her, but there was no one else who could permanently put down demons. It was possible that Eri could now that she had some divine power, but there wasn't a snowball's chance in hell that Izumi would allow her baby anywhere near demons if she could help it. Ugh, this is all so complicated and stressful. Stupid Yakuza and stupid demons messing things up. I really need a vacation. Izumi said, her wolf ears drooping in sadness. All Might took one look at Izumi's dejected expression and drooping ears, before walking over and petting her head to comfort her. Izumi, much to her chagrin and hidden joy, was completely powerless against the power of head pats, and promptly turned fully into a wolf and leaned into All Might's touch. Her tail quickly began wagging, and within a few minutes, both she and her idol were on the floor, Izumi laying on her back while a kneeling and grinning All Might gave her tummy rubs. Nizu, Sakuya, and Ishiko had to work hard not to burst into laughter at the adorable scene. All Might looked like an overgrown schoolboy playing with his faithful canine companion, and Izumi certainly didn't look like a dignified goddess as she rolled around on her back in wolf form, wriggling to the motion of All Might's touches to make him rub her fur better. Once All Might was convinced that Izumi's good mood had been restored, he picked her up and stood, making the mildly confused wolf look around in wonder, curious as to why she was suddenly in the air. Of course, this snapped her out of her euphoria and she promptly leapt from All Might's arms and turned back to her demigod form, her face so red that you couldn't see her divine markings. She tried her best to silence the others' laughter with a glare, but only succeeded in giving an embarrassed pout. That didn't happen. We'll never speak of it again, she demanded, before turning away in a huff. Of course, that made everyone laugh harder, and it took several minutes for them all to relax. Once the laughter stopped and Izumi regained her normal complexion, they turned back to the matter at hand, namely why they were currently stood deep underground. Well, we completed our primary objective. Once we investigate that treasure that Taro told you about, Amaterasu, then we can leave and let the police handle the cleanup. Nizu said cheerfully, glad to be done with the hard part. It was exciting to be fighting in the field for once, but the stench of the place really unsettled him. Shall we head up? Taro's old room was on the 6th floor, if I recall. All Might asked. Izumi nodded, and was about to follow the males out of the room, when Sakuya suddenly stopped her. Wait a moment, Izumi. It's true we dealt with the demons, but look at this place, a lot of humans died here, and none received proper burials. If we leave it like this, then their souls may return as malicious spirits or even full demons. We should perform a purification. There was a look of uncertainty on Izumi's face as she turned to her adoptive mother. I haven't performed one on a place before, only on brush demons. Will sunrise be enough? Not alone, no. Your power is primarily rooted in the spiritual world, so you excel at purifying spirits. You'll need my help to purify a physical location. Sakuya smiled. Normally I'd have to plant a sapling and use it as the focus for my powers, while you used bloom to pour power into it and complete the purification, but that won't be necessary now. The tree spirit smiled, pointing to where one of the roots of Izumi's Takamagara tree had pierced the room. Izumi's face lit up with understanding, while Ishiko gave a brief explanation to the watching heroes. In the past, when large areas of Japan had been overtaken by corruption, Sakuya and Amaterasu had purified the land by growing guardian saplings born from Sakuya's power on the edge of the corrupted area. Once Amaterasu used bloom to grow the sapling, Sakuya could channel her own power and that of the sun goddess to form a network between all the other guardian saplings Sakuya had grown, allowing the new sapling to harvest divine power from all over Japan to push out the corruption. Sakuya could create the saplings and maintain the network between them by herself, but she needed Amaterasu's power to accelerate their growth and allow the trees to absorb holy energy in order to drive out the dark. Nizu grasped it quickly, while All Might took a moment. So what should I do? Izumi asked. Sakuya went over to the tree root and placed her hand against it. This tree is yours, and its energy is yours. It's already full of power, so all I need to do is form a bond between it and my own. The energy already inside it should be enough to purify this place, you just need to allow me to tap into it. Izumi nodded in understanding, allowing Sakuya to begin. The tree spirit's hand began to glow a soft pink, and she transformed fully into her spirit form, complete with her pink kimono and leafy ornaments. The pink glow made matching pink veins appear along the length of the root, which Izumi wagered was spreading to the entire tree, likely surprising the people outside. Izumi felt a strange pull at the center of her being, and immediately recognized the power behind it as Sakuya's. The wolf girl didn't resist, and allowed Sakuya to do what she wished and tap into the tree she'd grown. Immediately, the pink veins began to glow gold and the purification began. Nizu and All Might watched in amazement as a pink and golden wind suddenly blew through the entire Shai Hasaikai hideout, seemingly coming from Izumi, Sakuya, and the roots of the massive tree. The wind carried the sweet scent of flowers, wiping away the stench of rot, while the blood and decay it blew through began to disappear. The blood turned completely black and dry, then blew away like dust, while the bones spontaneously burst into flames, reducing them to ash that blew away with the purifying wind. Those few unfortunates to have left rotten and half-eaten body parts throughout the base had those parts disappear, the flesh transforming into butterflies, moths, and dragonflies that promptly followed the holy wind out of the base, leaving their old bones to turn to ash. Within 5 minutes of the purification beginning, the entire Shai Hasaikai was cleared of taint and the evidence of those killed. The only things that remained were the skulls of the fallen, which each had a single red spider lily growing out of the eye socket. Those skulls would act as markers for the final resting place of the deceased until the police could take them and have them properly cremated, once they confirmed their owners by dental records. With the purification complete, Sakuya slumped to the floor and began panting hard from the exertion. I had forgotten how draining this was. It's a good thing we did this last, my powers will be too weak to be of use for at least a few hours, the tree spirit said tiredly, returning to her human form. Are you okay, Mom? Should I carry you? Izumi asked, concerned. She felt a little tired from the fighting and purification too, but was still good to go for a while longer. Sakuya smiled and stroked her adoptive child's cheek before shakily getting to her feet. I'm fine, just tired. I'll rest properly once we're done here. Izumi didn't look convinced, but she accepted her mom's answer. The wolf girl turned to Nizu and All Might and examined them critically. Nizu appeared perfectly fine, and was breathing easier now that the foul stench was gone, but All Might was steaming lightly. Izumi frowned at that. Toshinori had been in his hero form since before the press conference and hadn't taken a break. Her healing had fixed his wound, but his time limit was only increased, not erased thanks to the bad shape he was in. All Might, please take a break for a bit. No one but us is in here and there's no more threats. Izumi pleaded. All Might opened his mouth to reassure the girl, but considering the look of concern on her face, and his own growing fatigue, he decided to simply listen to her, and promptly released his hero form, turning back to Toshinori with a burst of steam. Izumi gave him a look of relief, then quickly checked that no one had any wounds she needed to heal. Thankfully, everyone was still in perfect health, even if they were a little tired. Well, I'd say that was a successful operation. Orochi's army of demons has been destroyed. It's a shame one of his lieutenants survived and escaped, but at least we got 87 out of 88. Nizu clapped his paws. The butt ogres were a pain, but the rest of this was pretty easy. Maybe I should join Izumi on her missions in future, I'm sure I could manage to get a license of my own. Sakuya grinned. Being commission president gave her a lot of leeway, but she still shouldn't be using her powers without a license, since normal people would assume they were a quirk. It was only the lack of witnesses in the Shai Hasaikai base that allowed her to be involved in today's mission. Enough chatting already. Ishiko suddenly yelled, bouncing impatiently on Izumi's shoulder, I want to see what that treasure Taro mentioned is. Izumi giggled at her impatient companion, alright Ishiko. That's our last stop before we leave anyway. They still had one more thing to deal with, then they'd be done with the Shai Hasaikai hideout forever. Next chapter, Clean Up in Coruscant Part 3 to be released, August 29, 2021. This one was very short by my recent standards, but I didn't want another massive chapter, so I divided it into this chapter and the next one. Sorry to those who were expecting a boss battle, but there weren't intended to be any major fights until the next act, with Orochi being the final boss of Act 1. Don't worry though, we'll see more of the tube foxes in the future, and the Spider Queen and Orokis. Second Lieutenant still have roles to play. Next chapter will finish the dungeon expedition with Izumi finally getting the treasure she came looking for. Replies may be late again. As the summer holidays near their end, people at my work are returning from vacation, so all our shifts are being moved around, which is playing havoc on my schedule. I'll still do my best to reply to everything I can. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 6 to 14, Clean Up in Coruscant Part 3. Tuesday 10th May 2 2081. Shai Hasaikai Hideout, Coruscant. The small group of heroes marched through the Yakuza hideout, heading for the 6th floor, where Orochi's hidden treasure was supposedly hidden. Without a scent to follow, Izumi didn't know where to go, and only Toshinori remembered roughly where Taro Chisaki's room was, thanks to having watched Hawk's head in that direction after they split up in the raid. Getting there wasn't too difficult, as most of the tree roots that had grown into the base were concentrated on the lowest floors, but Izumi still had to use her greensprout techniques to move a few out of her way, or have Nizu use overhaul to tunnel around them if they couldn't be safely moved. It took only 5 minutes for them to find the room once they got to the 6th floor, and none of the group looked particularly impressed. Taro Chisaki's old room looked like most of the other rooms in the hideout, a simple concrete room with nothing on the walls or ceiling. There was a hospital bed and some destroyed medical equipment against one wall, likely shoved there when Orochi possessed Taro during the raid. Other than that and a few wrecked cabinets, there wasn't anything of interest in the room. Ishiko looked around disappointedly, what now? Where's the treasure hidden? Taro said Orochi had Chisaki hide it in the walls with his quirk. We need to find the right spot, then Principal Nizu can open it up. Izumi answered, running a hand along the smooth concrete walls. Sakuya, Toshinori, and Nizu began doing the same, lightly knocking on the walls to try and hear for a hollow space, with the short Nizu taking the bottom half of the walls and the taller Toshinori taking the top half. They quickly made a circuit around the room but found nothing, until Izumi suddenly topped at a patch of wall directly behind the empty bed. Here, she said, keeping her hand on the spot. She could feel something behind the concrete, a kind of quiet call. The others came over and Toshinori knocked against the concrete in the spot Izumi indicated, but it felt and sounded the same as the rest of the solid walls. Are you sure, young Izumi? Yes, it's definitely there. It's completely encased. Nizu rubbed his paws together, then let's see if we can't get it out, he said gleefully. He immediately used overhaul on the wall, making it disassemble like Lego bricks and reassemble off to the side where it wouldn't get in their way. Once he was done, the treasure chest they had come to find was fully exposed. It was a huge rectangular box made from a bizarre silvery stone, and with no visible hinge or line to show how it was supposed to open. It looked like a solid hunk of stone and was big enough that if Izumi could get it open, she'd fit comfortably inside, almost as if it were a coffin. Toshinori had to inflate into his all-might form to pull the massive chest out of the wall and place it in the middle of room, and even someone of his strength couldn't help but grunt at the monstrous weight. When he set it down, it cracked the concrete floor. Holy hell! Ishiko exclaimed, look at the size of this thing. It looks like a solid steel casket. Fascinating. Nizu hummed, putting a paw on the chest. Overhaul doesn't work on this, what is this material? It looks like metal, but feels like smooth stone. Sakuya eyed the chest cautiously, this was made by the Moon Tribe. The Moon Tribe? You, Ishiko, and Master Onijirai have mentioned them in your stories before, and there were mentions of them in the scrolls that Isin left behind. Who were they? Izumi asked. A race of human-like beings that lived in the lunar realm. Their technology was even more advanced than modern humans. They had a way of refining the physical body parts of demons and other spiritual beings into wondrous materials like this through a process similar to human alchemy. Sakuya explained. The rest of the group gasped, though for vastly different reasons. Nizu and Toshinori were shocked at the idea of another race of beings, similar to humans, that had lived on the moon. Izumi, however, was more upset than shocked as images from Orochi memories flashed through her mind, images of golden-haired, silver-eyed scientists creating and murdering demons for their body parts. Are you saying that aliens lived on the moon? Toshinori asked, his jaw nearly scraping the floor in shock. Sakuya laughed, no, of course not. The moon tribe lived in the lunar realm, not the moon itself. The lunar realm is sort of like another, smaller Earth that exists in a parallel world. It is located in the same location as the moon of our world though. To get there, you need to pass through the astral plane, which acts as the border between the worlds. Izumi's home realm, the celestial realm, is in a parallel world too, and is in the same spot as the sun. That's why we sometimes call it the solar realm, and why Izumi as the sun goddess is the ruler there. Amazing. So not aliens, but extra-dimensional beings. What became of this moon tribe? Nizu asked. Sakuya opened her mouth to answer, but Izumi answered first, they were slaughtered by Orochi. They're the ones that made him, he killed them all and burned their realm when he escaped. That's what happened, right? The wolf girl asked, turning sad eyes on her mom. According to the stories, yes. I take it Orochi's memories and my explanation let you put the pieces together, the wood sprite replied. She couldn't fail to notice the sadness in Izumi's eyes. The memories Orochi shared before his death had likely soured the girl on the moon tribe, though it didn't matter now. The last known members of the tribe had disappeared around the same time that Izumi's second incarnation returned to the celestial realm. Nizu, Toshi, and Ishiko noticed Izumi's sadness and decided not to question her on it. They had all seen her crying after Orochi gave her his memories, and knew roughly what was in them thanks to Izumi's story back in the hospital, so there was no need to reopen old wounds. Toshinori patted Izumi on the head as a form of comfort, while Nizu changed the subject. Sakuya, you mentioned reaching parallel worlds by going through the astral plane. Doesn't this mean we can potentially travel to the lunar or solar realms? He asked. He was excited to potentially visit a different world. Unfortunately, Sakuya shook her head. I'm afraid not, at least not with your technology. When one enters the astral plane, they have to leave from the same spot. If Izumi willed it, she could potentially send us into the astral plane then allow us to leave it into a different world, but the spot we arrived in would still be the same spot, just in a different world. To reach the lunar realm via the astral plane, we'd need to enter the plane while literally on the moon, then leave into the lunar realm's moon. For the celestial realm, we'd need to enter while on the sun. Nizu sighed in disappointment, what a shame. But then how did Izumi get to and from the celestial realm in her past lives? Well, in her prime during her first incarnation, Amaterasu could travel at the speed of light. She could go from the celestial realm to the human realm in only about 7 minutes. She lost most of her power when she reincarnated into her second incarnation, but was able to return to the celestial realm by using a ship constructed by the moon tribe to traverse the void, or space, between the two realms before passing through the astral plane. That's actually how her second incarnation died and came to be reborn as Izumi. The evil one awoke here about 15 years ago, so Amaterasu boarded that same ship to return here, but the evil one managed to destroy it while it was still in the void, or outer space. Without being in her prime, Amaterasu couldn't survive the void and was forced to reincarnate, thus creating Izumi. Sakuya explained. She had told this story to Izumi years ago, when explaining how she was the reincarnated Amaterasu, but the tree spirit usually glossed over the story when telling others. It was clear why, considering both Nizu and Toshinori were now looking at Izumi with pale, sympathetic faces. That must have been awful for you. Toshi said, petting Izumi's head. The stroking of her hair and ears was rapidly improving Izumi's mood, to the point that she looked back at Toshi with a smile. I don't remember it. I haven't got most of my old memories, I only remember a few of the events surrounding my brush gods and the day I was reborn as my second incarnation. I don't remember anything else. Toshinori nodded. He understood that Izumi didn't remember, and hadn't been the same person at the time, but he couldn't help but imagine the girl before him writhing and suffocating in the freezing void of space, suffering with no chance of rescue or survival. It made him shudder. He wouldn't allow that to happen again. There would be no fourth incarnation if All Might had anything to say about it. Come on guys, enough of the depressing stuff. Ishiko yelled, jumping up and down on Izumi's shoulder, let's open this thing. I want to see what's in it. Everyone's attention snapped back to the chest, still sitting where All Might had dumped it. There was no hinge or keyhole, and Nizu had already confirmed that overhaul wouldn't work on it, so they were all at a loss as to how to actually open the thing. Didn't Taro say that it needed a divine being to open it? Nizu asked, remembering what Izumi had told him previously. Sakuya hummed and put a hand on the chest, curious as to how it worked, and the moment her hand touched the stone, glowing blue lines appeared all over it and moved to surround the spirit's hand. The lines created an imprint of Sakuya's hand with a blue line stretching from the tip of each finger to one of the box's corners. The group watched with bated breath, until all the lines turned red and Sakuya pulled her hand away with a yelp. It shocked me. I guess a normal spirit doesn't qualify, she complained, shaking her now numb hand. It didn't react to Nizu or All Might, so I guess non-spiritual beings don't affect it. Demons and normal spirits don't work, so a real divine has to be the only way to open it. Ishiko guessed. My turn then. Here goes nothing. Izumi said nervously, before gingerly putting her hand on the chest. Just as with Sakuya, blue lines appeared around the point of contact and created a handprint matching Izumi's, with lines stretching from the fingertips. Unlike Sakuya however, the lines suddenly turned gold and the chest began to open up. Pieces of it lifted and slid away, before melding back into the chest, almost as if it was being reconfigured by overhaul. The moment the chest was open, the group crowded around it, eagerly looking at the contents. Izumi had been expected scrolls or some other kind of ancient record, while Sakuya had expected the chest to be a coffin for a long-dead person of importance, considering the size and shape, but both proved to be wrong. Inside the chest was a long object wrapped entirely in white cloth with numerous paper tags all over it, each inscribed with a blessing or a ward against evil. The object wasn't actually touching the bottom of the box though, and appeared to be floating. It was held inside the box by stone braces made from the same material as the box itself, and both the braces and the interior of the box were completely plastered with evil-repelling charms. Geez, no wonder Orochi couldn't open this thing. No one short of a god could stand the power of this many charms. Whoever wrapped this thing up meant business. Ishiko exclaimed. Curious. The language used on these charms isn't that old, at least compared to the Moon Tribe. It's at least a millennia or two old, but it's younger than me. I'd put those charms as being written sometime after the second defeat of Orochi and the fall of Yami. Sakuya said, carefully examining the paper tags. A lot could be determined about when and where they came from by observing the calligraphy style, though only if one knew what to look for. These charms in particular were decently strong, enough that anyone but those with divine power were slightly repelled, meaning even the benevolent Sakuya couldn't get too close. Mysteries within mysteries. I was never good with this sort of thing. Night I would have been better suited here. Toshinori murmured. Should we truly continue? With this many restraints and charms, it may be that whatever this is something evil. Nizu warned. No, it's all right. Izumi assured him, I can't feel any malevolence coming from this. It feels familiar. It's calling to me. I'm sure I should know what this is, but without the memories of my past life, I can't tell for certain. That was enough for Nizu, who relaxed and put his hands behind his back in a contemplative pose. Without being asked, the rest of the group took a step back while Izumi reached for the stone braces, Ishiko jumping from her shoulder to Sakuya's so she was out of the way. Izumi gripped the braces and shuddered slightly as they disassembled at her touch and reformed along the edges of the box, like if she'd used the overhaul quirk. As soon as the braces were removed, Izumi had to quickly step back as the bound, floating object suddenly shot up out of the box and rotated so it was floating in front of her. The object was about as tall as Izumi was, and as wide as her shoulders at its widest point. The only thing still hiding the object was the charm-riddled cloth, and with a single touch from Izumi, the charms lost their power and the cloth dropped to the ground, exposing the object completely. Nizu and Toshinori's eyes widened, not having expected what they saw, while Sakuya and Ishiko outright gasped in awe. Is that what I think it is? Ishiko cried, remembering the object from some of her ancestors' diaries and drawings. It must be. I had always wondered what happened to it, to think it was under our noses all this time. Sakuya whispered, still staring at the thing with amazement. Izumi's eyes shone with joy as she silently stared at the thing floating before her. It was a sword, but just by looking at it, one could tell it wasn't like any other blade. It was no katana, but a massive cobalt blue great sword that wouldn't have looked out of place in the hands of Guts, or a Dark Souls boss. The sword was about as tall as Izumi, from the tip of the blade to the pommel, and the hilt was as wide as her shoulders, the blade itself being half as wide. The handle of the blade wasn't actually attached to the rest of the sword, and there was a large hole in the middle of the hilt, in which a golden cloud had formed, similar to those found in the astral plane. The cloud in the hilt stretched outward and formed a ring of clouds that ran between the hilt and the pommel, connecting the two. The hilt moved into the blade, narrowing with wave-like shapes. The sword's edge was sharp, though it looked like most of the weapon's cutting power came from the sheer size and weight of the thing, if the blade Wasn't floating, it would undoubtedly be cracking the floor just like its container had. Tsumagari. Izumi whispered in awe as she admired the blade. Tsumagari, you recognize this sword? Toshinori asked. Izumi nodded. I only ever heard the name in the stories I was told. I'd never seen a picture, but looking at this blade, the name sprung into my head immediately. What is it exactly? Nizu asked. Tsumagari is the second of 3 divine instruments that Amaterasu wielded during her travels. While divine retribution was her reflector, Tsumagari was her glaive. Ishiko said, her bioluminescence taken up a notch due to her excitement. Nizu rose an eyebrow. Glaive? I may not be an expert on medieval weaponry, but I'm fairly sure that a glaive is a type of spear or polearm. This is clearly a great sword, or perhaps a zweihander. Ishiko shrugged. The word we've always used for this instrument was glaive. I can't really offer an explanation. Still, now that we know what the treasure is, it's clear why Orochi wanted to get his hands on it. I'm starting to sound like a broken record here, but what do you mean? The blonde hero asked. I keep forgetting you two don't know everything we do. Sakuya frowned. You remember how I mentioned that Orochi was first beaten by Izumi's first incarnation and the human hero, Nagi, correct? The 2 heroes nodded. Well, instead of letting Orochi's spirit return to Yami to regain his strength, Nagi sealed him into his sword, a blue blade that Nagi initially called Bokuninjin. However, because the blade was filled with divine power and sealed into Orochi's original hideout, the Moon Cave, the blade was renamed to Tsukuyomi. The sword and the cave became the basis for the legends about the Shinto god of the moon, Tsukuyomi, and how Amaterasu hid from him in a cave after he offended her. None of those legends are true, as Tsukuyomi is just a sword, and Amaterasu certainly never hid from it. Anyway, when Nagi's descendant, Susanoo, pulled the blade free a century after Orochi's first defeat and accidentally released him, Orochi devoured the blade. Later, when Amaterasu and Susanoo defeated him, Ami reclaimed and purified the heavily damaged blade, reforging it as Tsumagari. Nizu hummed in understanding, so Orochi sought the weapon out, since it had once been used to defeat and seal him. It seems that way. Izumi wielded it through most of her second incarnation's time in our world. When she left to the celestial realm, she only took her divine retribution and left her other 2 divine instruments behind. One she left in the hands of the Sparrow clan and one in the hands of the Oina tribe. Unfortunately, the Oina disappeared and the Sparrow clan's civil war divided them, leaving the locations of the instruments unknown. One of those groups either ran the temple that this was stolen from, or had sold it at some point. Sakuya said, watching as her adoptive daughter stared transfixed at the blade. Nizu scratched his chin as he examined Izumi and the weapon in front of her. The divine retribution still floated on her back, the way it usually did when she was in her demigod form, and of course that Tsumagari floated in front of her. As he stared at the mirror and sword, the mouse-like principal suddenly grinned. I see. Sakuya, would I be right in suggesting that the 3rd instrument of Izumi's is going to be some kind of jewel or something similar? Nizu asked. Sakuya smirked and nodded. I see you have figured it out. Yes, the 3rd of Izumi's divine instruments is known as the Devout Beads, a rosary that can be used as a whip, or fire individual jewels from the string as a ranged attack. I'm impressed that you noticed the pattern. I have done a lot of research into Shinto beliefs surrounding Amaterasu since I learned Izumi's true identity. Nizu said smugly, after seeing 2 of Izumi's weapons and knowing of those legends, it wasn't hard to discover the 3rd. Toshinori sighed, at risk of once again sounding like a broken record. What? Nizu chuckled. Honestly, All Might, you should show some more interest in those legends. I know you are infatuated with America and its culture, but you are still Japanese. Toshinori flushed and looked away with a pout, making Sakuya giggle and take pity on him. In Japan, there are 3 artifacts known as the 3 sacred treasures, or the imperial regalia of Japan. These relics are the sword, Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the mirror, Yada no Kagami, and the jewel, Yasakani no Magatama. According to legend, the Japanese imperial family are descended from Amaterasu, who gifted them these treasures. Toshi's eyes lit up in understanding. Ah, and young Izumi wields a mirror and a sword as 2 of her 3 weapons, so the 3rd has to be the jewel. I understand now. But to think that the imperial family is believed to be descended from young Izumi. It isn't, of course. Eri is the only known child that Amaterasu has ever had. Those legends likely came about because of her previous incarnation leaving 2 of her instruments behind, and an emperor around that time commissioned replicas of all 3 to act as symbols of his rule. Amaterasu did have dealings with both the emperor and empress at the time. After all, coincidentally, the empress was named Himiko, and her name means sun-child, Sakuya told them. The mention of Himiko snapped Izumi out of her daze and made her smile. Himiko, her sister not the empress, was often called Sunny by Kaken because of her blonde hair, golden eyes, and bright smile, she definitely deserved a name meaning sun child. Izumi wondered if it was a coincidence that someone like that would be her sister, or if it was a work of fate. She had half listened to the things Sakuya and Nizu spoke about with All Might, and the wolf girl was moderately surprised how intertwined her second incarnation was with Japanese, particularly Shinto, culture. The Japanese unofficially considered Amaterasu the primary god of Shinto. The battle with Orochi had been immortalized in the legend about Susanoo slaying him to save a maiden named Kushinada, really named Kushi, and the sword Tsukuyumi and its place in the moon cave created the legend of the moon god Tsukuyumi and how he'd allegedly made Amaterasu hide in a cave. A couple of adventures in her second life, and Amaterasu had become the source of countless legends and beliefs. Izumi wondered if her work as a hero would be remembered as fondly. All Might was a legend too after all, and who knew what the world would remember of him in 1,000 years. It's getting late. I want to be back home in time to spend some time with Eri before she has to go to bed. Izumi said, smiling to her temporary teammates. Well then, let's go. Allow me to hold your blade, Lady Amaterasu. Toshinori said jokingly, buffing up to his hero form and gripping the Tsumagari by the handle. His inner child was eager to hold and swing a real sword, especially one that was so large, but the moment Toshinori tried to move the blade, he discovered it was incredibly heavy. He hadn't expected the blade to weigh so much, especially since he was in All Might mode, but the damn thing was so heavy that he had to either use both hands or use superhuman strength to lift it with one hand. The Tsumagari had to weigh as much as him, and certainly weighed more than the featherweight Izumi. Holy crap, how are you planning to wield this thing? All Might complained. The moment he'd touched it, the sword had stopped floating, so he had to lower it to the ground carefully to stop it damaging the floor when he let go. I have no clue. My wolf and demigod forms give me greater than average strength, but I don't think it'll be enough. Izumi frowned, kneeling down to try and lift the weapon herself. The moment Izumi touched the blade, there was a bright white flash and the sword turned into light, before entering Izumi's body in much the same way the brush gods did. As with the brush gods, the sword melding with her body caused her mind to be thrust back into long-forgotten memories of her second incarnation. Izumi witnessed as her past self did battle with Orochi deep within the moon cave. Her past self manipulated a pool of golden sake to render the demon drunk, allowing her to jump on his back and destroy his dark instrument, rendering him vulnerable. There was quite a difference between the second incarnation and Izumi's own battle with Orochi. Her second life had been able to whip up divine winds to blow away flames and poison, as well as manipulate liquids and summon the moon in the sky above. The battle ended when Susanoo arrived, having regained his courage, and with Izumi imbuing his blade via the moon, the two sliced off Orochi's heads with a combination of sword strokes and power slashes. When Orochi died and his spirit fled to be reunited with Yami, his body disintegrated and revealed the reforged form of Tsukuyumi, Tsumagari. Once the vision ended, Izumi found herself surrounded by the concerned faces of Sakuya, Ishiko, Nizu, and Toshi. Are you alright, my child? Sakuya asked worriedly. I'm good mom, just wasn't expecting a vision. I saw my last battle with Orochi, the one with Susanoo. I really was a fool to think I could take Orochi on in my current state. My past self had 3 more techniques than I do and still had some trouble. If it weren't for All Might and Eri, I'd have been killed or corrupted. Izumi said, clenching her fists with dissatisfaction. Hey now, there's no need to worry about the past. You won that fight. Toshinori assured her. Yes, she did, but she is also right that she was very lucky. Be sure to learn from your mistakes, young lady. Nizu said. He didn't like being strict, especially since Izumi was one of his favorite humans now, but it would do her no good if she let one lucky victory go to her head. The Battle of Orochi was won, that was true, but it would have been easier and safer if she'd been better prepared. It wasn't totally her fault, since Orochi forced the battle, but Izumi had admitted that she'd originally planned to use the raid as an opportunity to hunt and kill the demon. Izumi took Nizu's words in the spirit they were meant and nodded grimly, I need to train more, and find the other brush gods. Still, at least I got another divine instrument out of all this, she said, cheering up a bit. Since melding with her, Izumi could feel the Tsumagari resting within her, existing as a ball of light that orbited her soul, just as the divine retribution did when she didn't have it summoned. Getting to her feet, Izumi took a step away from the group and willed the Tsumagari to appear. The divine retribution disappeared, and the massive blue blade appeared in its place, floating on her back. Just like the mirror, the sword moved at her will, but it was a lot harder and more tiring. This thing is tough. Izumi sweated, I can move my mirror as naturally as my own body, but moving Tsumagari feels like I'm moving underwater. She focused and tried to fine-tune her movements, but her control over the sword was still clunky, and she couldn't move it as quickly or as far as her mirror. Her mirror could move up to 10 feet away before she lost direct control of it, but the sword couldn't move outside of her arm's length. I'm still impressed you can move it at all, though I suppose you aren't using your actual body. Toshi commented, can you use the mirror at the same time? Like a sword and shield. Izumi hummed and focused. Simply summoning one of her instruments would make it replace the one she was using, but if Izumi really focused, she could manifest both at the same time. Unfortunately, with two instruments out, her fine control over both was greatly diminished and it became impossible to control them with just her mind, forcing her to use hand gestures to manipulate them instead, and even that began to give her a headache. I'm going to have to work on this. Izumi said, dismissing both weapons and returning to her human form. You're still not allowed to train for another week. Master Onigiri's orders. Sakuya said sternly, but you'll have the chance to work on it with him after that. Izumi pouted but didn't argue. She was technically supposed to be resting after her ordeal and was only allowed to help clear the Shai Hasaikai base of demons because the heroes and police couldn't just leave the creatures to roam free. She could handle a few more days of enforced rest, and at least it gave her plenty of free time to catch up on schoolwork and play with Eri. The group of heroes left the base and met up with everyone outside, reporting their success. The Shai Hasaikai base had been cleared of demons, the base had been purified of malevolence, and Izumi had reclaimed the second of her divine instruments. The knowledge that Kyubi had recruited one of Orochi's lieutenants was worrying, but Izumi would simply have to prepare, she'd have had to fight him eventually anyway. And so the troubles for Korosanto finally ended, and the penultimate chapter in the story of the Shai Hasaikai came to a close. Only the trials of the surviving members were left, and that was out of Izumi's hands. Her own tribunal meeting loomed, but Izumi would be ready for that, at least as far as she knew, but there were things she didn't know and they would be lying in wait. Come the day of the tribunal, Izumi's life would change forever. Next chapter, The Tribunal Part 1. To be released, August 31st, 2021. Another short one, but we're approaching the end of the arc now. As I said last time, this chapter was originally part of the last one, but was cut off into its own so I wouldn't have a 3-day break for something relatively minor. Izumi has finally reclaimed the second of her 3 divine instruments. It was a long time coming, but I wanted the way Izumi gets them to be mirrored by how she got them in the games. The wait for the last instrument won't be anywhere near as long. Next chapter will begin the 3-parter that ends the arc, the tribunal. We'll see the lead up to, and the beginning of the tribunal, as well as meet the judges. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 6 to 15, The Tribunal Part 1. 2 days had passed since the successful completion of Izumi's mission to Korosanto, and her regaining her lost glaive, Sumagari. Izumi had invited the heroes back to the manor for a celebratory dinner afterwards, and they spent the evening recounting the events of the mission to the rest of the household. The evening ended up becoming an amusing contest to see who among the group could actually lift and swing that Sumagari's immense weight. All Might, Hound Dog, Vlad King, and the Onikawa brothers were the only ones able to lift the thing, and only All Might could effectively swing it. Eri had tried to control it the same way she could control the divine retribution, but while the mirror would obey her so long as Izumi wasn't using it, that Sumagari wouldn't budge, though whether it was because Eri didn't have the ability or simply wasn't strong enough yet was up for debate. Oddly enough, she could sort of hold it on her shoulder without being bothered by the immense weight, but she also couldn't move it by herself, and was effectively pinned until her mama took the blade back. After they'd had their fun with Izumi's sword, the household told Izumi that they'd watched the press conference live, with even Himiko and Katsuki watching it in class, as the teacher had projected it onto the blackboard. The general consensus of the family and Izumi's class was that she'd done well and said the right things, with Katsuki grumpily complaining that, the damn extras will be swarming all over you when you come back. Izumi gulped, suddenly not so keen to go back to school on Monday. The next day, Wednesday, all the written articles about the press conference came out, and Izumi was pleasantly surprised at how well she had been received. She'd expected to be categorized as just a helpful girl who got in over her head and ended up getting lucky in saving people from Orochi, which she would have been fine with, but most of the actual articles were praising her as a future top hero, comparing her record to those of Endeavor, Best Jeanist, and Hawks after they'd gotten their own provisional licenses. According to the articles, the record of her activities since getting her provisional license was about as long as Best Jeanist's, and only a little below Endeavor's. Hawks still blew her out of the water, but that was largely because he was schooled by tutors and they worked around his heroism, while Izumi went to public school and was, at the time, not known to be an active hero. In addition to the articles promoting her as a future top pro, she was being praised as a defender of equal rights and a peak example of why people should be allowed to use their quirks freely. The articles from Chitose Kazuki were especially flattering, and included highly positive comments about her from politicians and CEOs across Japan. Rikiya Yatsubashi, CEO of the Detnerat Company, Tomoyasu Chikazoku from the board of Feel Good Incorporated, and Koku Hanabata, the leader of the Hearts and Minds political party were the loudest supporters of her, and it made Izumi feel both embarrassed and proud to hear these important people supporting her. Sakuya, after seeing these news stories, was suspicious about just how positive they were, and warned Izumi that someone was spreading around quite a bit of money to keep them that way, though who and why was unknown to her. Only smaller tabloids were being critical of Izumi, but people were mostly writing off those articles as conspiracy theories, which Izumi couldn't exactly blame them for. One article suggested she was a biological experiment made by the government as a kind of super soldier. Izumi wasn't sure how to take her newfound fame, but since her public approval would improve her chances at her tribunal, she didn't complain. Izumi spent the rest of Wednesday and the following Thursday relaxing and catching up with her missed schoolwork. It wasn't too tough, and between that and the work she'd already done at the hospital, she'd be completely caught up by Monday if she kept powering through, and maybe pulling a few sneaky all-nighters. The rest of her time off was spent with Eri, helping the little girl with her own lessons. Eri was getting the hang of reading and writing quite quickly, and playing with her when those lessons were over. It would be difficult to leave Eri when she had to go to school or to do hero work, but Izumi had no choice. Eri would need to get used to separating from Izumi, but the young mother was quick to reassure her little girl that no matter what, she would always come back and be with her, no matter how old she got. Eri was happy with that promise. Naturally, with Izumi banned from training for at least another week, she wasn't able to work on using Tsumagari or try to overcome the weaknesses she'd found in herself during her time with the Shy Hasaikai, which the girl found very frustrating. Izumi did want a vacation, but she couldn't bring herself to properly relax, especially knowing just how much luck had factored into her victory against Orochi. Unfortunately for her, Master Onijirai kept an annoyingly close eye on the girl, and on the few occasions she tried to sneak a quick workout in the dojo, he'd found her and literally picked her up like a naughty puppy before dropping her back in her bedroom for some quiet time, which was a glorified timeout. It was rather embarrassing, but at least Onijirai never let Eri see him doing that, which would have been annoying to explain. He'd also, with Sakuya's permission, revoked Izumi's access to all the training facilities within the commission branch, so when Izumi snuck away to one of the gyms below the manor, she was swiftly turned away by the apologetic guards. She didn't push her luck after that, lest Onijirai and Sakuya have the Onikawa brothers shadow her even more. As irritating as it was, Izumi did feel warm and fuzzy inside at how seriously they were about taking care of her. But before she knew it, those peaceful days in the manor passed and Friday came. It was time for her tribunal. Friday 1-3th May 2 28-1. Kanahana Manor, Mizudafu. Izumi nervously picked at her food, spending more time staring at her smoked fish and rice than she did eating it. She was sat in the dining room with the rest of the household and their current guests, namely Katsuki, Hawks, All Might, Nizu, Eraserhead, and Detective Tsukachi, and she was dressed again in her temporary hero costume. Both her mothers, and Eri, were all dressed in their best clothes today too, as they would be joining Izumi, the heroes, and the detective at the tribunal as moral support. You need to eat, Izumi. I know you're nervous, but starving yourself won't help. Inko said gently. Sorry. I'm just not feeling so hot. It feels like I'm about to go fight a super strong demon or something. Izumi mumbled, forcing herself to take another bite of rice. Eri frowned and scooted over so she was pressed against her mother. Mama will be okay, right? Those Tri people won't do anything bad to her. No dear, your mother will be safe. Sakuya assured the child. Once they're sure she was right to stop Orochi, they'll thank her. Katsuki frowned heavily. I still want to come. Me and Sunny can offer support and crap. You have school, Katsuki. Inko reminded him, and there won't be much you could say or do. Everyone else going was involved in the case. Eri and I wouldn't be allowed at all if we weren't saved during that incident. The explosive blonde growled, while Himiko looked ready to argue too, but Dabi shut them both up with a glare. Look, I get how you feel. I want to go too, but this isn't a fun day trip, this is a real hero tribunal. They'll be interrogating her, and if one of you loses your temper and shouts something dumb, it'll look bad for her. I'm sure the last thing you two want is to make things worse for her. Both blondes promptly shut their mouths and sat back sullenly. Izumi gave them shy smiles. I appreciate the thought, Kaken, Himiko, but Dabi's right. It'll be better if you guys go to school. How else am I supposed to get the notes I need to catch up? She asked with a playful smile. Himiko relaxed a bit and gave her little sister a watery smile, and some of the tension left Katsuki's shoulders, though he still looked grumpy. Izumi turned back to her breakfast and just barely managed to finish it, though it was a struggle to choke down the last few mouthfuls, before taking a gulp of tea and turning to Principal Nizu. Principal, can you walk me through the process again? I want to be as prepared as possible. Izumi asked, a hint of begging to her voice. Nizu smiled sympathetically. Izumi had asked him to go through the tribunal process with her a few times since the Coruscant mission on Tuesday. The mouse-dog-bear thing was fairly certain Izumi was as prepared as she could be, but he decided to indulge her yet again and go through it. It was fairly similar to a criminal trial, though much less intense and with 3 judges instead of a single judge and jury. As it wasn't an official trial, there wasn't a prosecutor or the need for Izumi to have a defender, it was more like a pre-trial to see if charges should be filed against her. Izumi was facing the tribunal for 2 incidents, the killing of Orochi, and involving Eri in the fight. An innocent verdict probably wasn't possible. Izumi had done both those things, so the tribunal wasn't really about if she did them, but if she had good reason to do so. If they judged that she did have sufficient reason, they'd judge her justified rather than innocent, and no charges would be filed, essentially meaning the government approved of her actions. If they believed Izumi hadn't had good reason for either action, they'd declare her liable, and the police would be required to formally charge her for whichever actions she was judged for. As Izumi was a minor and a provisional hero, there would be an automatic appeal, meaning a second tribunal would be held to ratify the first tribunal's decision, and only if the second tribunal agreed would she be charged. While that appeal was happening, and even afterwards if the appeal was unsuccessful, Izumi would be arrested, placed under house arrest with a quirk suppressor and tracking bracelet until she was found innocent by a trial and released, or found guilty and sent to juvenile hall. After listening to Nizu's explanation, Izumi nervously asked, what if things go badly today? What if I'm found liable and the appeal doesn't work? We'll file a second appeal. The first is automatic since you're a minor and a provisional hero, but we can manually file another appeal if the first doesn't work. That would mean a third tribunal. Sakuya explained. And if that doesn't work? Izumi asked. Sakuya's expression soured, then we'll have no choice but to go to trial. If you're only found liable for the child and civilian endangerment charge, then it'll be a small closed court with just a judge, but if the killing of Orochi is what they charge you for, it'll be a full jury trial. That's an almost sure win. Eraserhead said smoothly, unless a hero commits a malicious crime, no jury is going to convict them. The child endangerment charge would be almost as easy to dodge, since any reasonable judge would just watch the recording of the fight and see how you kept Eri safe, even to your own detriment at times. Given your popularity at the moment, I doubt any public prosecutors are going to want to go against you. If you go to trial, there'll be a huge public outcry. But what if dash? No more buts. All Might said, cutting Izumi off gently, it'll be fine. With all the public support and evidence on your side, the entire tribunal would need to be blind or bribed to charge you. Sakuya nodded in agreement. The tree spirit wasn't saying anything, but Izumi would never see the inside of a cell or juvenile hall. If the initial tribunal, the 2 appeals, and the real trial went against her, then Sakuya would have to act outside the law and make some rather public accusations. She was ancient, and had founded the Hero Commission. Sakuya had some connection to most prominent politicians and public servants, including the current Prime Minister and even the Emperor, though he was only a figurehead and had no real political power. Sakuya could spill enough secrets to ruin them and bring down the government. It seemed harsh, destroying the government of a nation to keep her daughter out of trouble, but Izumi was desperately needed to stop the demons, and there was no way Sakuya would allow her to fall prey to unjust humans. Still, that was the nuclear option, and not one Sakuya would take lightly. She had to have faith that the humans would make the right choice. A short while later, it was time for the group to head out. Dabi would take Katsuki and Himiko to school on his way to college, while Izumi and her group headed to the Muzurifu courthouse for her tribunal meeting. They all stopped at the commission's front door to say their farewells. Good luck, little sis. Show those tribunal guys that you're an awesome hero. Himiko said tearfully, trying her best to smile through her worry. I will. I have Mom, Mama, and Eri with me, plus 4 awesome heroes and an amazing detective. I'll come out on top. Izumi assured her, sounding more confident than she really was. Ha! You sound like you're facing demons, not stuffy officials. You face down Orochi and that Chisaki prick, so you can face down some blustering government stooges. Dabi grinned, ruffling Izumi's hair. I don't know, demons are usually less corrupt than politicians. Izumi joked, earning a snort from Eraserhead. Katsuki smirked and put his fist out for a fist bump, which Izumi happily returned. He didn't say a word to the greenette, instead turning to Eri and kneeling so he was on her eye level. You'll help protect your mama, right Snowball? If those guys start being rude to her, you show them your wolf form and give them a nice growl. Katsuki said, poking his unofficial niece's nose. Eri nodded seriously, turning into her puppy form and giving her best growl. It was about as intimidating as, well, a wolf puppy, so she was more likely to be endearing than frightening, but Katsuki grinned wider and pet her head. Now that's what I call a war face. Give em hell snowball. Protect your mama. Izumi rolled her eyes. Katsuki was probably a bit of a bad influence for Eri, but she couldn't help but love her explosive brother, and Eri certainly loved her explosive uncle. Izumi would just have a quiet word with her on the way to the courthouse, so Eri knew Kaken had been kidding about growling at the judges. The fiery blonde finally looked Izumi in the eye. You better come home with a justified verdict. Don't let those pricks walk all over you, he demanded. I won't, Kaken. Izumi smiled. Katsuki sighed, and in a rare moment of softness, he hugged her tightly. Good luck, Izuken. With that, Katsuki let Izumi go and stormed off towards the station so he could catch the train to school. Himiko and Dabi chased after him, waving and shouting good luck to the heroes as they went. Izumi watched until they were out of sight, then turned to her family and escorts. Without a word, they got into the waiting limousine and began the short drive to the Muzutafu courthouse. Izumi remained mostly silent while everyone else chatted and made small talk, trying to keep their minds off the coming tribunal. Hawks was playfully teasing Inko and Toshinori about their rehab dates, while Nizu and Eraserhead went over some notes for Izumi's case. Sakuya and the detective were discussing who might be replacing the commission judge on the tribunal, since the government wouldn't allow a commission employee to sit in judgment of the daughter of the commission president in order to avoid bias. The only ones Izumi interacted with were Ishiko, who sat on Eri's horn, and Eri herself, who was humming away as she watched the city through the car window. Eri was dressed in her new favorite outfit, a white dress shirt with a frilled collar underneath a red pinafore with big gold buttons where the shoulder straps met her chest. The skirt of the pinafore was pleated and alternated between red and white, and was worn above white tights and soft red boots. Eri also carried a dark red messenger bag that had some of her crayons and coloring books inside, to keep her entertained. The outfit was Eri's favorite because it was completely red and white, matching her eyes and hair, as well as hers and her mama's wolf forms. She was especially proud of the soft red boots. They were easy to walk in compared to the pinching black dress shoes her Granny Flower had initially suggested, and they matched her mama's big red shoes. The little girl was too embarrassed to say it, but Izumi could tell why Eri loved the outfit, and was sure to compliment it during the car ride, stroking Eri's hair comfortingly. Finally, the limousine drove into the private parking lot behind the courthouse and Izumi promptly froze. This was it. In just a few minutes, her tribunal would be beginning and her fate would be decided. Izumi couldn't help but shake with nerves. She broke out in a cold sweat, paling drastically and looking like she was about to faint or throw up. She was vaguely aware of her family looking at her with worry and talking to her, but their voices were drowned out by the sound of her own heartbeat pounding in her ears. The Greenette desperately wanted to be brave, especially in front of Eri, but this tribunal would decide her future. What if they decided she was guilty and deserved to go to prison? They didn't understand what Orochi really was, so they wouldn't understand why he had to die and couldn't be arrested. What if they decided she couldn't be a hero? Her dream and all her hard work would become worthless. Her promise to form an agency with Kaken and Himiko would be broken. She'd disappoint Sakuya and Hawks. She'd be a disgrace to everyone who believed in her. They'd take her license, and then how would she excuse her fights with demons? She'd be arrested as soon as one of those fights happened in public, which was inevitable. Izumi began to hyperventilate, her power fluctuating. Waves of light and raw energy were shooting out from her, stopping the worried adults from getting close, lest they be shoved back by the force. Only Eri wasn't affected, having the same kind of light and energy inside her too now that she was a demigoddess. As a terrified tear began to drip down Izumi's cheek, Eri knew she had to do something. The last time the little girl had seen her mama in such distress was after she'd turned into a demon and killed Rokuju. Her mama and Nishiko had said that Eri's light had helped make her feel better. Eri began to panic. She didn't understand how she'd helped last time, so how would she help this time? Her mama needed her, and Eri couldn't think of what to do. She needed to give her light, but Eri didn't understand how. The little girl clenched her fists desperately, wishing she could just turn into a wolf and chase away the bad things hurting her mama. Then it hit her, Eri could do that. She had some of her mama's power now, including that cool move that her mama used to make sunlight, sunrise. It was the only one of her mama's techniques that little Eri could use, but if ever there was a time to use it, it was now. Without hesitation, Eri transformed into her demigod form and began focusing on the power she'd been given. She made her fingers secrete golden ink and drew a shaky circle on her palm, then pressed it into Izumi's hand. Sunrise! Eri cried, activating the technique. A bright light shined out from where her palm met her mother's, and the little girl felt a wave of exhaustion come over her, making her want a nap. The adults watched in confusion, until they noticed Izumi's face regaining some color and her breathing slowing down. Izumi could feel her daughter's light, and she clung to it like a lifeline, grounding her in the here and now. She hadn't been found guilty yet, and she was still a provisional hero. All Might and Nizu had faith in her, and she had her mom and mama with her to keep her safe. And of course, she had her darling child keeping her calm and happy. Izumi could feel Eri's heartbeat through her technique, and she focused on it, allowing her own heart to slow down and match the pitter-patter of Eri's heart. Her stomach began to settle, and the stress in her muscles relaxed. The light and energy she was giving off receded back into her, and her panic attack wound down, until Izumi felt she was completely calm. With a deep, shuddering breath, Izumi used her free hand to wipe her tear-filled eyes and look at the worried faces of her family. "I'm sorry. I lost confidence and ended up panicking." "It's all right, dear, it happens to the best of us," Inko said soothingly, reaching over to stroke Izumi's cheek. The adults shot thankful looks to Eri, who smiled shyly in response and looked up at her mother. "Are you okay now, Mama Izumi?" Eri asked. Izumi beamed at her. "I am, thanks to you. Thank you for saving me again, my little hero," she said, stooping to kiss Eri on the cheek and gently pet her wolf ears. Eri leaned into the touch, making cute and affectionate noises as she enjoyed the positive attention. Everyone sighed with relief, and they all got out of the limousine so they could head into the courthouse, leaving Kabuto to stay with the vehicle. As they walked, Izumi used Sunrise on Eri to return some energy to the child, who was groggy from using it herself, while the rest of the group surrounded her in a protective bubble. The only one who wasn't surrounding her was Eraserhead, who hung back and watched Izumi with concern. He'd just been given another reminder that for all her godly powers and heroic deeds, Izumi Midoriya was still only a 14-year-old girl, who'd had the responsibility of parenthood, herohood and godhood all dumped on her shoulders. She was strong, but not strong enough to hold all that up alone. Eraserhead decided immediately that whatever class or course Izumi ended up in at U.A, he would be her homeroom teacher, even if it meant swapping with another teacher. The girl needed someone to remind her that she was a child, and that she needed to be taken care of too while she was at U.A, and Eraser doubted All Might, Nizu, or the rest of his coworkers would be willing to be that strict with her. He'd seen enough of the people he'd fought beside fall to the stress and depression that often came with hero work. He'd seen it with his students, his classmates, and heroes both in the underground circuit and the mainstream. He didn't want to see it again. Izumi walked into the courthouse completely unaware of Eraser's eyes on her, focusing instead on Eri's hand within her own, and Eri's light lingering inside her chest from the sunrise the child had used. Almost as soon as the group had entered the building, they were met by a young woman in a business suit. "Oh my! Why, you must be the group attending the tribunal for Amaterasu. The meeting is taking place in courtroom 12, over in the West Wing. Please allow me to escort you," the woman, apparently a secretary, said. She was staring at All Might, Hawks, and even Amaterasu with a starstruck look that reminded the male heroes of Izumi. Izumi, too nervous to really notice that she apparently had a fan, bowed politely. "Please do, ma'am." The secretary smiled brightly and led them to the assigned courtroom. A few people, mostly lawyers and other legal aides, watched the group with interest as they passed through, and the security guards stood a little straighter when the heroes looked at them. When they neared the courtroom, they had to pass through a metal detector and have their phones and other communication devices confiscated, since such things weren't allowed in hero trials or tribunals, but the poor guard who had to ask All Might for his cell phone looked ready to keel over with fear. Naturally, none of the group put up a fuss, though Eri did briefly look afraid when a friendly officer asked her for her bag, but she got it and all the contents back once he'd given it a cursory glance. Once the inspection was done, the group was left in a small waiting area outside courtroom 12. "You'll be called in when it's time. Good luck," the secretary bowed, then scurried off back to her other duties. "This is it," Izumi whispered, staring at the large wooden doors. Courtroom 12 was one of the smaller courtrooms and was usually used for less serious matters, like hearings and tribunals. Even so, the doors felt impossibly huge to Izumi, whose nerves were slowly getting the better of her again. She cursed herself a bit. If the judges saw how nervous she was, they might take it as a sign of guilt. "Calm down, problem child," Eraser said, putting a hand on the girl's shoulder and squeezing it tightly. "It's going to be fine. All the evidence, the police, the heroes, and the public are on your side here. This is just a formality, a part of the system." I know, I just can't help but be scared. Other than when I was considered quirkless, I've never been in real trouble before. I've been scolded and grounded before, but that was more out of worry for me. Heck, I've never even been called to the principal's office before," Izumi admitted. "Jesus, you're high-strung," Eraser muttered, looking to the rest of the group. Eri looked back at him with confused red eyes, while All Might and Tsukachi looked fondly at the panicking brunette. Inko panicked and fretted almost as much as her daughter. Nizu and Hawks grinned, and Sakuya dug through her handbag for something. "Aha! This'll help." Sakuya grinned, pulling out what she'd been looking for, a cloth bag of the doi's holy bone bites. Izumi and Eri immediately stared at the bag like excited puppies. They were the girls' second favorite food, after katsudon for Izumi and apples for Eri, and both girls immediately forgot why they were even in the courthouse in favor of begging for the snack. Sakuya giggled, and for the next 5 minutes, she passed the bag around a group of adults and had each of them take a holy bone bite, then toss it to one of the girls, as if they really were a pair of excitable canines. Naturally, both girls ended up in their wolf forms, jumping and leaping in order to catch the snacks. They each got roughly half of the bag, and the adults were pleased to see that Izumi would always let Eri go for the snack first, and would only catch one of her own if Eri was already chewing away. Eraser briefly considered putting the 2 snacks he'd been given on the girls' snouts and having them wait, but he decided that it might be going a little too far. The girls weren't actually dogs on the inside after all. He did decide that he was going to see how Eri reacted to cat toys in the future though. Eraser imagined that it would be hilarious and adorable. Sakuya's ploy with the snacks worked perfectly, and by the time the courtroom doors opened, Izumi was completely relaxed and happily playing with Eri. When the door opened and the bailiff stepped out, he took one look at Izumi and Eri, chasing each other around in their wolf forms, and began laughing. Ha 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 ha. I'm sorry, but that is adorable, the bailiff laughed. I take it this is Izumi Midoriya and Eri Midoriya? Izumi, hearing the laughter, immediately turned into her demigod form and turned to face the man with a nervous look on her face. Ah. I'm so sorry. We were just playing around, she said fearfully while Eri turned back to her own demigod form and held tightly onto her mother's hand. The bailiff grinned and waved off her apologies. It's fine, I'm not going to complain, I'm a dog person and that little show brightened my day. He said, the judges have all assembled, so we're ready to begin. If any of you need a bathroom or smoke break, now is the last chance. The tribunal won't have a recess unless it's an emergency. Izumi gulped. This was it. She took a deep breath and counted to 10 in her head in order to restore her calm. She thought about Eri using sunrise on her, and the games they'd just been playing with the snacks to cheer herself up again. She was ready. She could do this. Shall we? All Might asked, lifting one hand from Inko's wheelchair and offering it to Izumi. The brunette nodded, and the group walked into the courtroom. It was time to begin the tribunal. When Izumi imagined herself facing her tribunal, she had imagined standing alone in a pitch-black room, illuminated only by a single spotlight bearing down on her while 3 shadowy figures watched and judged her with gleaming eyes. It was a frightening image for the teenage goddess, and had contributed to her terrible nerves, but the reality of courtroom 12 was quite different. The room looked like a simple, small courtroom. There were 3 desks on a raised platform for the judges to sit at, a 4th desk off to the side for the court scribe, and a 5th in the middle of the room for the defendant. Comfortable chairs for witnesses and supporters lined the wall opposite the scribe's desk, and large windows allowed the morning sun to illuminate the room, making the courtroom look and feel warm and comforting. Izumi felt her nerves relaxing. This didn't look so bad. The bailiff gestured for Izumi to sit at the defendant's table along with Tsukachi and Nizu, who would be giving evidence in her defense, while politely asking the rest of her party to take seats along the side of the room. Eri gave her mama a kiss on the cheek for luck, then obediently sat in Sakuya's lap on the sidelines. Once Izumi's group was seated, a door at the back of the courtroom opened and 4 people came out, 2 men and 2 women. One of the women was a petite brunette with thick glasses, a soft gray women's suit, and some form of mouse mutation quirk that covered her in very light brown fur and gave her a mouse's tail and ears. Izumi thought she was quite cute looking, and watched as she sat at the court scribe's desk. As the mouse woman was the scribe, that meant the remaining 3 people were the judges. The first judge, sitting at the left desk, Izumi's right, was a woman with bright purple hair tied into a tight bun, and matching purple eyes. Her face was fairly average outside of her eye color, and her expression was stern. She was dressed in the white uniform and cap of the Japanese Navy, and while Izumi wasn't familiar with the insignia she wore, they looked impressive enough that Izumi assumed the woman was at least a commander. Izumi guessed that this woman was replacing the usual commission representative, whom had been barred from the tribunal due to conflict of interest. The second judge, sitting at the right desk, Izumi's left, was clearly the hero representative, since he was wearing a hero costume. Most of the man's features were hidden by his mask and headgear, only allowing Izumi to see his pointed, clean-shaven jaw. His costume was one Izumi recognized, but it wasn't unique. It was the costume worn by the sidekicks of the Tau Hero Agency, one of the few agencies that had no dealings with the commission, instead reporting to and being overseen directly by the Japanese government. The costume resembled a Shinto priest's, with a light gray kimono-style shirt with royal purple accents, and royal purple hakama pants. The wearer also sported tabi socks with tall red geta sandals, a pointed black hat with an incorporated hood for the neck and an upside-down pentacle on the front, and finally, a golden domino-style mask that covered the eyes. Normally, these sidekicks would also sport a katana and a golden trident, but those weapons hadn't been allowed in the courtroom. Uniform of the Tao Hero Agency sidekicks. The third and final judge, naturally the government representative, sat in the middle desk and took the position of senior judge. He possessed an animal mutation quirk, like the mousy scribe, which gave him the head of a king cobra, gave him a matching tail, and covered his skin in scales. The cobra man made Izumi shudder. She'd gained a mild fear, more of a discomfort really, of snakes after the Orochi fight. It was just her luck that such a man was the head judge of her tribunal. Once the judges and scribe had all taken their seats, the bailiff checked his watch, and the moment that it struck 10 a.m., he cleared his throat. The tribunal hearing of Provisional Hero, Amaterasu, aka Izumi Midoriya for the events of the April 20th, 2281 is now in session. Presiding over this hearing is Tao sidekick, Manchu as the hero representative, Captain Honsha Saibankan of the Japanese Imperial Navy as the guest representative, and Minister Sashuru Hebigan of the Ministry of Home Affairs as the governmental representative and head judge, the bailiff announced. Izumi gulped. The Tao sidekick aside, her judges were serious business. A minister and a navy captain weren't the sorts of people brought into this kind of thing without it being very serious. Minister Hebigan hit his desk with a small gavel. This tribunal hearing is now in session, he said, his voice sounding bizarrely normal for a person with a snake head. As a matter of record, the usual representative from the Hero Public Safety Commission had willingly excused themselves from this session due to a potential conflict of interest, as the defendant is the adopted daughter of the current commission president. Captain Saibankan has taken the position of our third judge in their place. Would the defendant, or a representative of hers please announce for the record the names and occupations of their party? Detective Tsukachi immediately stood and rattled off the names of each of Izumi's group, using only the hero names for the heroes, and listing Eri and Inko's occupations as family of the defendant. All three judges looked at the heroes, particularly All Might, with impressed expressions. It seems that Miss Midoriya has quite the influential supporters. Captain Saibankan murmured, looking at the girl more closely. Izumi bowed her head politely, then sat with her back straight and her head held up, to show she had nothing to feel guilt or shame for. The captain nodded approvingly at the display. Minister Hebigan noted something down, then turned to Izumi. Miss Midoriya, you are here today to answer questions in regards to illegal actions that you allegedly took under the rights and responsibilities of the Japanese Heroism Act. We will state each illegal action and you will give your plea to each. You may answer, innocent, if you did not commit the act, justified, if you committed the act, but believe it admissible by the aforementioned law, or liable, if you committed the act and do not believe it admissible by said law. Do you understand? He asked sternly. Yes, Your Honor. Izumi replied. Very well. For the act of willingly and knowingly placing a civilian child in danger via negligence, how do you plead? Justified, Your Honor. Minister Hebigan's eyes flicked over to where Eri was sitting, noting her appearance and health. Eri looked frightened by his gaze, and shyly waved at him since she was sure she wasn't allowed to speak. The minister's gaze softened and he looked back to Izumi, so noted. For the act of killing the villain known as Yamada no Orochi, aka the Reaper, no known legal name, how do you plead? Justified, Your Honor. Izumi repeated. The judge nodded and made a note of her response. Very well. Miss Midoriya, please recount the events of April 20th as best you can. Do not include information you learned of after that date, answer only with information you knew at the time, he ordered. Nizu and Tsukachi had sour expressions upon hearing the restriction the judge had requested. The snake-faced minister was hoping to see if Izumi had intended to act in a legally liable way. He wanted to see if she had killed Orochi or endangered Eri willingly and without care of the law and was using evidence discovered after the fact to excuse herself, or if she truly had responsibly and genuinely believed she had no choice at the time. Strictly speaking, if it was the former, then the evidence would still exonerate her, but it might make the government watch her more closely. Thankfully, that wasn't a problem of the girl. Izumi nodded to the request and began to nervously tell her tale. She detailed everything that had happened, actually starting with the events of April 19th, since Izumi didn't know at which point in the story midnight passed, and the 19th became the 20th. Her story was 99% true, replacing the demonic parts of the story with Chisaki's mad science, and mentioning that she knew Orochi couldn't be normally killed, captured, or redeemed, though she said that she learned it from Chisaki's bragging rather than through the tales she'd been told about Orochi as a child. The judges listened intently, keeping straight faces that only changed to winces when Izumi mentioned being tortured to death by Chisaki, cutting off her leg, and the various injuries she'd endured as part of her battle with Orochi. Izumi didn't notice, but the Tao sidekick, Manchu was watching her intently, and bowing his head to her fairly frequently. Sakuya and the hidden Ishiko did notice however, and Ishiko was sure she recognized that man's costume from somewhere. Once Izumi finished her story, the judges had to collect themselves a bit. Ahem, thank you, Miss Midoriya. Judge Hebbigan said, loosening his tie a bit. So to clarify, you had initially intended to hunt down and defeat Orochi, who had attacked your mother as the Reaper, in order to get her consciousness back. You changed your mind upon learning Orochi was likely out of your league and instead planned to avoid him, until the villain appeared before you and directly attacked. That's right. I thought I could take him at first, but after being killed by Chisaki once already and using up a lot of my energy, I felt I was too weak and changed my mind. Plus, with the chaos of the raid, I wasn't certain I could fight Orochi and protect Eri, at least until he forced my hand. Izumi admitted. Captain Saibankin nodded stiffly, a little disturbed by the torture the girl in front of her had been put through. She addressed the girl in an oddly masculine voice that didn't suit her appearance. You were informed by an outside source that Orochi's regenerative powers couldn't be surpassed normally, and you knew he couldn't be effectively restrained or captured. Knowing this, and your own weakened state, you decided not to pursue him and passed out shortly after encountering All Might. You then awoke already inside Orochi's barrier and were forced to fight after refusing to rise to Orochi's bait and kill Chisaki, a commendable act. I have to ask though, when Power Loader and All Might tunneled into the barrier, why did you not pass young Eri to them first, followed by Hawks and Chisaki? If you had done so, she wouldn't have been involved in the fight. Izumi flushed in embarrassment. I have no excuse ma'am, I simply acted on instinct. Hawks needed immediate medical attention so he went into the tunnel first, and then it was a choice between Chisaki in my arms or Eri on my back. I acted without thinking and just tossed Chisaki and then reached back for Eri, but it was too late. The barrier expanded underground before I could pass Eri to Power Loader. The Navy woman tapped her chin with a contemplative look. I see. Well, while that was not the wisest of decisions, considering your age and the stress of the situation, I understand mistakes can happen. Young Eri didn't receive even a scratch throughout the battle, and you were even hurt multiple times to protect her. I believe that should be proof enough that you did your due diligence as a hero. Are we in agreement? She asked, looking to her fellow judges. I agree. Hebbigan nodded. As do I, the young lady acted fairly. Manchu agreed, speaking in an oddly formal dialect. The three judges exchanged nods and looked to Izumi. Judge Hebbigan addressed her, Miss Midoriya, based on the evidence given and the testimony you gave, this tribunal finds you innocent of the act of civilian and child endangerment. We believe you acted responsibly and simply made an easy-to-make error in the heat of the battle. He banged his gavel. Izumi gasped, before breaking out in a huge smile, while her family cheered. Being judged, justified, would have been fine, though the charge would have been listed on her record due to the fact she had committed the action but been excused. It couldn't be held against her legally, but any agency or future potential tribunal could see it, which could cause trouble. Being judged innocent meant that charge was expunged from the records entirely. It would essentially be as if she'd never committed the act, because legally, she hadn't. Now that the secondary act had been dealt with, we must address the more serious charge, the killing of Yamada no Orochi. Hebbigan reminded her, silencing the cheering. Izumi gulped, as there was something she couldn't identify about the look in the snake man's eyes. There was a slight upturning of Captain Saibankin's lips, and Sidekick Manchu began adjusting his mask nervously. Izumi looked at them both, then to the scribe and bailiff, both of whom appeared to be waiting for something. It was awfully suspicious, but Izumi couldn't quite place the feeling she was getting. She was beginning to think this tribunal wouldn't go the way she expected. I believe there is evidence discovered after the fact that justifies the killing of Orochi. Hebbigan said, looking expectantly at Nizu. The principal, not intimidated in the slightest by the reptilian minister, nodded confidently, yes your honor. Data files recovered from the destroyed lab of Kai Chisaki. I was able to break the encryption and have printed off the relevant information regarding Orochi. The bailiff stepped forward, and Nizu handed him a thick beige folder filled with annotated documents, the fake files Nizu had created to disguise what Orochi truly was. The bailiff handed the folder to Judge Hebbigan, then clapped his hands and produced an exact copy of the file, which he gave to Judge Manchu before repeating the process and giving yet another copy to Judge Saibankin. Izumi's eyes lit up at the quirk. That's amazing. That was your quirk, right? She asked excitedly while the judges read the documents. The bailiff grinned and nodded, yep. My quirk is called copy file. When I clap my hands, I can produce an exact copy of any document I have touched in the last 10 minutes. I can only make 5 copies of any document though, and they only last 30 minutes before they turn to smoke. That's a pretty useful support skill for a bailiff to have. No need to put trials on hold to go and photocopy evidence. Izumi said happily. Her family rolled their eyes while the bailiff looked shocked. Leave it to Izumi to be impressed by such a simple quirk. While Izumi rattled off questions for the indulging bailiff, the judges continued to read through the documents Nizu had prepared. Izumi and her family had given them a glance that morning, and they were certainly well-made forgeries. Nizu had found some real research notes about the quirk destroyer drug and had used the writing style to effectively mimic Chisaki when creating the fake notes on Orochi's creation. He'd even been able to connect Orochi and the Shai Hasaikai to numerous recently deceased people, heroes, civilians, and villains alike, who had quirks that matched with some of the powers Orochi had, in order to explain how the monster had so many abilities. Nizu's genius was on full display throughout the forgery. He'd even found a way to link Jin, his previous possession, to Chisaki and Orochi, further clearing Jin's name from the crimes he committed as twice. All was going well. At least until Judge Hebbigan lifted his eyes from the documents. These files are just what we'd hoped they'd be. The perfect evidence to clear Miss Midoriya's name and make it obvious that she'd acted righteously. The police and public will accept these without question. Hebbigan began, speaking pleasantly, before a sudden edge was added to his tone. It's a shame that these files are completely fabricated, Enizu. Next chapter, The Tribunal Part 2. To be released, September 3, 2021. So that just happened. As it turns out, there's a bit more to this tribunal than a quick courtroom episode. Well, we've gotten to see some more cute moments with Eri at least, and some of the events in this chapter are very important to future events. We also see a bit more of the hero system I created from the canon material, and on top of everything else, we see Sakuya's nuclear option if things go bad. It's worth remembering for the future, that Sakuya wants to save the world, not humanity. If humans become a problem, she'll hang them out to dry for the sake of the greater good. Next chapter will unravel the deceptions of both sides in this tribunal, secrets will be revealed, and some secrets will turn out to be less secret than originally believed. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 6-16, The Tribunal Part 2. Friday 1-3 May 2 28 1. Courtroom 12, Muzutafu Courthouse. Everyone in the room froze suddenly, and an eerie silence filled the room. Izumi and her companion stared, horrified, at Judge Hebbigan, who had almost casually declared Nizu's documents were forged. They were of course, but there shouldn't have been any way to tell. Izumi paled and began to shake, fearing what the consequences of this discovery would be, while Nizu narrowed his eyes on the snake man off to the side. Hawks, All Might, and Eraserhead were slowly getting to their feet, ready to defend Izumi if need be, while Inko cradled Eri tightly against her chest. Only Sakuya wasn't acting aggressively, as she was carefully keeping Ishiko from bursting out of her hiding place in her pocket, while watching the other judges, bailiff, and scribe. Despite the seriousness of the accusation, none of the others looked surprised or concerned. The scribe was dutifully typing away with a completely blank expression, while the bailiff was simply watching Izumi carefully, but making no aggressive or defensive moves. His hands remained crossed in front of him and away from the baton and taser on his belt. The Tao sidekick Manchu was nervously fidgeting with his mask again, but didn't appear shocked or afraid, and Captain Saibankan was merely looking at Izumi with what appeared to be sympathy. Nizu was the first to break the silence with a few angry words. You believe I fabricated that evidence? Why would I do such a thing? What proof is there? I do not believe you fabricated it, I know you did. You were very clever about it too. I'm sure no one on the planet would be able to prove these are fake, at least not without some manner of truth quirk. Hebbigan said, almost casually. Nizu turned to Detective Tsukachi, but before the principal could speak, Hebbigan interrupted him. The detective has such a quirk, but we all know he will lie or obscure the truth in this case. The detective bristled. You question both my honor and Principal Nizu's. Captain Saibankan smiled. Of course not. We do not doubt your honor, or that of Principal Nizu. However, it is that very honor that would make you lie in this case. You have done so before in the case of Jin Babaigawara aka twice. Well, in fairness, he didn't lie about Mr. Babaigawara, but rather omitted some crucial details. Manchu smoothly cut in, still looking nervous despite his confident tone. The sidekick lifted Nizu's fake documents and nodded to the mouse man. My compliments for weaving that particular tale into this document too. Listing that Orochi's ability to spawn minions was born from Mr. Babaigawara's double quirk, as well as making it appear that it was Orochi or some aspect of him that possessed him into becoming the villain twice. That was an ingenious strategic move. The detective and principal both gritted their teeth and stood up, while the rest of Izumi's group, sans Inko, Eri, and the hidden Ishiko, moved to stand around the girls' table. Izumi looked petrified. All her limited confidence over the tribunal had evaporated and now she sat stiff as a statue, convinced that she was about to be charged with Orochi's murder. The judges knew Nizu had faked the documents and knew the detective would lie to them. A guilty verdict was certain. Captain Saibankin looked at her again and tooted, "My fellow judges, I believe the girl has suffered quite enough. Let's get this out of the way so we can get on with the real work, shall we?" "I agree. You know my verdict." Manchu nodded. Minister Hebegen nodded and grabbed his gavel. "Very well, let us end this. Miss Midoriya, based on the evidence given and the testimony you gave, excluding the forged documents provided by Principal Nizu, this tribunal finds you justified in the act of killing Yamada no Orochi, aka the Reaper." The man banged his gavel and Izumi almost fainted from shock. Justified? They'd judged her justified. They'd just been talking about how the evidence was fake, and then without a hint of warning, they declared her justified. Izumi's heart was beating ridiculously fast, and despite the fact she was pleased by the verdict, she couldn't deny the anger she felt either. It felt like the judges were playing with her, and she was sure to let them know it. "What the heck is going on?" Izumi demanded, surging to her feet. Her face was red with embarrassment and stress, and tears were gathering at the corner of her eyes. "Are you toying with me? There's been so many ups and downs today that one more shock like this is going to give me a freaking heart attack," she cried. For the first time, the judges and courtroom staff looked surprised, and more than a little guilty. Sidekick Manchu began praying frantically, though to who or what, Izumi didn't know, while Minister Hebegen tried to ease Izumi's mind. "I assure you, Miss Midoriya, we had no intention to cause you so much stress. We had fully intended to declare you justified from the beginning, but we had to have a tribunal for legal reasons," the snake man said, trying to soothe the child. Eraserhead was unamused. "If that was the case, then why terrify her with that nonsense about the documents being forged?" he demanded, still acting as if the documents were real. The minister just gave him a look of "really," before turning back to Izumi. "The documents are fake and the detective would have lied for you, but those actions combined with their cast iron sense of right and wrong are actually proof enough that you aren't a murderer, Miss Midoriya. That is what we meant when we said we didn't question their honor. They lied to protect you because they knew you were justified and simply couldn't prove it. We only exposed it as a way to point out to the two of them that their actions, while noble, were still wrong and illegal." Izumi sank back into her chair and nearly collapsed face down on the desk in front of her. She took a few shuddering breaths to compose herself before replying, "And you couldn't have exposed that until after the verdict? I thought I was going to prison. We apologize for the stress we caused you. However, you could consider that stress as your punishment for going along with this harebrained scheme. Honestly, you should have had faith that we would believe you without such a thing," Hebegen said, managing to both apologize and scold Izumi in one sentence. The wolf girl sincerely wanted to bite the man for his trick, but she couldn't completely deny it. She had cooperated with illegal actions in order to trick the legal system. At least the judges didn't seem like they would charge her or her companions for the plot. It really had been for the best of intentions after all. Hebegen watched as the tension bled from Izumi and her family, though his next sentence would bring that tension roaring back. "This whole tribunal was primarily a formality and a cover, so that we could speak with you and inform you of some things. You were never in any real trouble. After all, why would we punish a goddess for killing a demon?" Everyone immediately looked at the snake-faced minister with shock, which only grew worse when they observed that Manchu, Saibankin, the scribe, and the bailiff all looked completely unsurprised. Izumi gave the minister a furious glare as she got to her feet and walked away from the defendant's table. For a moment, everyone thought she was going to march from the room and they were debating if they should try and stop her or wait for her to calm down by herself, but instead of storming away, Izumi simply walked over to where Inko and Eri were sitting and lifted the little girl into her arms. Eri, not understanding what was happening but realizing her mama was upset, wrapped her arms around Izumi's neck and hugged her. Izumi's furious expression slowly began to melt away as she stroked her child's back and hair, and took deep breaths, breathing in Eri's scent. The scent of her child calmed her, and Izumi finally noticed that in her anger, she'd shifted into her demigod form without realizing it. She took a few more deep breaths to calm herself, then sat down beside her mama in the guest chairs. The rest of the room watched and waited awkwardly for Izumi to address them or acknowledge them. Her friends and family were afraid she was about to have a breakdown, while the tribunal staff were beginning to fear that they'd invoked her wrath. After 5 minutes, Izumi had sufficiently collected herself to speak, and she fixed Judge Hebegen with her silver eyes, showing that her wolf instincts were winning over her human ones at that moment. "I would like an explanation, Your Honor. You know who and what I am. You know who and what Orochi was. I want to know how, and the purpose for this farce," she said evenly, her polite tone barely concealing the anger bubbling underneath. The judges gulped. It was very clear that Izumi was on the edge of a serious loss of temper. After all the stress of the last month, she was at her wit's end and none of them wanted to be on the wrong side of an angry deity, even if said deity wasn't as omnipotent as that title might imply. It was the Tao sidekick, Manchu, that gathered his courage to answer first. myself and my fellow judges, as well as the scribe and bailiff assigned to this case, have been aware of spirits, demons, and gods for some time now. In fact, we judges have known for the better part of the last 10 years, though the latter two here today have known for far less time. How? Sakuya demanded, her own temper only marginally better than Izumi's at the moment. Lady Sakuya Kanahana, tree spirit of the ancient Kanahana cherry blossom, you are not the only being to have existed in the days of ancient Nippon. Another being from that era contacted the imperial family not long after the departure of OkamiHeroAmaterasu, following the defeat of Yami millennia ago. Manchu answered formally, speaking of other beings, OkamiHeroAmaterasu always has a punkle companion when traversing our world. Where is her current one? At the sidekick's words, Ishiko jumped out of Sakuya's pocket and ran over to stand on Izumi's shoulder. I am Ishiko, the celestial envoy of Izumi Midoriya, third incarnation of OkamiHeroAmaterasu. I am the greatest artist of the punkles and will one day become the greatest in our history, she declared, partly boasting and partly trying to intimidate the tribunal staff. The 5 members of said staff were certainly not intimidated by the tiny woman, but they humored her with polite greetings so as not to further anger Izumi. Manchu continued his explanation. This other being knew that like Amaterasu, the dark god Yami couldn't be permanently destroyed, so they left instructions with the imperial family and the few mystic clans of ancient Nippon, so they would be prepared for the return of Yami and ready to support Amaterasu when she returned. That knowledge and those instructions have been passed down through the generations, even as the imperial family lost their power and a democratic government took over the nation, which became modern Japan. Izumi's eyes narrowed. Are you saying that the government has been aware of the truth this whole time? Yes, my lady. Minister Hebegen cut in smoothly. While the existence of supernatural beings remains a secret to the general populace and the majority of the government, the top members of all 3 branches of government, as well as the military and imperial family, have been made aware of it. The Tao Hero Agency was created when an ancient order of ascetics known as the Tao Troopers modernized and disguised themselves as heroes. The members of the agency no longer have the powers of their ancestors, but they are all sensitive to demons and are the force the government uses to counter the demons, or at least they were until you finally appeared. Captain Saibankin grinned. The leader of the Tao Hero Agency is a man you've likely heard of, the Tao Hero, Prophet. He possesses a form of clairvoyance, somewhat similar to Sir Night Eye. He warned the government of Yami's return and their subjugation by the unknown malevolent being known as the Evil One. He also informed us when your second incarnation was slain while en route to save us. We searched vigorously for you, my lady. We tested countless children for signs of divine power and you were on the list we were following, since your birth was 9 months after your second incarnation's death. However, even our allies are prone to discrimination. Due to your perceived quirklessness, you were never tested despite being on the list. The fools couldn't conceive of a quirkless person being a goddess reborn. The Navy woman spat that last sentence with disgust. Izumi's allies were slowly edging over to where she was sat, still not trusting the tribunal staff. When did you become aware of Izumi's true nature? Nizu asked. As soon as Sakuya adopted her. Just as Sakuya has agents within the government, we have agents within the commission. We originally planned on taking custody of Izumi Midoriya so we could prepare her for what she had to do, but our agents reported she was happy and working hard with the commission. Manchu said seriously, my lady, I understand if you are angry over this, but we only had the best of intentions. We didn't know of the abuse you suffered until after you were fostered by Sakuya, and once we knew of it we all agreed that since you wanted to be a hero and fully intended to fight the demons, it was best to leave you where you were happy. Izumi and most of her companions relaxed at that, but something about the way Manchu spoke had angered All Might. Are you saying that if Izumi had refused to fight, then you would have taken her away from a loving family and forced her to obey you? The number 1 hero asked dangerously. The tribunal staff exchanged grim, ashamed looks. They wouldn't look the hero or Izumi in the eye, with Minister Hebegen nodded sadly, yes. All Might growled and marched towards the judges, before slamming his fist through Hebegen's desk. So you confessed that the Japanese government would enslave a young girl for its own interests. You would make a weapon out of an innocent child. Yes. Hebegen suddenly cried, both angry and ashamed, I'm sorry, but yes I would. OkamiHeroAmaterasu is the only one who can stop Yami and the Evil One, and one of only 3 known beings on our side who can permanently kill demons, with Sakuya being the second and the being that became our government ally being the third. It's awful, but one child's happiness isn't worth the doom of this nation or the world at large. You son of a bitch. Hawks roared, his wings flaring angrily, are all you big shots like this? Using kids to fix your problems? How many other children do you bastards have trapped under your thumb? It's not like that. Saibankin tried to defend herself, we'd never normally do that, but this was an extraordinary circumstance. It was for the greater good of the world. No cost can be too high. No cost too high. Easy to say when you aren't the one paying that cost. Eraser growled. You people wanted to use my daughter, even if it was against her will. And you had the nerve to drag her here to answer questions about child endangerment. Your planned actions would constitute child abuse and exploitation if not outright slavery. Inko screamed, practically spitting fire. Detective Tsukachi looked at the judges in disgust. If this is the kind of people that I work for, then I think I should quit. I'll certainly be encouraging the students of U.A to stay away from the government. I won't allow my students to be exploited. Nizu snarled. You would dare enslave a goddess? Arrogant humans. You're little better than villains. You're like Chisaki exploiting Eri. Ishiko added, her bioluminescence turning a furious red. Everyone, that's enough. Izumi suddenly said, her voice oddly subdued. The girl was looking downcast, staring at the ground with a sorrowful. Look, I appreciate everything you guys are saying but I think they're right in this case. Her family gasped and looked at her like she'd suddenly declared her undying love for Kai Chisaki. Even Eri looked disturbed, staring up at her mama with wide, horrified eyes. Izumi, you can't mean that. Inko exclaimed. I do. They may have said it badly, but the minister and the captain aren't wrong. If the choice was between using me and dooming the world, I'd want them to make that choice. My life, my happiness, it isn't worth the devastation that Yami and the evil one would cause. If I was young and selfish enough that I'd doom millions for my own comfort, then I'd want them to use me. Izumi confessed. Her family responded with outrage, and the judges turned an odd gray color, as if they were about to be sick. Izumi couldn't bear to lift her head and face her upset family. They cared for her so much, but that's exactly why she felt the way she did. People cared for her, and she wanted to protect them even at the cost of her own health and happiness. Ishiko and Inko were spluttering, trying to find the words through their anger. Kigo and Toshinori looked heartbroken at how willing Izumi was to let herself suffer. Tsukachi and Nizu looked at her pityingly, and Eri couldn't even begin to comprehend what Izumi was talking about. To the small child, the idea of her mama being hurt to save others was an awful one. Eraserhead didn't react so viscerally, and instead raised an eyebrow. All right then, would you say the same thing if the government decided they needed to use Eri to save millions of lives, even against her wishes? Eri squeaked in terror and a vicious snarl ripped out from Izumi's throat. That's not the same thing. Izumi growled, her silver eyes bearing down on Eraserhead. The man frowned and activated his quirk. He knew it had no real effect on Izumi, but his quirk's red eyes were intimidating enough to match Izumi's furious silver ones. Of course it's the same thing. A child being used for the sake of others. One person being sacrificed for the greater good. Tell me how it's different. Why would you say it's okay for you, but not Eri? Eraser demanded. It's my duty. Izumi snapped. Eraser was unimpressed, and that justifies sacrificing your own health and happiness? Would you agree if it was Eri's duty instead? It's different. Izumi cried. No it isn't. Eraser finally yelled back, the only real difference is that you value Eri's happiness but not your own. You have a martyr complex bigger than All Might and think it's your responsibility, your duty, to suffer for the sake of the world. Is there anyone on the planet you value less than yourself, excluding the demons? Izumi bit her lip, unable to answer. She hated to admit it, but Eraser was sort of correct. Hadn't she told Taro that she'd have risked her life to save Chisaki even after everything he did? Chisaki was one of the few people that she honestly hated, and if Izumi was willing to die to save him, then it really did mean she valued his life more highly than her own. No one else can do what I can. Even if Sakuya and the spirit helping the government so can defeat demons, they can't defeat Yami and the evil one. I want to be a hero that saves everyone, and makes them all smile. I'm willing to sacrifice myself for that, because I feel it's a dream worth giving everything for. I'm the third incarnation of Amaterasu the sun goddess, and I want to make a world where everyone can smile. Izumi declared. Eraser nodded in acceptance, before fixing her with a serious look. You are also Izumi Midoriya, and how many people do you think will be smiling as they watch you suffer and die for them? I don't remember seeing Eri smile as you were tortured by Chisaki in those memories. I don't remember anyone smiling as they watched you risk everything to fight Orochi. Izumi reeled as if she'd been struck. But. Words failed her. She tried to argue or dismiss Eraser's words, but she couldn't. Sure, people had been saved by her actions. A lot of people were no doubt smiling now that their relatives and friends, victims of the Reaper, were now awake again, but would they have still been smiling if they'd seen the cost? She thought back to how upset her friends and family had been, how horrified the heroes had looked when witnessing the memories Orochi projected. They'd pitied her, even cried for her in some cases, and had only smiled when they realized she was all right. Maybe Eraser was right and she really did have a martyr complex. Izumi tried to imagine how she'd feel if it was Kaken, or Himiko, or God forbid, Eri doing the things she did, and the thought made her feel sick, making her clutch Eri a little tighter. Finally, Izumi just sighed and wiped her eyes of the few tears building there. I'm an idiot. Looks like I have something else to go to therapy for. Eraser smirked, you're definitely a problem child, but you're a good kid. Too much has been expected of you from a young age, and to be honest, you've handled it all pretty amazingly, all things considered. I would have expected another kid in your position to be either arrogant beyond belief or a nervous wreck. You've got potential, and I honestly think you're probably ready to be a hero on the practical front, but you need to value yourself. Izumi sniffled, but smiled brightly, thank you Eraserhead. Everyone, I'm sorry for the way I was acting. I was trying so hard to be a hero, that I didn't pay proper attention to how my actions could make others feel. I want to make people smile, not leave them afraid that their hero is going to be tortured and killed in front of them. Eraser sighed with relief and looked up at the heavens. Hallelujah, the girl isn't a lost cause, he cheered mockingly, making Izumi giggle, which in turn made Eri giggle. The man enjoyed the sound for a moment before becoming serious again. To be honest, while my emotional side doesn't like how you've done things, my logical side does understand. You made difficult choices, but you made the correct ones in my opinion, and are self-aware enough to recognize your problems and seek help. I also understand that yes, you are the only one who can stop the demons, but I want you to understand that just because no one else can strike the final blow doesn't mean others can't help you. Even All Might has backup when he needs it, understand? Izumi nodded, yes sir. Thank you again, I promise to try my best and be more careful. The underground hero grinned and pet the girl's head, good. If you don't, I'll put you in detention for the rest of your life, I'm going to be your teacher next year, after all. Izumi giggled again, and everyone began to relax. Izumi's friends and family, especially Sakuya and Inko, were given Eraser grateful looks. Even All Might appeared to be grateful, though he also looked jealous that he hadn't been the one to help Izumi. The man had grown protective of her since she healed his injury. Seeing that Izumi and her group were calming down, Judge Hebigan cleared his throat hesitantly, well, now that we've sorted that out, shall we continue? I assume there is still more you all want to know before we get back to business. We truly are sorry if our words distressed you. While we would have forced you to act if we'd had to, my lady, we did leave you to live happily since it wasn't necessary, so it's a moot point now, correct? Captain Saibankin said diplomatically. Everyone in Izumi's group, save for Izumi herself, sent withering glares at the woman. Even Eri looked angry, which was oddly cute. It is not a moot point. Yes, you didn't enslave her, but you would have. That means we don't trust you. Sakuya said angrily. Mom is right. While part of me still agrees with you, Captain Saibankin, the fact that you would be willing to enslave me does make you and the government seem untrustworthy. Izumi said. The judges looked guilty, and neither the bailiff or scribe looked sorry for them. Those two clearly didn't agree with the government's original plans either. However, Izumi continued, government aid will be invaluable against the evil one, and since you can't beat them without me, we have to work together. So, let's start building some trust here and now, okay? Sidekick Manchu looked up at Izumi with a hopeful smile, yes, of course. I should have foreseen your wisdom, my lady. What more would you like to know? Exactly who in the government knows about my true identity? Izumi asked. Manchu leaned back in his chair as he thought about it, using his fingers to help tally up the various people he knew about Izumi/Amaterasu. I believe the people who know are, the current emperor, the prime minister, 3 different cabinet ministers as well as Minister Hebigan, the entirety of the Tau Hero Agency, the lead heroes of all government-controlled hero agencies, 2 counselors from the National Diet, a Supreme Court judge, the top ranks in each of the military branches, and many miscellaneous employees at different levels of government. The total number is about 200, around the same number as are believed to be in Sakuya's Cherry Blossom Corps. Only those that are spiritually strong enough to see demons have been informed. Izumi frowned heavily, that was a lot more people than she'd hoped. Ugh, at this point I'm wondering if it's even worth keeping the stupid thing a secret. Maybe we should just tell everyone, they know I'm the kami of Muzutafu now too, better to spill all my secrets at once, she said sarcastically. While her sarcasm was clear, Judge Hebigan still felt the need to stress that they wouldn't be doing that, unless it is unavoidable, we won't be revealing the truth. Informing the Japanese people would also inform the entire planet, can you imagine the chaos that would cause? Suddenly revealing the existence of not only the supernatural, but gods. I imagine the results would make the advent of quirks look like a mild amusement. The group winced at the thought. They could certainly agree with the judge on that at least, telling the whole planet that, hey, gods are real, which renders most of your religious and spiritual beliefs redundant because only these ones are real, so unless you pick Shinto, you've been living a lie. No one thought that would go down well. Getting back on topic, Izumi examined each of the tribunal staff. Okay, so Manchu knows because he's a sidekick of the Tao agency, who all know, and Minister Hebegen is, well, a minister, so that's why he knows, but what about the rest of you, she asked. Captain Saibankan puffed out her chest. I was discovered to be spiritually sensitive when I discovered and killed a demon that was attempting to steal the soul of a visiting dignitary. Said dignitary was a beautiful young lady, so it was likely one of Orochi's minions gathering souls for him. The admiral was impressed with me and recommended I be brought into the secret. Of course, the demon did reform a day later and managed to flee, but I am still one of the few humans to have bested one without a quirk, the woman said proudly. Izumi nodded, impressed by the captain. The bailiff answered next, revealing why he was so friendly towards the group. I discovered the truth in a similar way. Unfortunately it was a trio of demons and I only managed to knock one of them out. They made off with my daughter's soul, but she mysteriously woke up the day before Orochi was killed. Seeing as the government wanted a bailiff in the know for this tribunal and they knew I could see demons and owed you, they told me the truth about what happened. My family is whole again thanks to you, my lady, the bailiff smiled happily. The day before Orochi died, that was when I killed Rokuju. He and his two companions were the ones to take Mama's soul and beat me bloody 10 years ago. He did brag that he'd been allowed to hunt souls for himself. Izumi muttered. She felt another wave of vindictive pleasure at the death of that foul creature. She was incredibly glad that all his victims had awoken. You're very welcome, sir. Give your daughter my best. Izumi smiled. The bailiff nodded and continued to grin. Lastly, Izumi turned to the mousy scribe, who had stopped typing what was happening now that the official tribunal was over. The scribe noticed Izumi's look and promptly squeaked and bowed her head. Ivy never met a spirit, demon, or god in person, but they needed a court scribe for this tribunal, just like they needed a bailiff. A man from the Tao Hero Agency gathered several of us together and showed us a photo of a demon. Most of them couldn't see it, and thought the picture was of an empty cell, but I and a few others could see the demon. The man chose me after speaking with the Tao Hero, Prophet. I don't know why he chose me, but I promised to keep it a secret, not that anyone would believe me. That answer made Izumi and Sakuya scowl. Telling the bailiff sort of made sense, since his family had been victimized by the demons, but they were both irritated with the flimsy reason used to inform the scribe. They had nothing against her, but there was no good reason to have her brought in on the secret. Surely anyone, such as a secretary from the Tao agency, could have been brought in to act as the scribe for the tribunal. Why tell a new person when they had plenty of people already in the know that could use a typewriter? Neither Izumi or Sakuya had anything against the mousy young lady though, so they didn't voice their displeasure, instead chalking it up to government incompetence. Okay, I think I understand it all now. Izumi said, because the stuff with Orochi and Eri was broadcast on the news thanks to that reporter, you had no choice but to host a tribunal, since it's a legal requirement and you couldn't cover it up with the public being aware of what happened. But since you secretly knew the truth about Orochi and what I was, the tribunal was always going to be a formality with a foregone conclusion. It would have been nice if you told us sooner, so I didn't have to be stressed out for the last few weeks, but whatever, no use crying over spilt milk. Thank you for understanding. Judge Hebegen said, we wanted to contact you sooner, but we were aware that you didn't trust the government enough to reveal yourself. Many of the upper echelons have been waiting for you to trust us, as half of them view you as a genuine goddess and the other half only care that you possess a power that can permanently deal with the demons, making you an asset. The deadlock between those two viewpoints is what led the government to stay away and simply observe until you trusted us. All Might hummed, so basically, the government couldn't decide what to do about young Izumi, and decided to do nothing and leave the ball in her court. Pretty much. Hebegen gave a sardonic grin, which looked rather terrifying on the face of a snake. We decided to use this tribunal as a front for the first official contact between the government and yourself, Lady Amaterasu. Izumi nodded. Well, it isn't the best first impression if I'm being honest, she said sternly, so what exactly do you want from me? I'm already hunting and defeating demons while training my powers and working to become a hero. I'll begin hunting the evil one personally once I've reclaimed all my brush gods and divine instruments. Unless the government has a way to help me with that, there isn't much reason for me to interact with the government, they can just leave it to me and my family. A look of surprise flickered across the judges' faces. They hadn't expected Izumi to wave off the government's help without even a second thought. She didn't seem to be acting cocky either, she just had faith in her own abilities, and that of her allies. They couldn't really blame her either, she'd beaten Akumayomi with some help from a preteen Hawks when she was 5, beaten Akumabaku and Akumatachi by herself when she was in elementary and middle school respectively, took down the Akumahana trio with the help of her family on the same day she fought Ryukyu and passed the provisional license exam, and had then gone on to defeat Akumamo by herself, and then Orochi too with the help of Eri and All Might. Every victory she'd had been a result of her own skill with the occasional assistance of her family, plus a little luck with Akumayomi and Orochi. With all those achievements and her work as the kami of Muzurafu and a provisional hero, there really wasn't much reason for her to think she'd need the government's help. As much as I hate to admit it, you are mostly right. You've been doing fine without us, but the government is still nervous about allowing you to run about the place without some oversight from them. Usually the commission would handle that, but they are already loyal to you or at least your adoptive mother, so we can't trust them to be objective. Which brings us helpfully to the third reason you've been summoned here today. Hebbigan smiled, and his fellow judges straightened and looked eagerly at Izumi. Please, take your seat back at the central desk. Your family may sit or stand where they like, and young Eri is welcome to stay in your lap. Izumi and her family watched them warily, wondering why they looked pleased. The greenette obediently returned to her seat, with Eri still held in her arms while the rest of her family moved to surround her, with even Inko wheeling herself over to the table. Ishiko stood on the desk in front of Izumi and glared at the judges. So what's this third reason then? The punkle demanded. Minister Hebbigan grinned wider. Now that the tribunal is over, I declare the beginning of the next part of our agenda, the promotion hearing of Provisional Hero, Amaterasu. Next chapter, the Tribunal Part 3. To be released, September 5, 2021. Another chapter down and only one more to go before we complete this arc, and the entirety of Act 1. So, as it turns out, keeping the existence of gods and demons a secret from the government is much easier said than done, especially when other people in the know are willing to work with them. For now at least, they want to play nice with Izumi and her family. And we also get another glimpse into Izumi's poor mental state as she regresses a bit. A lot of her arguments here are the same as she made earlier in the arc, so you'll likely see the similarities. This is intentional. Still, now that the government have made contact and legal issues have been resolved, Izumi can relax a bit more. Next chapter will wrap up this arc in Act 1, so we can move into Act 2. But the tribunal judges do have a surprise up their sleeves, though a more pleasant one than the last. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 6-17, The Tribunal Part 3. Friday 1-3th May 2 2081. Courtroom 12, Muzurafu Courthouse. Izumi's eyes nearly popped out of her head in shock while the heroes and Sakuya gaped at the grinning judges. Eri, Inko, and Ishiko just looked confused though. Promotion hearing? What the heck is that? Ishiko asked, looking back to the shocked heroes. It's a rarely used procedure, one that is only used in the event of an emergency such as a hero shortage, or to deputize vigilantes and heroic civilians into the ranks of the pro-heroes. It is essentially a hearing to decide if a person can be promoted to a fully licensed pro-hero without taking the official final license exam. Nizu explained. Even he was shocked to the core by the government's actions here. Wait, are you saying they want to let Izumi skip the rest of her last year of training, plus the final exam? They're just going to give her a full license? Ishiko questioned, she and Inko now joining the rest in their shock. Only Eri still didn't understand, but she got the impression it was a good thing. Izumi stared at the judges with uncomprehending eyes, trying to understand the purpose behind this move. A promotion hearing tended to come in one of three varieties. The first was the vigilante type, which was used to legalize the actions of popular and helpful vigilantes. Quite a few well-known heroes got their start in that way, while the second was the civilian type, which was similar to the vigilante type, only it was used to allow civilians with highly useful quirks, such as healing, to use those quirks in emergencies so long as they could prove they had the necessary control. The third type, and the one that applied to Izumi, was the early graduation type used to officially declare an in-training hero as a full-fledged pro. There was strings attached to that though. The early graduate had to have a provisional license, have completed a minimum number of cases and patrols, have the approval of their trainers, the Hero Commission, the governmental liaison to the commission, and at least 3 full pros, and have a minimum level of knowledge and responsibility when it comes to heroic matters. Izumi didn't believe she met those requirements, but the smiles on the faces of the judges made her uneasy. She hoped they wouldn't bend the rules in her favor, she'd rather earn her license fairly. Judges, if you have any intention of ignoring the conditions for an early graduate promotion hearing because of my status as Amaterasu, then I will refuse the promotion. Accepting training from a young age is the only unfair advantage I'm willing to have, and even that is simply because I needed the training against the demons. I don't need or want favoritism. Izumi declared. She wasn't about to accept such a thing, especially if it was a governmental bribe to win her trust or allegiance. Her family looked at her proudly, with All Might petting her head affectionately and Eraser hiding a smile behind his scarves. Izumi may have been an easily flustered and over-emotional problem child with a laundry list of traumas she needed therapy for, but the girl had integrity. The smiles of the judges didn't falter though, and in fact grew with Izumi's words. Your honor is laudable, Lady Amaterasu. I will admit without reservation that while your status is the reason we are considering this, we have no intention of lying or cheating the system. In fact, everyone in the government involved with this decision agreed that you would be judged fairly, with neither an advantage or disadvantage. Your own skills and accomplishments will decide the result of this hearing. Judge Hebegen smiled. Izumi smiled with relief. I'm happy to hear that. I'm still a bit uncomfortable with this, since I'm only being given this opportunity because of who I am, not what I've done, but since this will let me do more to help people and stop the demons, I won't refuse it if it's fairly given. We are glad to hear that. Promoting you to full hero status if you lack the qualifications would be counterproductive, as if you aren't ready, then promoting you would just create a potential burden in the field. Forgive me if this seems harsh, but we in the military do not want a person undeserving of their rank mucking things up for the rest of us. Captain Saibenkin said seriously. Izumi nodded seriously. This promotion hearing was a big deal, though the consequences could only be good. If they decided that she wasn't ready to become a pro yet, then she'd simply continue her training and take the final license exam next spring, just as she'd originally planned. But if the hearing went well, then Izumi would leave the courtroom as a full hero, which considering she'd been afraid of being charged for crimes when she arrived would be one hell of a turnaround. Still, the conditions had to be met, and as the hero representative for the tribunal, Sidekick Manchu swapped seats with Minister Hebegen, taking his spot as the head judge for the promotion hearing. Now, before we even begin considering this promotion, we need the consent of several parties. First and foremost, you yourself. Izumi Midoriya, do you consent to the possibility of early promotion? I do, sir. Izumi nodded. And you are aware of both the rights and the responsibilities that being a fully licensed pro hero would present? Yes, sir. I understand what becoming a full pro means and have been preparing for it since I was 5 years old. If this hearing believes I am ready, then I will be ready. Izumi said seriously. She was actually a lot less confident than she appeared. She wasn't sure if she was good enough to be a full pro yet, but she was only a year away from gaining her license in the conventional way, so if the government and commission accepted her, she would accept their belief that she was ready. They knew better than her what was required to be a hero after all. Manchu made a note of Izumi's consent, then turned to Inko and Sakuya. Miss Midoriya, President Kanahana, you are the legal guardians and parents of Izumi Midoriya. As she is a minor, your permission is required. Do you understand the ramifications of this decision, and do you give your consent? Sakuya nodded immediately. I believe in Izumi. She is ready. I give my consent. Inko hesitated for a moment. Izumi was still her baby, and thanks to the coma Inko had suffered she found it hard to think of Izumi as someone so grown up. Still, this was Izumi's dream and Inko would not stand in the way of it again. I'm sorry, Izumi. I'm so sorry. The elder Greenette suppressed a shudder at the memory. I understand, and I give my consent. Izumi is a hero. Izumi smiled and reached back to squeeze her mama's hand. Manchu noted the two mothers' consent and smiled. Let it be noted that in anticipation of this event, we asked the government liaison to the Hero Commission for his approval. He was quick to give said approval. The family group grinned happily. That was one condition met already. Now, under normal circumstances we would also require the consent and approval of your heroics teacher or teachers, but as those teachers are all commission employees, and we suspect Cherry Blossom Corps members, we have decided to accept President Kanahana's consent in their place, seeing as she is the legal sponsor and overseer of the Junior Hero Training Program that you are a part of. This satisfies the second condition. Manchu explained, adding another stamp to the documents in front of him. Likewise, we would need the approval of a suitably ranked official from the commission, but as President Kanahana is, well, the president of the commission, that is unnecessary. Another stamp hit the document and Izumi began to grow very excited. That was 3 more conditions met. She might actually meet the criteria. Manchu double-checked the stamps and notes he'd made, then smiled up at Izumi. Now the last approvals we need are from at least 3 full pro heroes. On that score we have dash. All Might cut him off. I, All Might, would like to give my full approval for young Izumi Midoriya to become a fully licensed hero. Izumi beamed and began to vibrate with excitement at the reminder that All Might fully supported her. Of course, he was joined quickly by the others. I, Hawks, give my approval as well. The Lil Pup has become a strong wolf with a Lil Pup of her own. She can do this. Hawk said, sounding serious despite his usual grin. I, Nizu, also give my approval. I believe every hero working at Udare would offer their approvals too, the mouse principal declared, pulling out his cell phone. I can call any of them and they'll confirm it. Izumi blinked. Hadn't their phones and communication devices been confiscated? How did Nizu sneak an extra one in? She didn't get an answer, as Eraser added his voice to the heroes. I, Eraserhead, give my approval. The girl needs some polishing, but she's convinced me she can handle it. The fact she is taking her mental health seriously proves it. Manchu noted down the hero's approvals, before giving Izumi an apologetic look. I'm sorry, but I am under orders from up top not to accept hero approvals from any hero that knows of Izumi Midoriya's true nature. The big shots are afraid that those heroes, in the know, will give their approval to ensure you are able to fight the demons, not because you deserve it. I do not mean to call any of your integrity into question, but the approvals of All Might, Ingenium, Hawks, and all the Udata heroes cannot be used to satisfy the conditions. A record of their approvals will still be made though, so at least the people who read up on the hearing will know they approved. As a side note, my own mentor the Tao hero, Prophet gave his approval too, but was discounted for the same reason. That soured the mood again. Izumi understood the logic behind the decision, so she couldn't complain it was unfair, though it did rather dampen the chances of her meeting the minimum 3 hero approvals needed to continue to the hearing. The Tao sidekick saw the disheartened look on Izumi's face and grinned impishly. Of course, since we planned for the promotion hearing to be today, we reached out to several heroes and agencies and asked if they would give their approval. We received a generous response. Izumi's eyes widened as Manchu reached under the desk and pulled out a small stack of files. We have here the signed approvals from the following heroes: Death Arms, Kamui Woods, Backdraft, Air Jet, Ryukyu, Edge Shot, Miruko, and Endeavor. That means we have 8 approvals, more than double the minimum requirement. The Greenette was stunned by the names of the heroes who'd sent their approvals. Her supporters were almost as surprised, at least when it came to a few names. Since beginning her training, Izumi had attended both a week-long internship and a month-long work studies assignment with 4 of those 8 heroes. Izumi vividly remembered using her wolf form to carry villains knocked out by Death Arms, mimicking Kamui Wood's techniques with her green sprout, much to the man's amusement, using Inferno to help Backdraft control fires, and using her rejuvenation to assist Air Jet on his rescue missions. All 4 had been friendly mentors towards her, so Izumi wasn't too surprised by their approvals, but the other 4 were a different story altogether. Ryukyu kind of made sense, since Izumi had fought against her back in the provisional license exam, though Izumi didn't think she'd impressed the Dragoon hero that much, but the other 3 were definitely out of left field. Izumi had never met them personally, and had been purposefully avoiding a meeting with Endeavor, not trusting herself not to do something to him after what he'd done to Dabi. Edge Shot was a mysterious man that she greatly respected. Izumi had a major soft spot for Japanese-themed heroes, and while she'd never admit it, the little wolf girl had quite a crush on the white-haired rabbit hero, Miruko. It was actually the sight of Miruko that made Izumi realize she was attracted to women as well as men, so an approval from her was always going to be exciting for Izumi. I'm surprised. Sakuya said, those first 4 aren't too shocking, since Izumi attended work studies with them and they always had good things to say, but the latter 4 haven't had much to do with Izumi. Did they give a reason for their approval? Manchu nodded. Yes, in fact all 8 approvals came with a comment explaining their reasoning. Take a look, he said, handing the folders to the bailiff, who used his quirk to make copies that he could hand to Izumi and the heroes. Izumi spread the folders out on the desk in front of her and stooped over them to read, eagerly checking their comments. Amaterasu is as competent as any normal sidekick, despite her young age. I approve of her early promotion. Death Arms. Healing and repairing abilities like Amaterasu's can't be wasted. She can use them properly, so we need her in the ranks of active heroes. Air Jet. I'd like to take Amaterasu as a sidekick, since she can use her plant spells to mimic my techniques. Sadly she declined, but I still believe she has the required skill to become a pro. Kamui Woods. A hero that can control fires as keenly as Amaterasu needs to be active. Arson incidents are up and villains with fire quirks are common. With her assistance, I was able to stop a fire that would have previously taken hours in a matter of minutes. Backdraft. I faced Amaterasu during her provisional license exam. She showed pro-level analytical and tactical ability, and even had enough physical and practical skill to push me back. Seeing the battle with Orochi on the news, I strongly believe she has greatly improved and is deserving of early promotion. She is stronger than I was when I got my full license, so I firmly believe she is qualified. Ryukyu. That comment made Izumi blush. When she'd fought Ryukyu in the exam, the Dragoon hero had felt like an insurmountable wall. Izumi couldn't imagine ever being that powerful at the time, but if Ryukyu was right and Izumi was stronger now than when Ryukyu graduated, then maybe Izumi really could surpass her one day. Ryukyu was currently the number 12 hero at a fairly young age, so that rekindled Izumi's faith that she could reach the top 10 one day. I have not had the pleasure of meeting Amaterasu, though I have heard good things from Kamui Woods, and I have used one of her analysis reports provided by the commission to assist me in taking down a difficult foe. Based on the reports I've read, her analysis, and the video of the Orochi battle, I believe she is capable of passing the final license exam, though I doubt it would provide much challenge. An early promotion hearing would be more logical, hence I offer my approval. Edge shot. Izumi almost giggled at that. Edge shot sounded a lot like Tashigami with his use of archaic and fancy-sounding speech. It made him seem like a genuine shinobi from the Sengoku era. Of course, his approval definitely pleased Izumi and made her want to meet the man. Then it came to read the comments from Miruko, and Izumi couldn't hide her blush or excitement as she read the rabbit hero's words. I saw that wolf girl take down that massive snake monster pretty much by herself. All Might teamed up with her and got knocked out of the ring, leaving Amaterasu to kick ass by herself. I want to fight Amaterasu. She's a white-haired wolf girl, and I'm a white-haired bunny girl, it's the perfect showdown. Exams and hearings are stupid, if she's strong then give her a license and let her kick villain ass all over Japan. I wanna see who can take down the most villains in a month. So yeah, I give my approval and all that crap. Come fight me when you get your license Amaterasu. Miruko. Seeing as Izumi was currently turning beet red at Miruko's complimentary, if combative, words, Nizu read the comments himself and chuckled, heh, she's as energetic as ever. Miruko's currently ranked in the top 30, but every time the new official ranking event comes around, she shoots up at least 10 ranks. She was only in the top 50 last year. Hawks nodded, yeah, she's hopping up the ranks at a meteoric rate. She's climbing almost as quickly as I did. That was saying something too, considering Hawks was currently the number 4 hero, ranked only behind All Might, Endeavor, and Best Jeanist. Izumi wasn't listening though, too busy thinking about what a meeting between her and Miruko would be like. As well as the crush the greenette had on the rabbit woman, Izumi also greatly respected her combat ability, and the fact that Miruko wanted to see how Izumi measured up to her was a great compliment. The wolf girl also loved the moon rabbit motif that Miruko had, which played into her love of Japanese legends. The only downside to Miruko was that Izumi didn't believe she'd ever get to work with her. Miruko didn't team up with other heroes and viewed those that did as weak. Still, Izumi was thrilled to have her approval. That left only the final and most controversial hero's approval left to read, which Izumi and her mothers read carefully and with narrowed eyes. Few fire users have abilities in line with Amaterasu. She has adequate skill and has proven capable. Give her a license and send her into the field. If she is unworthy, we will learn quickly. Endeavor. Geez, even when giving his approval he sounds like a jerk. Izumi huffed. To think such an unpleasant man is technically a hero. There's a line between strictness and coldness, you know. Sakuya muttered in agreement. He offered you an internship after that investigation started against him, right Izumi? And you rejected it. Inko pointed out, wrinkling her nose in disgust at the idea of Endeavor being left alone with her daughter for a week. Hawks just glared at Endeavor's words on the paper with cold disdain. Nizu, Eraser, All Might and Tsukachi winced at the harsh comments and Hawk's coldness. They had spent enough time with Izumi and her family to know that Endeavor was persona non grata amongst the combined Konohana Midoriya household, though they didn't know why exactly. They of course knew of the accusations and investigations into Endeavor, and believed quite a lot of the accusations made, but they were still surprised by the depths of the family's hatred towards the flame hero. They assumed it was related to Dobby and his burns, though they kept their silence out of respect. I bet you 10,000 yen that Endeavor only gave his approval as another attempt to get your favor. Hawk said bitterly, eyes flicking over to where Izumi was looking at the file with distaste. Manchu and Hebigan watched the group curiously. They had thought Izumi would be ecstatic that the number 2 hero was giving his approval, but her dislike of the man was clear. Saibankin couldn't help but ask, why the negativity towards Endeavor? He isn't aware of your true identity, so I can't see why he'd want your favor. Izumi frowned, are you aware of the accusations made against Endeavor? The investigation he's been placed under? The 3 judges nodded, with Saibankin looking even more confused. Do you believe the accusations? Izumi barked out a sarcastic laugh, believe them? I made them. At least on behalf of a friend who shall remain anonymous. I know for a fact that the accusations are real. Before the commission placed him under investigation, back when I still admired him, Endeavor was always too busy to accept an internship or work studies assignment with me, but the moment the investigation began he suddenly changed his tune. We've had a few offers since then. The Navy captain winced, so Endeavor really committed those crimes. and to think he'd offer an internship or work study to the commission president's daughter to stop the investigation. I confess to being disappointed. I was always fond of Endeavor's cool and professional manner. Join the club. Hawks muttered. It goes a bit beyond the investigation too. Do you all know about my quirk? Izumi asked. The three judges nodded, but the bailiff and scribe shook their heads. Izumi's quirk wasn't really relevant to her nature as a divine, so it wasn't as widely known within the government. Only a select few elites and heroes have been made aware of it. Hebegen said, "Can we agree not to mention the details of it here, since there are people present who aren't aware of it?" That's fair. Izumi agreed. The point I was going to make was that Endeavor, as number 2 hero, was made aware of my quirk and suddenly became even more keen to meet me. Mom and I think he wants to exploit my quirk for his own purposes. The judges were shocked by that, while Nizu and Eraserhead were disgusted. Tsukachi was furious also, but nowhere near as furious as All Might. The number 1 hero was sickened by his fiery rival. The idea that he wanted to use Izumi's quirk exchanging powers for his own ends was completely disgusting. All Might decided then and there that he'd have to keep an eye on Endeavor. Perhaps he could assist Sakuya in keeping him from meeting Izumi. Yes, well, this situation is now a bit awkward. Manchu said nervously, "Lady Amaterasu, you understand that with those accusations you've made, we have to consider Endeavor's approval to be invalid due to a potential conflict of interest, right?" Izumi accepted that easily. 7 fair approvals is still enough to meet the condition for the hearing. I'd rather not have Endeavor's approval attached to me. In that case, this is useless. Manchu said, lifting the folder with Endeavor's approval in it. "Care to do the honors, my lady?" The wolf girl gave a toothy grin and a moment later, Manchu threw the file like a frisbee. It sailed over Izumi's head, and right before it began to descend she shot a tiny cherry bomb at it, reducing the file to a rain of yellow and white confetti. Eri giggled and clapped as she tried to catch some of the confetti, which lightened Izumi's mood considerably. With that out of the way, Manchu happily stamped his paperwork. "Well, even without Endeavors, we still have 7 approvals, so that is another condition met. That leaves us with 3 conditions left before we can make the promotion hearing official. Minimum level of responsibility, minimum level of intellect, and minimum number of completed cases." Minister Hebegen looked at Eri sitting happily in Izumi's lap and chuckled. "I think the presence of the young lady in your lap proves you meet the minimum level of responsibility. Willingly adopting a young child with such a traumatic past while also intending to work as a hero, a goddess, and complete your schooling proves that you are responsible, if a bit of a glutton for punishment." "I agree with that. What about you, young Eri? You've been the officially adopted daughter of Izumi Midoriya for about a week now and have been in her care for a month. How do you think she's doing?" Saibankan asked with a much gentler smile than she'd used previously. Eri beamed and hugged Izumi tighter. "Mama is the best. Mama Izumi teaches me stuff, and feeds me tasty food, and plays with me, and talks to me when I'm sad. I love Mama." The adult smiled, chuckled, and cooed at the adorable Eri, who sat proudly extolling the virtues of her mother. Izumi turned beet red in embarrassment, but she was overjoyed by Eri's praise and kissed the girl's forehead. With yet another stamp on Manchu's documents, they were almost ready for the hearing. Proving Izumi met the minimum level of intelligence was easy. She'd been at the top of her class for a long time and was at least high school level in math, science, and English, with her Japanese and social studies skills being college level. Her understanding of hero law and procedures was also above average for a graduate of a hero course, largely due to Izumi's fanatic love of heroes, and her analysis skills were her third most famous trait, her helpfulness and healing being the first and second. As such, all 3 judges agreed that Izumi met the minimum requirements of intelligence, though Minister Hebegen did instruct Izumi to continue her schooling in those subjects she was worse at, so she'd have a more well-rounded set of knowledge. When it came time to check that Izumi had completed the minimum number of cases, Izumi was nervous. She'd done quite a lot since getting her provisional license, but she imagined that to meet the requirement, she'd have to have completed at least the average number of cases that a hero student would deal with in the years since they got their provisional license. Since most hero courses have their students get their license halfway through second year, with Udata being unusual in allowing first years a chance, and those students tended to spend more time on it since they didn't attend regular school at the same time, Izumi was convinced she wouldn't met the requirement. At least until Manchu reached under his desk and struggled to lift a frankly obscene number of case reports onto his desk. The desk groaned under the weight of the files. There had to be at least a couple of hundred. "No way are all those mine. I haven't filled out that many reports," Izumi exclaimed. Every case she'd been involved with since getting her license had received its own report that Izumi had copied so she could keep a record. She had them hidden away in her room for the sake of both record keeping and reminiscing about her adventures and the people she'd helped. Izumi looked around at her family, but other than Eri and Ninko, no one looked surprised by the number of reports. You didn't fill out all of these, but you were credited with at least an assistance role in each one. There are 326 completed case reports here, the first dating back to before you started elementary school. Manchu explained. What? Izumi cried, but surely nothing before I became a provisional hero counts, right? If the report was written and signed by an eligible person, and isn't fraudulent, then it counts. It's a bit of a gray area within the law. A combination of Good Samaritan laws, the lack of complaints regarding your public quirk usage, and your little adventures as the kami of Muzutafu has allowed the police, commission, and government to make these official heroism case reports. The only requirement for such a report is for a person to perform a heroic deed within the bounds of law. Detective Tsukachi explained. Izumi looked at him like he'd grown a second head, before giving the same looks to those around her. Ep.8, did you all know about this? Sakuya blinked. Wait, you didn't? No, of course not. I was taught that you could only be involved in a hero case if you had a provisional license, unless you were the victim or villain. Izumi said indignantly. Well, most hero courses do tend to teach that, to discourage those without licenses from getting into trouble and falling into acts of vigilantism. Mizu admitted, I'd assumed you'd looked into the laws more closely, and that was why you did all you did as the kami of Muzutafu. I had no idea. I didn't think to question what I was taught, and while I knew the laws, I didn't consider how they created these loopholes and gray areas. I'm going to have to take a closer look later. The girl frowned, eyes narrowed. A shudder went up everyone's spine. Izumi was clever and analytical. Now that she was taking a closer look at the laws, they had a sinking feeling she'd find loopholes to justify almost anything. Inko had a proud smirk on her face at the thought of it. Getting back on track. Manchu began, becoming a bit miffed at all the interruptions. We won't go through all the reports, since it'll take all day. Some of these reports are also highly classified and deal with the various demon battles you've engaged in. Manchu began dividing the massive pile of reports into smaller, more manageable piles. The vast majority of the reports were due to Izumi's healing efforts at the hospital, as each time Izumi used her rejuvenation to help someone, the doctors would write a report and submit it to assure the government that Izumi had their permission when healing their patients. There were reports stretching all the way back to the day after Izumi had gained Yamagami's power, as the first healing report came from Dr. Tanaka and was about her healing Vice President Torikego after she was possessed. The reports then stretched forward to the Hibana incident and then all the way up to when Izumi healed ectoplasm and All Might. Just a few days ago. Then there were the reports of Izumi's cases during her work studies with various heroes. Every incident she helped resolve was noted in a report and filed with the commission and government. Most were helping to restrain small-time criminals, or helping fight a fire, etc. What Izumi didn't expect were the pre-provisional license reports that dealt with her encounters with criminals, as well as her dealings with demons. The government knew more than Izumi expected about her battles. The reports about normal criminals before her license weren't really heroic reports, but police reports that listed Izumi as an assistant to the arrest. The girl had known not to confront the criminals without the legal right to fight them and had instead watched them carefully and called the police, often providing details that helped them arrest the crooks. Few criminals paid any attention to children and animals, allowing Izumi to spy on them easily. The demon reports were extensive and listed not only the battle with Orochi, but also the cleanup operation in Korosanto. There was a separate report for her saving Eri from the Shai Hasaikai, the Devil Gate on Dagoba Beach, and each and every brush demon Izumi had fought. To be quite honest, the completed patrols and cases you have performed on your work studies assignments were almost enough to meet the requirement on their own, but with all these extra reports from healing and demons, you have completed more than triple the minimum number of assignments required. Manchu said happily, applying the final stamp to his document. Izumi's eyes shone with excitement. Does that mean? Yes, we can now legally hold a promotion hearing. All requirements have been met, so now we must have the hearing itself. We simply need to ask you some questions and get the opinions of those with you. If, after those questions, we find you capable, you'll be officially promoted to a full pro hero. Do you understand? Manchu asked. Izumi nodded enthusiastically. Be aware that unlike the tribunal, this hearing is not merely a formality with a foregone conclusion. We are eager to have you become a full hero as quickly as possible, but to give you that rank before you're ready would be counterproductive. We will deny you the promotion if we believe you aren't ready. Saibankan warned. The greenette simply nodded in response. That was what she wanted anyway, so that was no concern for her. I understand. I'm ready. Very well. Manchu said, then I declare the promotion hearing of the provisional hero, Amaterasu, to now be in session. The scribe quickly put a new sheet of paper into her typewriter and prepared to record what was happening, silently signaling that they shouldn't mention the demons or any other secrets not meant for the record. Now, we have just gone through your qualifications to confirm that we can hold this hearing. When it comes to skill, intelligence, and experience, it is clear that you are at least on the minimum level we expect from our freshly licensed heroes. However, while that is all well and good on paper, such things don't often hold up in real life. A normal early promotion is usually given to those skilled third-year hero students that have proven to be ahead of their classmates, with the occasional exceptional second-year or genius first-year receiving the same treatment. However, even the youngest early promotion was 16 years old. You are only 14, and while 2 years may not seem like a long time, it is fairly major to a teenager in the midst of puberty. Do you honestly think you are ready for this? Hebigan asked. Yes, sir. I understand that I'm young compared to those other early promotions, but those students likely began their training at 15 years old, with less formal training in their quirks being their only experience before that. I began training at the age of 5, with my official high school level hero training beginning when I was 10. I achieved my provisional license at 13 while most hero students achieve theirs at 17, with the exception of U.A students who get them at 16. Despite my age and developing body, I have achieved the same results as these older students through hard work and determination. If I can achieve a provisional license at 13 while others do it at 17, then I should be able to achieve a full license at 14, while most get them at 18. Izumi replied, speaking passionately. Hebigan gave a satisfied nod at her answer, and what of your family and supporters? Do you all agree? Miss Midoriya's skills are what I'd expect from my most talented hero course graduates. Nizu nodded. I've definitely had less qualified full heroes work with the commission. Sakuya added. Each of them offered a brief, affirmative comment, even Eri, much to the judge's amusement, but it was Hawks that had the most impact on them. Due to various circumstances, I was made the first applicant of the experimental junior hero program at the age of 5, much like Izumi. I also was able to achieve my full hero license at 14, and I believe she can too. I've grown up with her, and was witness to her first triumph where she, a 5-year-old girl with no training at all, saved my life from an incredibly powerful villain. While her speed and combat prowess aren't on the level I was capable of at her age, her versatility and intelligence more than make up for it. To allow me to become a full hero at 14 and then deny her would be hypocritical. The judges were surprised to hear such impassioned words from the usually aloof wing hero. Unbeknownst to all of them, even his family, Hawks had been badly shaken by how easily Orochi had conquered him. All his speed and combat power had been worthless in the face of the demon's fire. Hawks was the number 4 hero, but he hadn't stood a chance. Watching the video of the battle later, Kigo had felt his blood run cold as he saw how easily Orochi had held up against All Might. If the top heroes in the country couldn't handle Orochi while Izumi could, then they needed her to become a full hero as soon as possible. The normal pros simply wouldn't be enough to hold back the evil one's forces. You are all clearly quite passionate in your belief of Miss Midoriya's readiness. I find myself being convinced, but I have a major concern. Miss Midoriya, you speak of heroism with incredible devotion, but a hero isn't all you are. You have recently become the adoptive mother of the child in your lap, and you have admitted that you plan to complete your schooling at both the middle school and high school levels. Both motherhood and student life are fairly full-time commitments, yet you plan on dealing with them both on top of training and hero work. How do you expect you'll be able to accomplish all of this while also taking proper care of yourself? Saibankan asked. Izumi sighed, that would admittedly be her biggest obstacle. Taking care of Eri, as well as being a hero, were things she couldn't half-ass, but how would she fit everything else in around that? She thought about it for a few minutes, before providing the best answer she could. I know it will be difficult, but I don't plan on altering my current schedule much at all. My normal schedule was always, wake up early, have breakfast, do my morning training, combine a short patrol with my walk to school, then school itself, my after-school hero work, dinner, my evening training, and then bed. I did my school work and any reports I needed for my hero work either during lunch at school, or as part of the evening training. Master Onijirai insists that school is training of the mind, so it's an appropriate time to do it. The weekends are just completing any work I haven't finished and some heavier training on Saturday, then a full day of hero work on Sunday. Izumi explained. Saibankan was mildly surprised by how busy the girl was, and how do you plan on incorporating your daughter into that schedule, she asked. Izumi smiled, easy. My training time can double as time with Eri, since I'm sure I can work out ways to make my training exercises into games we can play. I'll also cut down my hero work. It sounds counterproductive, since I'm trying to convince you to promote me, but I don't believe in putting in a half-hearted effort. I'll cut down my normal hero work and become an emergency response hero until I've finished my schooling. Manchu hummed in thought. An emergency response hero was sort of like a part-time hero. They rarely went on patrols and were instead called on specifically when their help was required. In Izumi's case, it would only be in the case of demons, someone needing her brand of healing, or other situations in which her quirk/powers would be useful. It wasn't the ideal, but with Izumi having at least 4 more years of school to complete, it was a fair compromise. It's not an unreasonable idea, but if you cut all your hero hours and only work emergency cases for the next 4 years, you're giving up a lot of time. Saibenkin pointed out. True, but I won't be idle. I'll replace a lot of those hours by working as a hero analyst. I've been told my work is good enough to be used by pros. Izumi said proudly. Now that was a more appealing offer. Izumi could do her analysis work, which was still a form of heroics, while spending time with Eri, allowing her to effectively combine hero work with Eri time whilst not endangering the girl. Plus combining her own training with play/training for Eri, Izumi would be fulfilling all her obligations fairly well. I'm almost convinced, the Navy woman said, but I have 2 points I'm uncomfortable with. The first is that even emergency heroes can be called away for days or even weeks if they are needed for a long-term investigation. That could interfere with your schooling. If need be, I can catch up during weekends, holidays or through online classes. So long as I complete the work I'm given in graduate middle school and high school, then it doesn't matter how long it takes. I won't be going to college either, so my education will eventually reach its end. Izumi said, waving away the first of Saibenkin's concerns. Fair enough, but that brings me to my second concern. You have your time well planned out, but when do you have time for friends, family, and hobbies? Even heroes need recreational activities, else they become workaholics, the captain pointed out. Izumi blushed and poked her index fingers together. Well, to be honest, anything hero-related is my hobby, my analysis work, my training, patrolling and helping people. I love it. I enjoy painting and reading during my breaks, but honestly being a hero is more enjoyable to me than games and sports. Plus, my friends and family are involved in everything I do. I train with my siblings and spend as much time as possible with my family. Patrolling is usually the only time I'm alone. Are you being serious? Manchu asked with disbelief in his voice. Of course. Working as a hero and helping others makes me happy. I suppose you could say it's my hobby, though I take it seriously, the girl promised. The Tao sidekick wasn't sure how to respond to that. Amaterasu was a benevolent and loving being by nature, and it appeared that Izumi's human side was just as kind-hearted. Both sides working in tandem resulted in a girl that was almost too pure, though Manchu was sure the girl had a fair few vices and temptations. Even Amaterasu in her prime had been prone to such things. That led Manchu to his final question, and the one that would solidify his decision. While you've clearly put a lot of thought into all of this, and you've certainly proven your devotion and credentials to be a hero, I have a concern about your mental state. While a hero must indeed be self-sacrificing, there is a point where selflessness becomes foolishness. What assurances can you give us that you will properly maintain your mental health? You know what you would become if you allowed yourself to be consumed by negative emotions, and no one wants a mentally unstable hero running about, so we need to be sure we aren't licensing someone who'd only hurt themselves and others. Manchu said, uncharacteristically strict as he asked his question. Izumi flinched a little, especially at the thinly veiled reference to her becoming a demon, but she wasn't cowed. I understand why you'd worry. I know I've been reckless when it came to my health in the past. However, I have always been sure to get psychiatric help and emotional support when I needed it. I've been going to therapy for various things for years. My therapist has been helping me deal with everything, and I will be attending more sessions soon, along with Eri, to deal with the consequences of the Shai Hasaikai incident. I know that healing the mind is as important as healing the body. I always prioritize my therapy over training, hero work and schoolwork. Only family has a higher priority, she answered truthfully. The judges looked to Sakuya for confirmation, which the wood sprite quickly gave. Izumi attends semi-regular therapy sessions with Dr. Nishikata, a renowned child psychiatrist. Her sessions become regular whenever she suffers some kind of trauma. Her tutors and I forbid Izumi from training or working at her usual level until the doctor believes she is mentally sound. She isn't allowed to perform any non-emergency hero work during that time either. Now the judges looked pleased. With their questions answered, they turned away from the group and retreated to the chambers behind the courtroom in order to deliberate. They were gone for about an hour while they debated and discussed whether they should approve or dismiss Izumi's early promotion. For the most part, they agreed that promoting Izumi would be a good move, though they each had some concerns. Hebigan worried that Izumi lacked the maturity needed for a full pro, as she was only 14 and a fairly small one too. Saibenkin worried that Izumi had too many responsibilities already and felt it was potentially unhealthy to promote her and encourage her to take on even more work. Manchu worried that Izumi's mental state, especially her martyr complex, might be dangerous. After all, the world needed Izumi to save it from the Demons, which she couldn't do if her martyr complex led her to getting killed. Izumi's answers had helped alleviate these fears, but not erase them, and that left the judges in a bit of a bind. They hadn't been ordered by their superiors to promote Izumi, though they had been urged to strongly consider it and told to make their decision based strictly on the facts of the case. The facts were clear: Izumi had the skill and intelligence, as well as the proper moral compass. Based strictly on the facts of the case, Izumi should be promoted, as the judges' concerns wouldn't be seen as adequate reasons to refuse by their superiors. The concerns themselves were valid, but they didn't have enough proof to use them to refuse the promotion, especially after the answers Izumi had given. Their superiors would take one look at the transcripts from the hearing and believe the judges had made the wrong choice, before overturning it. The three judges weren't bad people or even that against the idea of promoting Izumi, but they had to use their best judgment for the sake of both the country and Izumi herself. Ultimately, the trio came to a decision and emerged from the private chambers to deliver their verdict to Izumi and her family. Izumi stood at attention, handing Eri to Inko so she could stand straight backed before the judges, her hands at her sides. The brunette watched with apprehension as the judges retook their seats, all the while telling herself that no matter what their decision, she would become a pro. Whether that would be today or in a year's time after the final license exam didn't matter. "We have come to a decision," Manchu said, addressing Izumi. The family held their breath as they waited for the man to finish. "Upon hearing the opinions of yourself and your companions, reviewing your qualifications and records, we have decided to grant you early promotion to a full hero license." Izumi gasped and happy tears immediately began pouring down her face. Both her mothers, Eri, Ishiko, and All Might all burst into roaring cheers as they hugged the stunned Izumi and patted her on the back. Kigo puffed his chest out proudly and hugged the girl with his signature aloof smirk while his eyes portrayed how happy he truly was. Tsukachi, Nizu, and Eraser had more sedate reactions, but they still smiled and applauded, giving the girl their congratulations. The judges watched Izumi's reaction carefully, and were somewhat surprised at how stunned she was. They thought she'd assume her promotion was almost guaranteed considering her deeds. In fact, it wasn't Izumi herself that finally made them agree to promote her, despite their concerns. It was actually the people currently surrounding her and congratulating her, and the other people who would certainly be throwing her a raucous party later that night. If Izumi had faced them alone, their concerns would have won out over their belief in her potential, and they'd have refused to promote her, but the presence of her family made them change their minds. Izumi wasn't perfect. Alone she would stumble and fall, not yet ready to take on the duties of a full hero, but with her family backing her up, supporting her, and keeping her on the straight and narrow, the trio were confident Izumi would be able to handle the challenges life would throw at her now. Izumi finally managed to find her voice again and began immediately bowing to the judges, thanking them profusely. "Thank you. Thank you so much. You have no idea how much this means to me. I won't let you down, I swear." "We don't believe you will, but don't thank us just yet," Hebbigan said sternly. "There are 3 conditions." The group stopped celebrating and eyed the judges suspiciously, while Izumi tempered her enthusiasm. "What are these conditions?" "First, the government will be required to double-check and confirm any and all reports made by or about you at the commission. To ensure there is no conflict of interest in things such as mission pay, access to extra resources, and your position in the hero rankings," Manchu said. Sakuya looked a bit offended that the judges thought she'd allow Izumi to receive special treatment, but both she and Izumi understood their reasoning. They both nodded in agreement. "Second, you may not join any other hero's agency unless the hero in charge knows of your true identity and your quirk. This is to preserve secrecy regarding your powers," Saibankan added. "I plan to work as an independent until my friends get their full licenses and I turn 18, at which point I'll be making my own agency, so that's an easy condition to meet," the Greenette told them. Hebbigan looked pleased, then gave the third and final condition. "Third, the government will send you cases that we believe need your help. These cases are to take precedence over all other forms of hero work. In fact, unless you have an important family affair to deal with, these cases should be your #1 priority." That condition gave Izumi pause. Accepting that would essentially make her a government agent in all but name, but if the cases they gave her were ones only she could do, she supposed it was a fair trade-off. "I'll accept that, so long as I have the right to refuse those cases if I believe they're against my morals. I've heard stories about the missions that the government gives to its heroes, and while I'd like to think they're false, I have to be sure. I won't be a state-sponsored assassin unless the target's a demon, nor will I do anything else I believe is wrong." The judges winced, knowing full well what dark rumors surrounded those heroes that worked exclusively for the government. Thankfully, they were able to reassure Izumi, "That is perfectly acceptable. You will be our ally, not our slave. You can refuse any mission we give, but it may cause our less sympathetic associates to distrust you." As long as I'm doing the right thing, I don't care. Izumi said seriously. The trio of judges nodded and signed some documents in front of them. In that case. Manchu smiled, we are in agreement. Would you and one of your legal guardians please approach the bench? Izumi and Sakuya both went over and stood in front of the Tao sidekick's desk while the man pushed some papers and a pen towards them. The papers were a legal written agreement that would ensure the signer would be bound by the conditions the three judges just explained. Izumi and Sakuya both spent 10 minutes reading and rereading the document to ensure there was nothing fishy or out of place before they signed it. Everything appeared legitimate, and there was even a proviso written in that agreed that Izumi could refuse any mission given to her. Confident that the agreement wasn't trying to slip anything past them, Sakuya signed it as Izumi's guardian, and then Izumi signed it herself. Manchu smiled and took the papers back, before holding out his hand, your provisional license, please. Izumi took out her wallet and removed the small plastic card. She handed it over reluctantly, her provisional license had become one of her proudest achievements and greatest treasures. Thankfully, Manchu didn't intend to keep it, he simply took it and stuck it into a bizarre hole punch gadget, which punctured a small series of holes in the bottom of the card below Izumi's picture. The hole spelled the word void, and the card was promptly returned to Izumi. Keep this as a memento. We had to void it, so you can't use it in the future, in the event your proper license is suspended for whatever reason. Now speaking of your proper license. The sidekick reached into his pocket and withdrew a very similar white card, which he promptly presented to Izumi. Izumi took it with shaking hands and tears in her eyes. It closely resembled her provisional license, but the picture was more recent and instead of Provisional Hero License, the card read, Official Professional Hero License. The text box on the bottom of the card read 3 words in block capitals. OkamiHeroAmaterasu. We had this prepared in advance for you, we were fairly sure we'd give it to you today. Congratulations, Amaterasu. I'm proud to welcome you officially into the ranks of the pro heroes. Manchu smiled. Izumi burst into tears of joy, while her family and the courtroom staff swarmed around her, all congratulating her and patting her on the back, telling her how proud they were of her. Izumi couldn't contain her happiness, and while still holding her fresh new license she scooped up the giggling Eri and spun her around in the air, laughing joyously. She had done it. After her dark year of quirklessness and foster homes, her 10 long years of arduous training, numerous battles with monstrous demons, the harrowing experience with the Shy Hasaikai, and the exposure of her identity to much of the country, Izumi had finally achieved what so many had said was impossible. How many people had told her to give up when she was a child? When she was just 4 years old and powerless? And they had all been proven wrong. Izumi had persevered and now she had achieved her dream. Izumi Midoriya was the name of a hero. As the last of her tears dripped down her face, a new wave of flaming determination roared up within her. She was a hero now, a full-fledged professional hero, but that was not the end of her journey. There were still 7 brush gods to save, the third and final divine instrument to discover, and an army of demons to conquer. The chapter of Izumi's childhood had come to an end. It was now time for a new chapter, the herohood of OkamiHeroAmaterasu. End of Arc 6, Birth of a Hero. End of ACT 1, Childhood next ACT, Herohood next arc, Wrathful Storm first chapter, Healing Heroes to be released, October 5, 2021. First off, sorry for being a bit late today, I was sick the last few days and had a doctor's appointment I couldn't reschedule. I'm doing okay, it was just a stomach bug so nothing major. Now then. Phew. We have finally reached the end of Act 1. It's been a long time coming. Over 5 months, 70 chapters, 470,000 plus words, over 650 kudos and 1300 comments, not including my replies, on AO3, and 300 plus reviews, follows, and favorites on fanfiction.net. Thank you so much to everyone who's been reading my story, and a special thanks to all of you who took the time to leave comments and reviews, I really appreciate it. Izumi has finally achieved her goal and has become a full hero. I wanted to make sure that it felt earned, even with the early promotion, which is why I had so many conditions that had to be met. I think those are fair, so Izumi could get promoted based on her accomplishments and not just her name/title/family. Even though the government wanted to promote her, they really couldn't have if she wasn't ready for it. Next chapter will begin the new act with an original story arc, which will be the last one before we get to U.A. It'll also help set the tone for the story to come. One last important bit, yes, I am taking a 1-month break between acts. I've been hard at work the last several months and things are busy at home, so I'm taking a long break to recharge. Don't worry, this is not a hiatus but a between seasons break. I have a lot more of this story written and ready to go. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. 7-1, Healing Heroes. A long 6 months passed following the Shai Hasaikai incident and Izumi's promotion to a full-fledged hero, and Izumi and her family could easily say it was the most busy and hectic 6 months they'd experienced in years simply because of how much had happened. Izumi and her family had returned home after the tribunal/promotion hearing and told the Konohana household that she'd been found innocent or justified for all charges, which had them preparing a party to celebrate, but she kept quiet about her promotion until everyone was present. That evening, Katsuki and Himiko came home from school with Dabi, while the Bakugas went and picked up Jean so that all their friends and family were present. Of course, everyone was pleased the tribunal went well, but then Izumi showed her new full pro hero license and the whole household went crazy. Everyone was ridiculously proud of Izumi for reaching her goal and becoming a full hero. Even if Katsuki was green with envy, he was still ecstatic for his little sister and was sure to tell her so, but he didn't deny being jealous either. The party they had that night was legendary and spilled out to the entire commission building, resulting in there being dozens of employees and visiting heroes celebrating with them. It was like a mini festival had started up inside the building. Izumi and Kigo got into a good-natured argument over who held the record for becoming the youngest pro in Japan after Vice President Torikego pointed out that both had been promoted to full hero status at 14. Kigo insisted Izumi was the youngest, since he'd gained his license about a month before his 15th birthday while she'd gained hers around 2 months before her own 15th birthday, but Izumi argued that since Kigo actually took and passed the exam rather than getting an early promotion, he should still be considered the youngest to become a pro. Nizu ended the playful debate by stating that Izumi was officially the youngest to gain a full license, but Kigo was the youngest to have passed the final exam. The party spilled over into Saturday, and was actually reinvigorated by Sakuya handing a package to Izumi containing her completed hero costume and an upgrade for her phone, which connected to an earpiece on her costume, that allowed her to listen to the hero and police-restricted radio channels, so she could respond to incidents that needed a hero. Of course, with Izumi having either the best or worst luck among heroes, depending on who you asked, the moment she turned on her new radio app there was a call for help from the police about a hostage situation at a bank in Mizudafu. With a brief pleading look and an approving nod from her family, Izumi quickly changed into her new costume and headed to the scene. A group of 5 bank robbers had taken numerous hostages on the bank floor and had even shot a manager in the shoulder, and were now threatening to kill everyone if the police didn't send them an unmarked van to extract them and their stolen cash. Izumi snuck in through the back entrance, silently capturing the criminal, covering it by wrapping him in vines. From there it was easy for her to use her wolf prowling skills to sneak around out of sight, grabbing the criminals' guns with vine then capturing them with the same move, gagging them in the process. When the mouthy leader got impatient with the police's refusal to obey his demands and turned to the hostages to threaten one, he found his men bound and gagged, their guns now in the possession of his freed hostages, and the newly promoted Okami hero, Amaterasu, staring him down with silver eyes. Izumi's mirror knocked the gun from the startled man's hand, after which she gave him a chance to surrender peacefully. Sadly the crook was stupid and swung at her, but Amaterasu simply leaned out of the way then smacked him in the back of the head with her divine retribution. The police moved in to apprehend the beaten robbers and secure the hostages, and Izumi went over to the injured bank manager and healed his shoulder. Thus, a day after getting her full license, the Okami hero, Amaterasu, made her full heroic debut. Izumi's return to school on Monday was hectic, as every teacher and student not only knew she was the Kami, but thanks to Saturday's robbery and the news story that came with it, they all knew she was a full hero too. Izumi was swarmed by her classmates, some offering genuine congratulations, others trying to worm their way into her good graces, and others still asking questions about what had happened. The teachers soon put an end to that, though they were just as eager to find out. Izumi was taken aside by them at one point and praised for all she'd done, but was then scolded for not telling the school that she had such an important extracurricular occupation, as the teachers would have relaxed her homework requirements if they'd known. Izumi had argued she didn't want special treatment, but the principal countered that the school had always had the capacity to reduce a student's workload if they had an important out-of-school job, as some students had to work to help support their families. Ultimately, despite her misgivings, Izumi was told she would now be doing less homework and be given longer to complete what she was given, and she was also given permission to leave the school at any time without explanation. The teachers trusted her to use that power responsibly. The first time Izumi's phone went off in class and she immediately ran for the door, it took 10 minutes for their teacher to calm the excited class, and almost as long to convince Katsuki not to run after her. Thankfully that issue wasn't repeated more than once or twice a month. Not long after Izumi returned to school, she had to take a few days off to attend the trials of the Shai Hasaikai. It was a fairly open and shut case. Most of the lesser Yakuza pleaded guilty, either broken by their leader's death or cutting all ties with his memory because of what they'd learned he'd done to Izumi, Eri, and those he'd tested Eri's powers on. They were swiftly sentenced to prison, with the security level and term being Different for each of them, based on their crimes, though none would be spending more than 15 years behind the bars of a maximum security prison. The 8 bullets, minus Kendo Rappa, who was still at large, and Shisaki's left and right-hand men, Hari Kurono and Joy Iranaka had separate trials from the rest, but most pleaded guilty regardless. They were almost all broken by the death of Kai Chisaki and for the most part didn't notice Izumi's presence in the courtroom. Izumi forbid Eri from attending, not that the child wanted to. Joy Iranaka did shout abuse at her once she took the stand and reported how she'd drawn the police and heroes to their hideout, but Izumi had fixed him with a silver-eyed glare that promptly shut him up. Most of the 8 bullets were sentenced to life in prison for their crimes and use of quirks in those crimes, as well as the fact they knew and helped Chisaki with his human experimentation. Hari Kurono, Rikiya Katsukame, Toya Setsuno, Hikiji Tengai, and an insane member of the bullets by the name of Soromitsu Tabe were the sole exceptions. The former two were sentenced to Tartarus for their direct participation in Izumi's and Eri's abuse, while Setsuno was sentenced to a higher security prison than the rest of the bullets due to having kidnapped Izumi. Tabe was judged criminally insane and unable to properly stand trial, so he was sentenced to a maximum security mental ward to be treated. Only Tengai got off lightly, being sentenced to 30 years in a medium security prison, as his sentence was reduced due to allowing Izumi and Eri to escape after he encountered them during the raid. The man accepted his sentence and pleaded for forgiveness from Izumi, which she graciously granted, even if part of her was only doing it to put a close to the Shai Hasaikai chapter of her life. After the trials, 8 bullets and Chisaki's executive officers were secretly given an offer by the government, surrender their quirks to Izumi for redistribution and have their sentences reduced. All of them accepted, but in some cases, it was just an excuse to be allowed to vent at Izumi over their misfortunes. Kurono, Katsukame, Setsuno, Namoto, and Iranaka all screamed abuse at her while Izumi yawned and cleaned her nails, completely uninterested. The Yakuza weren't particularly threatening after she'd dealt with Orochi. Needless to say, none of them actually went through with giving up their quirks. Yu Hojo went through with giving up his crystallization quirk, and Didoro Sakaki gave up his sloshed quirk though, and both were moved to a minimum security prison. They were quirkless now after all, though they maintained a life sentence, only now with a chance of parole. Izumi handed the sloshed quirk over to a pre-approved sidekick from the Tao agency, while she was granted permission to keep the crystallization quirk, which she gave to Jin Maeda so he had the same kind of quirk as his daughters and late wife. Tengai proved to be the outlier yet again and willing gave up his barrier quirk, but did so on 2 conditions, that his sentence not be reduced and that his quirk either remained with Izumi or was given to Eri. Both were his way of atoning for his crimes. Izumi accepted the conditions and later that night, Eri began practicing with her new barrier quirk. Not long after, Izumi, with Eri's agreement and some help from Inko and the commission lawyers, approved the sale of Taro Chisaki's land to the government of Coruscant for 300 million yen, which was immediately split into a 250 million yen trust that Eri could access when she was 18, and a 50 million yen personal account that Eri could use whenever she wanted, with Izumi's permission of course. With their land sold and the vast majority of their members dead or in prison, the Shai Hasaikai were officially declared extinct and the cities of Coruscant and Mizutofu cracked down on any perceived Yakuza activity to ensure no new groups rose up to take advantage of the power vacuum. From there, Izumi's life moved forward as it had before, with her schoolwork reduced and replaced by hero work, and a lot of her original hero work time being devoted to time with Eri. Once she was allowed to train again, Izumi began working to fully master Inferno, as well as beginning her work with Tsumagari, and after 6 months she had begun to really get the hang of wielding the obscenely heavy sword, even if she couldn't lift it without using her powers. As promised, Izumi also attended regular therapy again, both alone and with Eri, to deal with her experiences with the Shai Hasaikai and her growing martyr complex. Dr. Nishikata was a godsend and helped Izumi immensely, and while Izumi still struggled, especially with her sacrificial nature, the girl was making steady progress. Aside from the occasional hero mission she was called on, most of them involving healing the injured or fighting pockets of demons, Izumi only had 2 other major things happen to her during the next 6 months. The first was the discovery of the man that leaked her identity and records to the press, revealing to all that she was the Kami of Mizutofu. It turned out to be a police sergeant who'd been bribed by a tabloid journalist. The sergeant was struggling financially, which is why he'd done it, and since he had to support 2 young daughters and a severely ill wife, Izumi had decided not to press charges and asked for clemency for the man. He was demoted to the lowest possible rank within the police, but he got to keep his job and was still able to support his family with a little help from a charity fund that Sakuya started in Izumi's name to help those in need. The tabloid journalist was fired from his publication when Sakuya threatened legal action and he only evaded prosecution for bribery by the skin of his teeth. The second major event was actually a result of the charity Sakuya had set up, called the Kami of Mizutofu Relief Fund. Sakuya had set it up in Izumi's name as a way of increasing the amount of praise being sent Izumi's way, thus increasing her power, but it had a knock-on effect of attracting the attention of Rikiya Yatsubashi, the president of Detnarat. President Yatsubashi ran a pro-quirk charity that helped people deal with living normal lives with quirks that might otherwise stop them, funded and associated with his company. The charity was related to the Feel Good Incorporated and Hearts and Minds political party, and President Yatsubashi wanted to bring Izumi and her kami of Mizutafu charity into the fold. Izumi happily accepted, and while she didn't have the time to properly devote herself to working with the group, she did allow those running the charity in her name to work with them directly, and made a few positive comments to the press about their joint efforts to improve people's lives. She met President Yatsubashi, as well as Koku Hanabata of the Hearts and Minds Party and Tomoyasu Chikazoku of Feel Good Incorporated, and she was thrilled to find they had similar views to free usage of quirks that she did. The trio, as well as their group's media officer, Chitose Kazuki from Shueisha Publishing, loved quirks as much as Izumi did, and while their one and only proper meeting had been about organizing their various charitable works together, it had ended up being almost a fan session on different quirks. For some reason, Sakuya and Nizu weren't so thrilled with Izumi's association with that group, but they couldn't come up with a compelling reason to distrust them, leaving Izumi confused. Izumi was cautious in her dealings with the group after that, just in case her mother was correct. Of course, Izumi wasn't the only one to have experienced a lot in the last 6 months. Things had changed a lot for several people in the Konohana household. Eri experienced the biggest change, as she now had a happy family life. She spent her mornings learning to read, write, and do math problems with Inko or one of the Konohana servants, then spent her afternoons playing with her mama, aunt, and uncles. Eri was happier than she'd ever been and was rarely seen without a smile and a spring in her step, the 5-year-old brightening many a bad mood simply by being there. Eri loved to work with her mama in the evenings, learning to control her demigod powers as well as her new barrier quirk, which was much easier to control compared to rewind. Within 6 months, Eri was able to produce a barrier that could withstand a 50% strength punch from All Might, and could block pretty much anything that Izumi or Katsuki could throw at it, meaning Eri would be well protected in the event of an emergency. Her training with her demigod powers went about as well, and Eri took to it naturally, becoming almost as proficient with her abilities as Izumi had been at age 6. They hadn't made much progress with Rewind though, and that was largely because Sakuya had ordered Izumi not to train Eri in its use unless Eraserhead was around, as the man had volunteered to help train Eri, since his Erasure quirk could shut off her Rewind if it got out of control. This had almost led to a disaster for months into Eri's life as a Midoriya. Eri had learned how to turn her quirk on and off, but if she panicked then it became much harder, and during one training session, a stray bolt of Rewind energy had struck Izumi, making the girl cry out. That had sent Eri into a panic and she'd been unable to turn off her quirk. Izumi produced flowers with bloom to absorb the excess rewinds, but Eraser simply erased Eri's quirk. This caused a problem however, as while Erasure stopped Eri's quirk from activating, it couldn't disperse the energy that had built up, leading to an overload in the little girl's horn. The result was Eri collapsing with an awful fever that sent her to the hospital. Eraserhead had been very apologetic, and that was before Izumi went wild and nearly tore his leg off. Thankfully, Eri had recovered after a day's rest and could come home, though her confidence was badly shaken. Eri's therapy, which had been going fairly well, if slowly, was increased and both Eraser and Izumi ended up apologizing to each other for their actions. It took a couple of weeks, but Eri got her confidence back and was able to work on Rewind again. 6 months after she was rescued, Eri was able to turn her quirk on and off, and was also able to choose where the energy went when she used it. She could also reduce the power output to the minimum setting, but couldn't otherwise control how something was rewound or how quickly. Still, it was a lot of progress and Eri was very proud. By the time she'd reached that milestone, she could read and write at the level expected of her for her age, and was almost caught up with her math too. Beyond that, there were a few other events of interest. In the most recent Hero Rankings event, Hawks managed to surpass Best Genist and reached the lofty rank of number 3 hero, putting him behind only All Might and Endeavor, who was still under investigation. Dabi began making real progress in his college hero course. Jean was now being allowed out of the hospital more frequently, and even without escort on occasion, Tenji Ida got to spend more time with his family. Now that Ingenium/Tensei knew about Izumi's secret, Himiko and Katsuki were training harder than ever. They took over and completed the cleaning of Dagoba Beach, since Izumi was too busy now, and would soon be ready for the U.A entrance exams, and the U.A heroes were becoming a common sight around the Konohana household. Eraser and Nizu were the most common. Eraserhead was present every weekend to help with Eri's quirk training, while Nizu was eager to help refine Izumi's analysis work and teach Eri subjects that the Konohana household weren't properly qualified to teach. Eraser and Nizu both had Izumi do some of their paperwork and grading for U.A in return, which Izumi Accepted happily. The most common sight however was All Might, or Uncle Toshi as he insisted on being called. The man was at the commission so often that Izumi joked he should just move in already. Toshinori's health had increased to the point that his time limit had ballooned to 12 hours a day, and his old emaciated body was replaced by a lean and lithe muscular frame that made Toshi look like an average healthy man. He trained Izumi, Katsuki, and Himiko vigorously whenever he got the chance, focusing on strength and muscle training for some reason which led to the trio having some more defined muscles, though Izumi was still very slender, much to her chagrin. Toshinori spent as much time with Inko as he did with her daughter, and had continued their workout dates even after Inko had completed her rehab and could walk again. The two were becoming surprisingly close, much to Izumi's joy. All in all, life was good for the members of the Konohana household. The only one who wasn't happy was Katsuki, who'd been having bizarre mood swings since Izumi had been kidnapped by the Yakuza. These mood swings were nowhere near as severe as they had been back before the Hibana incident, and Izumi had confirmed he wasn't possessed, but the family were still worried about him. He'd almost turned into Izumi's shadow, following her around like a faithful guard dog and being far gentler with her than he ever had before, to the point he was almost treating her the same as Eri, like a little girl. The only times this changed was when Izumi wasn't around, which Himiko reported made him very anxious, especially if Izumi was doing hero work, and when they were training which caused his previous aggressive and combative style to come back tenfold. Izumi and Himiko had often had trouble keeping up with him in battle, even with all of Izumi's power, but they had occasionally been able to win spars, but since Katsuki had turned things up to 11, they rarely managed even a tie. The family was becoming increasingly worried and Mitsuki privately mentioned that Katsuki had gone back to visiting Dr. Nishikata of his own accord. A combination of his QIBD, which medication and therapy had helped with tremendously, puberty, and the guilt he felt for being unable to help Izumi during her ordeal had been labeled as the cause of his change. Izumi tried having a heart-to-heart with him, and while Katsuki had listened and admitted to the guilt he felt, it hadn't really changed anything. Katsuki had just sighed, patted Izumi on the head, then told her that he was working on it, before leaving the conversation at that. Izumi made it clear that she and the rest of their combined family were there for him, which Katsuki accepted, but little had changed since then. Ultimately, Katsuki wasn't harming anyone or causing trouble, so they agreed to let him handle it himself as he wished. His actions even had a couple of positive effects. He was so devoted to his training that he'd spurred Izumi and Himiko to train harder, especially Himiko, who was a bit afraid of the gap in power between her and the others. He'd even managed to inspire Eri, and it was common to see Katsuki slowly leading his adoptive niece through how to throw a proper punch or kick. And so time marched onward, until it was time for Izumi to face the demons once more. Saturday 1-2th November 228-1. Konohana Manor, Mizudafu. Izumi, now 15, found herself ducking and weaving around punches while in her demigod form, avoiding the blows that would crack bones if they landed. Her opponent, All Might, was slowly increasing the speed of his strikes, giving the girl less and less time to dodge, an action that was already difficult due to a punch that had struck her thigh previously. Katsuki, Himiko, Eri, Inko, and Master Onigiri watched the two heroes sparring from the side of the dojo, carefully watching Izumi for things to improve in her style and watching All Might for weaknesses and openings that could be exploited. "You're getting quicker and more slippery. Normally I'd have landed a body blow by now." All Might grinned, punctuating his sentence with a fist to Izumi's stomach and an uppercut to her chin. Izumi just barely managed to sidestep the gut punch and leaned her head back to avoid the uppercut, panting hard as she did so. "Ha, you're not even at 50% of your max speed yet. I messed up my rhythm earlier and got a bruised thigh from my troubles." Izumi shot back, taking deep breaths at every safe interval. All Might grinned wider and began to slowly up his speed again. This was their usual routine on Saturday mornings. All Might would spar with Izumi before breakfast and put her through a speed and dodging trial. Izumi had to start off in her human form and evade All Might as much as possible while landing any blows she could, and the moment All Might made contact with her, even just a glancing blow, she'd have to enter demigod mode and start the exercise again. The exercise would then repeat until she took another blow, then she'd have to dodge and attack while in her full wolf form. Each form gave her more speed and better instincts than the previous one, but it rarely took long for All Might to figure out her pattern and hit her. Izumi wasn't allowed to use her divine instruments or celestial brush techniques, so it was strictly an exercise to see how long Izumi could dodge and fight back against a stronger opponent. Annoyingly, Izumi wasn't allowed to heal until the exercise was finished, so any injury she took had to be endured, unless it was dangerous to leave it, at which point the exercise would end. Izumi was fairly certain that one of the bones in her thigh was at least cracked, but she couldn't worry about it while trying to stop All Might knocking her block off. Unfortunately, All Might soon hit 50% of his max speed and threw a punch at Izumi's solar plexus. Izumi spun to the side just barely fast enough to turn the punch into a glancing blow off her shoulder, but it was still a hit and it nearly dislocated her shoulder while also making her spin on her heel like a spinning top. Ouch! Izumi groaned dizzily as she came to a stop and nursed her shoulder. You lasted almost 30 seconds less in demigod form than last week. Onijiri frowned, showing Izumi his stopwatch. Izumi grimaced, the blow to my thigh is messing up my speed. Putting weight on that leg hurts and I instinctively pause for a moment. You'll need to learn to power through it. You can handle pain, but you have to train your body not to react. All Might told her, stretching his body in preparation for the next round, which would be the hardest for him. Izumi nodded, accepting All Might's advice, then at his signal she dropped down on all fours and transformed into her wolf form. This was the toughest form for All Might to deal with, as while it was larger than Izumi, it was lower to the ground, much faster, had better instincts, and was more vicious. Human Izumi was restricted to punches, kicks and the odd cheeky headbutt or knee blow, while her demigod form was much the same, just with claw swipes as well as punches, but her wolf form was vicious, she couldn't punch or use her knees and elbows effectively, but she could still headbutt, kick like a horse, swipe with her claws, bite him, which hurt like hell, or even just body slam him. The glint in the girl's silver wolf eyes made it clear to All Might that she was looking forward to this, as it was payback time. The observers, sans the serious Onijiri, were soon laughing their heads off as Wolf Izumi darted around the dojo like a cat on caffeine, leaping and diving around All Might's punches. The man rarely kicked, and never against her wolf form, can't kick a dog, he'd say, while taking pot shots wherever she could. All Might threw a low punch, which Wolf Izumi dodged by side-stepping outside his guard. She then darted forward and landed a heavy headbutt against his unprotected side which knocked him off balance. With All Might teetering, Izumi was able to get behind him with some fancy footwork and claw his left calf, knocking him down to one knee. A quick chomp on his right heel had the man on both his knees, allowing Izumi to jump on his back and head, forcing him onto his hands and knees. She then delivered the coup de grace, landing beside his stooped form and bucking like a horse, driving both her back paws into his jaw with the kind of force that would break a normal man's jaw. Unfortunately for Izumi, All Might wasn't a normal man and his endurance was godly. Izumi's double kick had knocked All Might onto his side, but he very quickly leapt to his feet, taking Izumi's flurry of attacks as a sign he should turn things up a notch. He promptly increased his speed by 10%, and the tables were turned on poor Izumi. She was now back in the same position she'd been at the end of the previous two bouts, dodging so frantically that she didn't have a chance to strike back. Izumi briefly considered trying to catch the man's wrist in her jaws, but she wasn't confident she could time it right, and if she screwed up then the resulting blow to her jaw would put her to sleep for at least 20 minutes. Besides, at his current speed and strength, even managing to wrap her teeth around his wrist would likely result in losing a few of them, and rejuvenating teeth was a pain in the ass. All Might actually had one of her old wolf fangs on a necklace he'd received from her for his birthday, a memento of the first time he'd sparred with her and managed to knock 5 teeth out. Izumi kept it up for as long as she could, but after roughly 10 minutes, she stumbled after jumping and landing on awkwardly with her injured back leg, giving All Might just the shot he needed to land a chop to the top of her head. The blow had her seeing stars, but thankfully All Might had reduced the strength since it was a guaranteed hit. That was much better. Onijiri said approvingly, you lasted about 13 minutes and landed 5 good strikes that would have knocked out almost anyone but All Might. Izumi turned back to her demigod form and used rejuvenation to heal her injured thigh and shoulder, as well as the lump All Might's last blow left on her head. It's better, but my record for wolf form is 15 minutes, so I was too short. Onijiri nodded, true, though your record for blows landed in that form is only 3. It's better to land more attacks in most cases, as that would shorten a normal fight and weaken your foe, just as the 2 blows All Might landed on you debilitated you. You lasted 8 minutes in your base form and landed 1 punch, 11 minutes in your demigod form and landed 2 punches, then 13 minutes in your wolf form and landed 5 attacks. You were also able to keep up with 50% of my speed. You've made some improvements, so don't be discouraged. All Might smiled, allowing Izumi to heal his scratches. Thanks Uncle Toshi. Izumi smiled bashfully. Good job Mama. Eri cheered, jumping up and down in excitement. The child had grown a little and was now just a tiny bit shorter than average for a girl her age. Her skin was also a much healthier color, and her beaming smile was seen more frequently than ever. Izumi cooed at her daughter and immediately hugged her, kissing the giggling child's cheeks while she squirmed and tried to free her arms to return the hug. As the two moved off to the side, Katsuki stepped forward, all right, it's my turn now. We've got a half hour before breakfast and I want to see how long I last, he said with a feral grin, small sparks popping around his palms. Izumi giggled, releasing Eri in the process, and then took Katsuki's place along the side of the room while Katsuki took her place in the middle of the dojo. Himiko pouted as she watched her honorary big brother do his warm-ups. Well, now I'm stuck waiting until after breakfast. No way is Kaken going to lose fast enough to let me get my go in before then. Inko and Eri giggled at Himiko's complaint. However, before Master Onijirai could begin the bout between Katsuki and Toshinori, Tenji Ida came running into the room. Forgive me for interrupting everyone, but I have an urgent message from Lady Sakuya, he panted, likely having run from wherever Sakuya was. Katsuki scowled but remained silent as Izumi moved to Tenji's side. What's going on? Is there an emergency? Tenji shook his head as he caught his breath. Not exactly, but it is urgent. Manchu from the Tao Agency is on his way up to brief you on an important hero assignment. Apparently he has just returned from a long trip and Lady Sakuya would like him to brief you on the assignment over breakfast. She asks that everyone be cleaned up and presentable, including Lady Himiko and Master Katsuki. That led to some raised eyebrows. Why would Himiko or Katsuki be needed for a briefing? Izumi had experienced a fair few, most of them delivered by the Tao sidekick, Manchu, but she'd never needed anyone but Sakuya or Toshinori with her before. Izumi and most of the group were simply confused, while Katsuki was excited and quickly ran to his guest room to shower and change. Izumi and Himiko did the same, while Toshinori borrowed one of the showers in the unoccupied guest rooms, leaving Inko and Eri to head to the dining room, as they were already prepared for the day. 20 minutes later, the entire household was sitting around the massive dining room table, waiting for Sakuya and their guest to arrive so breakfast could be served. The ding of an elevator signaled Sakuya's arrival, and she and Manchu quickly arrived in the dining room, both looking slightly upset, while Manchu looked exhausted and had a folder under his arm. Good morning everyone. I'm sorry to have forced you all to be up and ready early, especially on a Saturday, but there is important business to be discussed. Sakuya greeted, sitting down heavily in a free seat opposite Izumi. You both look disturbed, are you alright? How important is this mission? Izumi asked as Manchu slumped onto the cushion beside Sakuya. His hat was askew and his mask didn't completely hide the bags under his eyes. Geez, he looks like he's been through the ringer. Ishiko commented grumpily. She'd been sleeping in when Izumi woke her up early for breakfast and the punkle was not happy about it. I feel like it too, we've spent all night traveling between here and Fukushima then back again. As for how important this mission is, it is a matter of life and death. Manchu said seriously, putting the folder on the table beside him. Izumi reached for it, but the man shook his head. Leave it for a bit. We should eat first, you've been training this morning, right? You'll need your strength. That certainly left everyone at the table with worried faces. They sat in awkward silence as Doi Nezo and the Maeda maids hurriedly brought breakfast to the table, the usual Japanese fare, with some American dishes for Toshinori. They all ate together, trying to keep some pleasant small talk going to avoid the crushing silence that would bring thoughts of whatever dangerous mission Izumi was about to be sent on. Manchu ate like it was going to be his last meal, wolfing his meal down with incredible speed. He was the first to finish and appeared much happier and more energized with food in his stomach, but he waited patiently for Izumi to finish her meal before beginning the briefing. Alright, it's time I explained, the sidekick began. Yesterday afternoon, there was a villain attack in the small coastal town of Akuburu, Fukushima Prefecture. The attack was performed by a known villain by the name of Muscular. Thankfully, there were no civilian casualties, as the local hero duo, Water Hose, was able to injure the villain and make him retreat. Izumi's eyes lit up. Water Hose. That's the hero duo made up by Torrent and Jet Spring. They made a name for themselves as married pro heroes that can douse any fire with their amazing teamwork. I'm surprised. Toshinori said, I've heard of this Muscular. He supposedly has a quirk that allows him to augment and manipulate his muscle fibers. I'm shocked that non-combat heroes like Water Hose were able to drive him off. Sakuya winced and Manchu's face became grim, immediately alerting the group that something was wrong. You didn't come to me to help track Muscular down, did you? Izumi asked quietly, a deep frown on her face. No. Muscular was driven off, but both Torrent and Jet Spring were mortally wounded. Their injuries are monstrous. It's so bad that the doctors have given up on treating them. It simply isn't possible for them to recover, not on their own and not with our current level of medical technology. That is why we've reached out to you. Recovery Girl is currently in Akuburu and has confirmed that only your rejuvenation can save them. They've been placed in medically induced comas and everything possible is being done to keep them alive, but if they aren't healed, both heroes will die by Monday morning. Manchu explained. Izumi's eyes shone with determination. That file, it's their medical files, right? Let me see, she asked. Manchu obediently slid the file over to her. Fair warning, you'll need a strong stomach. Photos are included. Sakuya warned. Eri, who was sat beside her mama, was immediately pulled into Inko's lap so she wouldn't accidentally see as Izumi opened the file. Izumi almost slammed it shut again, resisting the urge with incredible willpower. Her face went green and she could feel bile crawling up her throat as her stomach turned. Whoever Muscular was, he was a goddamn animal. Only Izumi's extensive experience working in the hospitals of Muzutafu and Korisanto allowed her to look at the pictures without vomiting, and the look on her face dissuaded Katsuki or Himiko from trying to sneak a peek. Ishiko wasn't so easily put off, though she deeply regretted her decision to take a peek. The poor woman took one look at all the blood and nearly fainted. She leapt from Izumi's shoulder to Eri's horn, which she cuddled to comfort herself. How the heck are they still alive? Izumi couldn't help but agree with her companion, these injuries, they're extensive. Broken bones, torn muscles, ruptured organs, burst blood vessels, soft tissue damage, they look like they've been run over by a steamroller. With my current energy reserves, I can likely heal one today and one tomorrow. I could perhaps heal both today if I really push myself. Izumi muttered. You won't be doing that though, right? Sakuya said sternly. Izumi winced, I might not have a choice. By the look of these injuries, I doubt they'll really survive to Monday, especially with the kind of facilities that a small town hospital has available, she said. Izumi continued reading the files, pausing at a particular line. Water hose, they have a son? Izumi asked, looking to Manchu. The Tao sidekick nodded, yes. Kota Izumi is his name, and he's currently 4. He turns 5 in about a month, around the same time as little Eri turns 6. The whole family stifled smiles as Izumi's grip on the folder tightened. There was never a doubt that she would try and heal the water hose duo, but now that there was a little boy at risk of losing his parents, it would take the appearance of the evil one himself to stop Izumi from saving those two. So the water hose duo have Izumi as a family name? Hell of a coincidence. Katsuki muttered. The kanji used mean, flood, but it is pronounced the same way as your name, Izumi. Sakuya pointed out. Inko smiled, Izumi's name is written with the character for spring. Since Midoriya means Green Valley, her father thought it was appropriate. He used to call her the spring that brings new life to the Green Valley. He was an oddly poetic man at times. Mentions of Izumi's father were rare, as they frequently made Izumi or Inko wince with emotional pain, though this particular memory was precious to Inko, and Izumi was too absorbed in the medical reports to pay any attention. She looked up from the files with a determined fire burning in her emerald eyes. I accept the mission. When are we going and how are we getting there, she asked. Manchu smiled, he never doubted Izumi would accept. We'll leave within the hour. Sakuya and I have already arranged for a private plane that'll get us to an airport in Minamisoma, Fukushima Prefecture in an hour. Then it is just a half-hour drive from there to Akuburu. The plane leaves at 9 a.m., so we'll be at the hospital by 11 a.m. Izumi nodded, I'll go get ready, she said, getting to her feet. Oh, one moment. My boss, Tao Hero, Prophet, used his clairvoyance to make a recommendation to me. He thinks it would be best if you take your siblings and daughter with you. Katsuki raised an eyebrow, so that's why Sunny and I had to be here too. What would we and Snowball be able to do? We don't have licenses or healing powers, the explosive teen pointed out. You don't expect them to fight, do you? Toshinori asked. He and the other adults were on edge about the idea. Of course not. Prophet didn't tell me the exact circumstances, he just said it would be an electrifying vacation. He mentioned it would be very good for Mr. Bakugu, and a nice trip to the coast for Miss Himiko and Miss Eri. I get the feeling that he wanted you to take Miss Eri as a friend and playmate for young Kota. You aren't expected to fight or assist in the hunt for Muscular, Lady Amaterasu, so there shouldn't be any danger. Manchu assured her. Izumi ran a hand through her hair. It was tempting, Prophet's predictions were apparently as reliable as Sir Nighteyes, and if a weekend at the beach helped cheer up Kaken, then that was definitely something she was willing to go along with. Plus Himiko could use a nice break too, and Eri would likely love to have a friend her own age and get to play at the beach again. It was a bit cold, being November, but Eri's wolf form likely wouldn't be bothered by that. None of the teens, or Eri, had been on vacation since the summer break from school, where they had gone to Los Angeles for a week with All Might. She looked to Eri, do you want to come? The beach will be quieter and colder than the one in LA, but you'll be able to meet a boy that you could become friends with. Eri nodded eagerly, I want to go with Mama. Kota's only 4, right? So I'll be his bigger friend. I'll take care of him while you take care of his mama and papa. Izumi smiled proudly and pet her little girl's head, then turned to Sakuya. It's okay with me if Kaken and Himiko come too. I'll take Eri along, since I bet Kota will appreciate having another kid to play with and keep his mind off what happened to his parents. Izumi said, plus I'm not going a whole weekend without my Eri unless I'm forced to, she added in her head. No one even bothered to ask Ishiko, the punkle would be sticking with Izumi come hell or high water. Katsuki immediately went for his cell phone. I'll call the old hag and get permission. Give me 5 minutes on the way to the airport to stop at home and pack an overnight bag. There's no way I'm missing out on something that the future site guy calls electrifying. While Katsuki was asking/demanding his parents' permission over the phone, going into another room so his inevitable shouts and cursing wouldn't disturb the others, Himiko looked to Sakuya and Inko. Can I go too? I'll make sure Kaken behaves and I'll look after Eri, she begged. Sakuya and Inko exchanged apprehensive looks, but ultimately they trusted their daughters and it was unlikely that Mitsuki and Masaru would deny Katsuki, so they didn't want Himiko being left out. Inko reluctantly agreed, while Sakuya had a few stern words of warning for the sandy-haired girl. You can go, but I'm expecting you to behave yourself like a proper hero in training. That means that if anything happens, Izumi is in charge. Be careful, and remember that your top priority is protecting yourself and Eri. Himiko nodded enthusiastically, got it. I'm going to go get ready, she said, leaping to her feet and skipping away to her room to pack a bag. Izumi giggled and took Eri and Ishiko to pack their bags too. Thankfully Izumi didn't have to pack one for herself. She kept a fully stocked overnight bag by the door in her room all the time, in case she was ever called away on an urgent mission. Kabuto went down to the underground garage to ready the limousine, and Katsuki came back while the girls were packing, handing his phone to Sakuya so she could confirm with Mitsuki that he was allowed to come. Once that was done, the adults waited around for the girls. They still had a half hour before the plane was set to leave, so there was no rush and discussion moved to an escort for the teens. Should we really let them go without a chaperone? I know Lady Izumi goes off alone for her missions, but she's never taken Lady Eri, Master Katsuki or Lady Himiko with her. Doi pointed out. Jin Maeda and Master Onijirai nodded in agreement, while the Maeda maids disagreed. They're as responsible as Lady Izumi, and we can trust them to watch Lady Eri while her mother is busy healing the heroes. Besides, Lady Himiko is 16 now and Master Katsuki is 15, the same as Lady Izumi. Surely we can trust them to go away for a weekend together. I trust them, but I have a bad feeling about this trip. I would feel better if someone went with them. Inko said, looking pointedly at Toshinori. The blonde man winced. I would go, but I have important business at UA. The staff are involved too, so I doubt any of them can come along either, especially since they have their own patrols. He said apologetically. Inko sighed. She would have liked Dabi or Hawks to go along, but Hawks was busy with patrols and Dabi was currently on a hero internship up in Hokkaido, using his flames to assist with mountain rescues related to avalanches. The Onijirai brothers were also absent, as they were currently visiting their father over in Kyoto. The only adult going was Ishiko, and even if the woman was technically 25, she was still a punkle and thus too small to really help Izumi in a fight most of the time. Will you be going with them, Manchu? The worried mother inquired. Yes, though my orders are to act as Amaterasu support, the sidekick answered. It was an unwritten rule among the Tau Hero Agency, if you work with Amaterasu, then you are essentially her sidekick until the mission ends, thus you must follow her orders. Manchu and a fellow sidekick had worked with Izumi before and found her to be capable as a leader, if a little reluctant to delegate. Well, I suppose there will be at least one adult to supervise. I really do trust the girls and Katsuki, but I can't shake this bad feeling. Inko complained, rubbing a hand over her stomach. Her instincts were telling her something was wrong, but there was little she could do about it. Izumi, Eri, Ishiko, and Himiko soon rejoined the group, each wearing a warm coat and clutching a duffel bag of clothes and toiletries, enough to last them a weekend regardless of the weather. We're ready. Izumi said, helping Eri put on her backpack, which was full of the toys she wanted to bring. Me too. The hag offered to pack my bag, so we just have to drop by my place and pick it up. Katsuki said, getting to his feet. Izumi nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to the rest of the household, who wants to come with us to the airport. Inko and Toshinori immediately volunteered, but Sakuya and the household servants were busy with their other duties and decided to remain behind. Instead, they wished the teenagers well and handed them some snacks to take with them. Himiko promised to pick up souvenirs for everyone while Izumi was working, and with that last promise, the small group headed down to the waiting limo. It was a short drive to the Bakugu household, where a sleepy-looking Mitsuki tossed a bag at her son then wished them all a nice trip before stomping back inside to get more sleep. Mitsuki wasn't an early riser. From there, they drove to the airport and arrived with just enough time for hugs of farewell from Inko and Toshinori. You all be good, you hear? Izumi, I know you're a hero now, but please be careful, this muscular business is giving me a bad feeling. Inko warned, hugging her younger daughter. Izumi nodded grimly, I understand. I have the same feeling. If Prophet wasn't so sure about me bringing Eri, Kaken, and Himiko, then I'd be leaving them here. I'll be careful, I promise. You'll be fine. Do what you do best and heal those heroes. Toshinori grinned widely, and you all be sure to enjoy your mini vacation. Give the water hose duo my best. The teenagers and Eri all nodded, and after exchanging some hugs, were escorted by Manchu to the private plane that would take them to Fukushima. It was a small plane with only enough space for about 10 passengers, plus 2 pilots and 2 hosts/hostesses, but it was fairly luxurious, as one would expect from a private jet. Katsuki, Himiko, and Eri all gawked at their fancy surroundings, having traveled in a normal commercial flight. On the way to LA, albeit in first class. Izumi had been on a similar private jet before, during a prior mission a few months ago, so she was used to it. Eri spent the flight playing card games with her auntie and uncle while Izumi and Ishiko talked quietly with Manchu and went over how she would approach healing the water hose duo. It wasn't as simple as just bathing them in rejuvenation ink after all. She needed to work out the order she'd heal each problem in, as healing the wrong injury could stop her from easily accessing another injury further down the line. When they were 10 minutes away from landing, Izumi went to the bathroom and changed into her costume. Izumi stepped out again a moment later, wearing her hero costume and changing into her demigod form. Everyone present had seen her in costume, of course. Most of the country had seen in via various media appearances in the last 6 months, but it still never failed to get a smile or grin from her siblings and daughter. Beaming at the sight of her heroic mother, Eri spoke, "I love your costume, Mama. I want one like it so we match." Eri had said that almost every time she'd seen Izumi's costume, but it still brought a smile to Izumi's face. Izumi blushed happily and looked down at her costume. She'd wanted a costume that resembled the brush gods and her demigod/wolf forms, so had drawn a fairly decent design with the help of Ishiko, which the support company had constructed almost perfectly with only a few modifications. Her costume was a short white kimono, the same shade as her demigod form's hair and her wolf form's fur, that came down to her mid-thigh and had red flames embroidered on the hem and sleeves, as well as detailing that mimicked Izumi's red divine markings on the sides and back. The kimono was held shut by a white sash with the same embroidering as the kimono itself, and had numerous pouches sewn on around the back so the sash acted like a utility belt. The sleeves just barely covered her hands, hiding them so she could make the gestures or quirk required without giving it away, as well as special bracers that covered her forearm and the backs of her hand while leaving her palms free. The bracers incorporated flint bangles that would make a spark when Izumi clashed them together, allowing her to create a small flame to ignite. Her red inferno ink. She also wore white knee-high socks and special boots that were designed to look like tabi socks and sandals. Izumi had originally wanted real tabi socks and sandals, but the support company thought the boots were more practical. There was a mechanism in the boots to allow Izumi to easily compress them into small anklets, in case she needed to use the claws on her feet. Naturally, there was a gap in the back of the costume to allow Izumi's tail to wag freely, something the designers at the company had insisted was vital. While in costume, Izumi always stayed in demigod form so her hair would be white to match the costume and the red markings would also match, giving those that saw her the impression that the coloring and markings were just part of her costume rather than her powers. Lastly, her hair was tied into a ponytail with a cherry blossom patterned ribbon that Himiko, Eri, Ishiko, Sakuya and Inko had made together, with some help from the support company. The ends of the ribbon stuck up, somewhat resembling rabbit ears, so Izumi opted to think of them as a mix of All Might's bangs and her own wolf ears, though the latter effect wasn't very obvious thanks to her having literal wolf ears while wearing it. There was also a feature designed around Ishiko. One of the pouches on Izumi's sash was reinforced to act as a mini bunker for the poncle, and it contained a tiny monitor, speaker, and microphone so Ishiko could see and hear what Izumi could with a tiny hidden camera on the front of Izumi's sash and speak to her via a small earpiece. The entire costume was woven from her hair/fur so it would be immune to her techniques unless she willed it otherwise, and even the boots had been made from a material that incorporated keratin from her claws. Izumi Midoriya aka the Okami hero, Amaterasu, art by Yusuke Rizuno, thank you sweetheart. Izumi said, stroking Eri's hair, now let's all get buckled up, we'll be landing soon. True to her word, the plane soon landed and Manchu led the party out of the airport and onto the city streets of Minamisoma, where a small ambulance and some impatient EMTs were waiting for them. Thank goodness you're here, one yelled the moment the group appeared. Has something else happened? Manchu asked urgently as Izumi bundled her family members into the back of the ambulance. Torrent's condition worsened about an hour ago, and Jet Spring's got worse shortly after. If they don't get healed soon, they won't see the sunset tomorrow, the EMT informed them. Izumi frowned, get us to Akuburu immediately. I can help. You heard the hero. Let's go, the EMT shouted to his partner. The last of them hopped into the ambulance and they shot off, heading south to Akuburu. What should have been a half-hour journey was completed in 20 minutes as the EMT really pushed what the small ambulance could do. Eri and Katsuki found the bumpy, wild ride to be great fun, though Izumi couldn't enjoy it herself for fear of what awaited her at the hospital. They finally arrived at Akubara General Hospital and Izumi practically flew from the ambulance with the EMTs, leaving Manchu to lead her family members after her. Only Ashiko could keep up, as she was sat in her pouch on Izumi's belt. Some doctors quickly began running with her, directing her to the water hoses room while giving her the latest update on their health. Without a moment's hesitation, Izumi burst into their room and faced their worried loved ones. "It's okay now. I'm here." Next chapter, Wolf-Shaped Angels to be released, October 7, 2021. Hey everybody. It's been a while. That month-long break sure felt longer than a month, but since I've mostly been on an extended vacation and not had to work so much, it's done a lot to revitalize my energy. We've got a long chapter today, though it'll only be the usual one-day break afterwards, since a large portion of it is recapping the events of the time skip. To those who I speak to on Discord, I'm sorry that I haven't been responding, but I lost access to my Discord account a short while ago and have been trying to get it back. I managed it just this morning, freaking recovery email wouldn't send, so I'll be able to reply from now on hopefully. Not too much has happened in this chapter, since it was mostly an opening for the arc as a whole. We get to see what the gang have been up to in the last 6 months, a snippet of All Might training Izumi, the introduction of this arc's focus, the water hose duo, and of course the reveal of Izumi's hero costume. I modeled it after the various humanized versions of Okami's Amaterasu drawn by fans over the years, so Google human Okami Amaterasu if you want a visual idea of what I'm going for. Some examples, plus bonus Femizuku. Regarding water hose and muscular, it isn't made clear in the manga or anime how long ago they died, but since Kota is 4 when we see him at the summer camp, and the flashbacks to his parents' death don't have him looking that much younger, I figure their deaths must have been fairly recent, like within the last year. As such, it doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility for it to happen in the 10-month period between Izuku meeting All Might and the Udare entrance exam, which is where we currently are in the timeline. Next chapter will deal with a different perspective of events, and some good old-fashioned healing. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come.